Harper Audio presents How to Seduce a Vampire Without Really Trying by Carolyn Sparks. Performed by Amy Rubinate. Chapter 1. When Zoltan Zakvar entered the armory of his Transylvanian castle, his gaze automatically shifted to the arrow that had killed his father. Barely visible where it was mounted on the far wall, the arrow still made him stop in his tracks, still made his nerves tense. Damn it, he should rip the bloody thing down, toss it into a fire, and be done with it. Since he was a man who prided himself on never quitting until a job was done, the arrow served as a painful reminder of his one major failure. He'd never found those responsible for murdering his father and destroying his village. Unfortunately, those events had transpired in 1241, so any chance at success seemed long gone. He had tried. God, how he had tried. Starting at the age of 14, he'd traveled with that damned arrow for years, desperately searching for anyone who might know where it had originated. A curious design was carved into the wooden shaft of the arrow, making it unique. But no one ever recognized it. It remained a mystery to this day, mocking him and reminding him of all he had lost. With a sigh, he set down the ice chest he had carried down the dimly lit spiral staircase. When this part of the castle had been completed in the 15th century, this cavernous room in the cellar had become the armory. The medieval pikes and battle axes were gone, but an assortment of swords and crossbows remained, along with a modern array of firearms and ammunition. Like most of the castle, the cellar was now wired for electricity. He switched on the lights. Although the far corners of the room remained dark, the nearby walls gleamed with an impressive display of swords that reflected the light and eased his sour mood. Like loyal friends, they had served him well over the centuries. A good sword was still the weapon of choice for him and his older undead companions. His modern friends were different. He glanced at his watch. 10 minutes until the appointed meeting time. The supplies he'd brought down the night before were neatly arranged on the long wooden table. A few knives, a box of cartridges for an automatic handgun, another box filled with some shotgun shells and hand grenades, and a long box containing modern arrows. He moved the ice chest to the end of the table. The dry ice inside would keep the bottles of synthetic blood cold for days.
"Hey, Zoltan,"
a voice emanated from the spiral staircase.
"Are you down there?"
Damn. It was Howard, his new security guy. Zoltan turned to face the huge werebear as he bent over to keep from clonking his head on the low entrance into the room.
"No need to check up on me. I'm fine. I thought you were taking your wife out to eat." "I am. She wanted to clean up first."
Howard's sharp gaze wandered about the room, then lingered on the supplies on the table.
"So, this is the armory?"
"Yes." A week ago, Zoltan had hired Howard's wife, Elsa, and her team of renovation experts to do some work on the crumbling east wing and tower. They'd jumped at the chance to feature a real Transylvanian castle on their home improvement television show. Meanwhile, Howard had barely seen his wife for the past 6 months, since he'd been stationed in Japan. His boss, Angus Mackay, of Mackay Security and Investigation, had asked Zoltan to accept the werebear as his new head of security so the couple could enjoy some time together. Zoltan knew that was only an excuse. For the last 3 centuries, he had served as coven master for Eastern Europe. One of his duties was protecting his constituents from the evil vampires known as malcontents, so he'd pissed off his share of enemies over the years. More recently, he'd broken up a band of malcontent human traffickers. Angus was worried they would seek revenge, so he expected Howard to do a complete overhaul of the security measures at both the castle and Zoltan's townhouse in Budapest. Zoltan had reluctantly agreed. How could he decline, when Elsa had begged him to agree with such a hopeful expression? She'd been excited all day, waiting impatiently for her husband, who had arrived about an hour ago. Bad timing as far as Zoltan was concerned, since he had a secret meeting scheduled to begin in 8 minutes.
"I'm sure you're eager to be with your wife.
he told the werebear.
"So I'll give you a tour of the castle tomorrow evening. Or if you like, my assistant Milan can give you a tour in the morning."
Howard nodded.
"I just met him upstairs. He talks a lot."
Zoltan winced inwardly. No doubt Milan had been trying his best to keep Howard from coming downstairs.
"Why don't you take one of my cars into the village? Milan can show you where the garage is." "He already offered to do that."
Howard frowned.
"You know, as your new head of security, I have to tell you, I'm shocked by the lack of it around here. I've spotted only one surveillance camera outside by that iron gate. The portcullis, yes. And it's not working."
"I see. Well," Zoltan walked toward him, motioning toward the staircase.
"We can discuss it tomorrow. Enjoy your evening."
Howard didn't budge.
"As far as I can tell, everyone in the castle knows you're a vampire." "Yes. And that restaurant you recommended, I called to get directions, and the guy asked if I was staying at the castle with a local vamp." "There was no need to call. There are only 2 streets in the village and 1 restaurant. You can hardly miss it." "That's not the point. Zoltan, how many people know you're undead?"
He shrugged.
"Quite a few, I suppose. This is Transylvania, after all." "It's too big of a risk. You should do some of that mind control stuff and erase their memories."
With a sigh, Zoltan glanced at his watch. He only had 6 minutes.
"It's their memories that provide my security. The people in this area know that they and their ancestors have been safe for generations because of me. I've protected them from Mongols, Ottoman Turks, Hungarians, Prussians, Germans, Russians, and countless gangs of thieves and brigands. The villagers would never let anyone harm me. You might call them my first line of defense."
Howard tilted his head, regarding him curiously.
"So that's why the mortals I talk to claim you're a hero. Even so, I have to object." "So do I. If I'm such a bloody hero, why am I alone?"
Howard scoffed.
"How would I know? I'm worried about your lack of security, not your lack of nookie." "Eloquently put."
Zoltan motioned toward the staircase.
"And on that note, you shouldn't leave your wife waiting." "I'm serious about this, Zoltan. It doesn't matter how many loyal friends you have. It takes only one enemy to kill you." "Indeed."
Zoltan gestured again toward the stairs.
"We can discuss my imminent demise tomorrow. Have a good evening." "Why do I get the feeling you don't want me down here?"
Howard asked.
"He doesn't want you to see me,"
a voice said from a dark corner. With a groan, Zoltan turned toward the vamp who had just teleported in.
"You're early. I'm starving."
He stepped into the light, dropped an empty ice chest on the table, and retrieved a bottle of synthetic blood from the full ice chest. Howard stiffened.
"Russell."
The ex-Marine gave him a wry look as he wrenched the top off the bottle.
"Howard."
He took a long drink. Howard's gaze narrowed on the items on the table, then switched to Zoltan.
"How long have you been supplying him?"
Zoltan shrugged.
"About 2 years."
Frowning, Howard crossed his arms.
"You mean since the time he went AWOL?" "Thereabouts. Would you rather he starve to death? Or be forced to bite people?" "We'd rather he report in every now and then,"
Howard growled. Russell paused with the nearly empty bottle an inch from his mouth.
"Don't mind me, just keep talking about me like I'm not here."
Howard shot him an annoyed look.
"You think we don't worry about you? Angus keeps sending JL and Rajiv to China to search for you." "I know."
Russell finished the bottle and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
"I've had to bail them out of trouble a few times."
Howard snorted.
"They wouldn't have been in trouble if they hadn't been looking for you." "I didn't ask anyone to look for me."
Russell snapped a new clip into his handgun, then wedged it under his belt.
"I suppose you're going to tell Angus I was here?"
Howard glanced at Zoltan.
"You never told Angus about this?"
Zoltan shook his head.
"I don't work for Angus. He's your friend, and he's Russell's sire."
Howard turned to the ex-Marine.
"Aren't you supposed to have some loyalty toward him?" He didn't change me." Russell stuffed the pockets of his old coat with more cartridges for his handgun. "Master Han did. Angus just finished the job. It was Zoltan who took me in and helped me adjust." "We would all help you," Howard insisted. "Do you think we wouldn't feed you or give you supplies?" Russell dropped the shotgun shells into a worn canvas bag. "He would, but there would be a price. He would expect me to answer your questions. It's called cooperation. We're on the same side, you know. We all want to see Master Han dead." Russell's eyes flashed with anger. "He's mine. Your kind of help just gets in the way. You're too damned busy trying to save his soldiers. They're mortal," Howard argued. "They agreed to join him in exchange for their superpowers." Russell slid a new knife into each of his boots. "They made their choice. It's not my problem if they have to pay for it. Their superpowers came from a demon, so when you kill them, they go to hell. Like I said, not my problem." Russell hooked the hand grenades onto his belt. Howard sighed. "Will you at least go to Japan to see what's happening? I spent the last 6 months there with our team of doctors and scientists. They've turned more than 100 of Master Han's soldiers back to normal." Russell scoffed. "Brilliant. Now they have only 900 to go." "Howard?" Elsa's voice called down the stairs. "Are you there?" "Just a minute." Howard paused at the entrance to the stairwell. "Come back tomorrow night, Russell, so we can talk." "No thanks." Russell opened the box of arrows. Howard frowned at Zoltan. "I'll talk to you when I get back from dinner." "No hurry. Enjoy your evening." Zoltan watched as the huge werebear wound his way up the narrow stone staircase. The minute he's out the door, he'll call Angus. If he waits that long... Russell swung the quiver off his back and set it on the table next to the box of arrows. "I'll just fill this up and be on my way." He glanced at Zoltan. "Are you going to be in trouble now?" Zoltan snorted. "What can Angus do to me? If he's in Japan, it might already be daylight there. He'll call me when he wakes up so he can grouse at me. But in the end, he'll thank me for taking care of you. He's not a bad guy, you know." Russell gathered a handful of arrows from the box. "We have different priorities." Zoltan nodded. Angus and his employees, like Howard, wanted to protect mortals from bad vampires, but Russell simply wanted Master Han dead. The evil warlord had attacked Russell during the Vietnam War, leaving him in a vampire coma for 40 years. When Russell had been discovered in a cave in Thailand, Angus had completed the transformation process so Russell could wake up and join the ranks of the undead. For the last 2 years, Russell had been searching Master Han's massive territory, waiting for his chance to kill the evil vampire. Russell shoved an old arrow aside to make room in the quiver for the new arrows. Zoltan blinked, hardly believing his eyes. "Wait." He lunged toward the quiver. The feathers of the old arrow looked familiar. He pulled it out, his heart racing at the sight of carvings on the staff. Had he found a duplicate after 800 years? He zoomed over to the arrow mounted on the wall so he could compare the two. The arrowhead on the new arrow was modern, but otherwise, the two were exactly the same. He turned to Russell. "Where did you find this?" A wary look crossed Russell's face before he turned away to finish stuffing the quiver with new arrows. "I wouldn't know. I teleport all over southern China, northern Myanmar, and Tibet, and I scavenge along the way. I could have picked it up anywhere." "You have to remember." Zoltan approached him. "It's important." Russell swung the quiver onto his back. "I have no idea." "You're not trying." Zoltan gritted his teeth. "I have to know." "I can't tell you." Zoltan's heart stilled. Russell was purposely keeping his face blank. "You mean you won't tell me?" "I have to go." Russell grabbed the ice chest. "Thanks for the supplies." "Wait!" Zoltan leaped forward and latched on to Russell's arm just as he began to teleport. As soon as they materialized, Russell shoved him away. "What the hell are you doing?" Zoltan quickly regained his balance and looked around. Countryside.
Treeless, rolling hills, yellowish grass nearly to his knees, a half-moon and countless stars gleaming in a clear sky. Where are we? You shouldn't have come. Go back home. Zoltan showed him the arrow, still grasped in his right hand. This is the only clue I've found in almost 800 years. Tell me where it came from. I can't. A streak of anger sizzled through Zoltan. I've been helping you for 2 years, so you will tell me. I can't. Damn it, Russell. Zoltan clutched the arrow tightly. It's because of an arrow like this that I became a vampire. I couldn't stand the thought of dying without knowing what happened. I had to stay young and healthy to keep searching for the truth. I gave up my mortality for this, so tell me where you found the damned arrow. A pained look crossed Russell's face. Fine. 2 weeks ago, I was following Lord Liao and a troop of soldiers when they were attacked by a smaller force. I figured the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they were taking some heavy casualties, so I helped them. We killed most of Lord Liao's soldiers, but of course he teleported away. I was wounded and fell unconscious. I would have died when the sun came up, but they saved me. Who are they? Russell groaned. The only thing they asked for in return was that I not tell anyone who they are and where they live. I'm sorry. I really do appreciate all you've done, but I can't say anything more. Very well. Keep your mouth shut and point in the right direction. Russell snorted. Why is this so important to you? Zoltan lifted the arrow. Moonlight gleamed off the steel tip. An arrow much like this one killed my father. You want revenge, then? Zoltan shook his head. I'm sure the culprit is long dead. I want answers. Russell shifted his weight. Sometimes there aren't any. Just go back home. They want to be left alone. Who are they? Go home. Russell teleported away. Zoltan lunged toward him, but he was gone. Damn it. It was just as well. Russell wasn't going to give him any more information. Pivoting in a circle, Zoltan took in his bearings. The middle of nowhere. No weapons on him other than the arrow. He took out his cell phone and checked his location on the GPS. Tibet. He considered returning to the castle to grab more weapons and a coat. Even though it was the middle of May, spring was late here. A cold wind was blowing from the north, ruffling the grass that had yet to turn green. On his phone, he spotted the nearest village, over 100 miles to the southwest. Why waste time going home? He could be at this village in half an hour, asking questions. He set off at a brisk pace, excitement building inside him. This was a lot more interesting than what he normally did every evening. Work in his office in Budapest. He was dressed for work, white dress shirt, red tie, an expensive Italian suit and loafers. Not at all suitable for an adventure in Tibet, but if he got into any sort of trouble, he could simply teleport back home. Tibet? Did the people who had killed his father travel all the way from Tibet? When he'd searched for them centuries ago, he'd covered Eastern Europe, Western Russia, and the Middle East. Finally, in the northwestern part of India, he'd given up, unable to believe that anyone would travel that far to kill someone in Transylvania. Was his father's murder somehow connected to his mother's mysterious background? She'd been from the East, but no one knew where exactly. His father, a merchant who traveled the Silk Road, had fallen in love with her and brought her home. Could she have been from Tibet? Zoltan's pulse quickened. After almost 800 years, he might finally get some answers. He teleported as far as he could see, then repeated the process until he was close to the village. The landscape gradually changed, growing more hilly and forested. He teleported to a high branch of a pine tree so he could survey the village. It was nestled in a valley along the sides of a stream. No electricity. A few lanterns were lit along the one main street. He checked his cell phone. Out of range. If he returned, he'd need to bring a satellite phone. He dropped to the ground, adjusted his suit and tie, then sauntered casually into the village. An old woman was hunched over a homemade broom, sweeping her front porch. When Zoltan greeted her, she straightened, eyeing him with suspicion. He greeted her again using English and giving her a smile. Then he showed her the arrow. "Do you know where?" She launched into a tirade of angry words, shook her broom at him, then rushed into her ramshackle house, slamming the door behind her. Zoltan sighed. He should have realized there would be a language barrier. Over the centuries, he'd learned 9 languages, but the Tibetan spoken in this village was not one of them. He spotted a man sitting on another porch, drinking from a leather pouch. "Good evening." He lifted the arrow. "Do you know where?" The man stumbled to his feet, muttering under his breath. Then he waved his arms as if trying to chase Zoltan away. When that didn't work, he spit in the dirt, then rushed into his house and slammed the door. Silly human is trying to get himself killed. Zoltan turned toward the noise, but saw only a dog resting on a porch a few houses down the road. Of course. Since early childhood, Zoltan had possessed the strange ability to communicate with animals. They were often his best source of information, since the conversations were purely mental and devoid of any language barriers. He walked slowly toward the dog, sending him a message. "Why would my questions get me killed?" The dog jerked to a sitting position. "What was that?" "It's me." Zoltan stopped in the street, ready to teleport away if necessary. It was always hard to predict how an animal would react. Most dogs were friendly, but every now and then one would feel threatened and attack. "What?" The dog tilted his head to the side and quirked his ears. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, I have the ability to communicate with animals." "Are you kidding me?" The little spotted dog leaped off the porch and scampered toward him. "Can you really talk to me? Can you hear my thoughts?" "Yes, and you can hear mine." "Holy dog poop!" The dog pranced around him in a circle. "This is so awesome. I didn't know humans had thoughts. Some of them don't seem very bright, you know, so I wondered. Have you always been able to do this? Could you do it when you were a puppy? You must be a weird human. I think you smell a little weird. Do you like to eat? I like rabbit. Would you like to be my friend?" "Sure," Zoltan replied, as the dog circled him for the 5th time. This was obviously one of the friendly dogs. "Can you relax a little bit?" "Why? Are you having trouble keeping up? I've always suspected humans are slow. You don't smell like the other humans I know. I could pee on you so you'd smell better." "No, thank you." The dog suddenly jumped and looked to the side. "What was that?" "I'm not sure." "I think it was a rabbit. I like rabbit the best. Are you hungry? I am. If you throw your stick, I'll bring it back to you." Zoltan showed the arrow to the dog. "I'd like to know more about this stick and the people who made it." The dog sat in front of him and tilted its head. "Do you have any food with you?" "No, but I could pat you on the head." The dog's tongue lolled out while it considered. "Okay." Zoltan patted its head. "Good dog. So, what do you know about the makers of this arrow?" The dog's tail thumped on the ground. "They're hunters, fierce warriors. The humans here are afraid of them. You should stay away from them." Zoltan rubbed the dog's ears and its tail wagged so hard that its rear end wiggled. "Why should I stay away?" "Because they'll kill you." Zoltan paused. "Where are they?" "You stopped petting me, and I shouldn't tell you because you'll get yourself killed. I've always suspected humans aren't very bright." Zoltan patted its head. "What a smart dog you are. Where are they?" "In the mountains to the south. Do you want to play with me now?" "I have to go. Thank you for your help." "You're leaving, but we just met, and you're my friend now." "You're a good dog." Zoltan gave it another pat, then zoomed out of the village. "Wow!" The dog's voice grew dimmer. "You're really fast for a human. I bet you could catch a rabbit. Just don't get yourself killed, okay?" Neona pressed a hand into the round earthen mound where her twin sister Minerva was buried. 2 weeks had passed. 2 weeks since half her soul had been wrenched from her. Tears sprang to her eyes, and the same litany of questions ran through her mind. How can I live without you? How will I face each day? Her hand fisted around a handful of dirt, squeezing it into a hard ball as a jolt of anger ripped into her grief. Why didn't you fight harder? A tear rolled down her cheek, and Niona dropped the clod of dirt. She knew the answer. 7 years earlier, her sister had given birth to a son. Male children were not allowed in Beola, so Minerva had been forced to give the little boy to the Buddhist monastery 30 miles away. Her broken heart had never quite mended. At first, Niona had tried her best to alleviate her sister's pain by putting up a cheerful front. But as Minerva's despair had grown more entrenched, frustration and regret had seeped into Niona's heart. She and her sister should have defied the queen and kept the baby boy. With a sigh, Niona lay back on the grassy hillside and gazed up at the stars. How could they have defied the queen when she was their mother? They could have ended up banished from Beola. How could they have left their home and everything it meant to them? Niona loved Beola. It was the most beautiful valley in the Himalayas. In all the world, she suspected. It gave them life and purpose, while the outside world seemed to promise only hardship and death. But there had been times when they'd lounged in the grass, stargazing, that Minerva had claimed they were prisoners. Look how vast the sky is, Minerva had said. The world outside us must be just as wide. Do you not yearn to see it? Niona had attempted to soothe her sister's unhappiness by repeating the words they'd heard since childhood, the mantra that had comforted them for years, making them feel special and important. We are the chosen guardians of this sacred valley and its secrets. Our mission is noble and necessary. What is noble about being forced to give away my baby? Minerva had muttered bitterly. With a sigh, Niona wiped the tears from her face. The mantra no longer provided comfort, and her sister had escaped the only way she knew how, in death. The battle 2 weeks ago had claimed her and 4 others. Niona, a sharp voice reprimanded her. You shouldn't spend your life here among the dead. Niona sat up to see Lydia approaching her. For a few seconds she considered reminding her old friend that she had some of her family members buried here among the dead. A line of 5 new earthen mounds now marred the hillside, alongside one older mound covered with grass. But the haggard look on Lydia's face stopped Niona from speaking. Lydia was suffering in silence. All the warrior women of Beola were suffering. The battle 2 weeks ago had been devastating. In a matter of minutes, their number had gone from 11 to 6. Lydia stopped halfway up the hillside. The queen has sounded the alarm. An intruder has crossed into our territory. Niona leaped to her feet and rushed down the hillside. Only one? It appears that way. Lydia accompanied her to the small village of a half-dozen stone buildings with thatched roofs. The other women were there, lighting a few torches before the main campfire was extinguished to leave the valley in darkness. Then the 5 women hurried to the cave where Niona's mother, Queen Nima, was waiting. The torches were slid into brackets on the stone walls, and the large room brightened. Pink and cream-colored stalactites glistened with moisture high overhead, and sparkling water fell from a fissure in the stone wall, splashing into the pool below. Behind the pool, a narrow corridor wound deep into the inner recesses of the sacred mountain. In front of the pool, there was a wide stone floor, worn smooth over the centuries. Queen Nima paced across the floor and motioned to the owl, perched on the back of her throne. He has spotted one male intruder, invading our territory from the north. Lydia's niece Winifred muttered a curse. Do you think it could be Lord Liao? Possibly, Nima replied, or one of Master Han's soldiers. They've never gotten this close before, Niona said. The battle 2 weeks ago had occurred 40 miles from their border. The women warriors of Beola had borrowed horses from the nearby village to travel that far to fight the enemy, for it was imperative to keep the secret valley a secret. No man can be allowed to see Beola, Nima warned them once again. Freya, take the eastern territory, Winifred the west, Niona the north,
and Tashi the south. Find him. If he's a lost villager, show him the direction home. Threaten him with death if he returns. If he's one of Master Han's men, kill him without hesitation." The 4 women bowed their heads to acknowledge the acceptance of their orders. Niona rushed to the area where they kept their armor and weapons. She always wore the breastplate and helmet left by her father, a warrior from Greece. "There are only 6 of us now," Winifred said, as she slipped on a metal-studded leather breastplate. "We know that," Lydia muttered, watching her one remaining daughter Tashi put on armor. "I think we should each consider having a daughter," Winifred continued. "Perhaps," Queen Nima replied. "We will discuss it later. First we must deal with this invasion." "Oh, I see what Freddie means," Freya said, coming to her sister's defense. "The intruder might have potential." "Exactly," Winifred nodded. "He could be fair of face, strong, and fleet of foot." Lydia snorted. "More likely he's a stumbling fool who has lost his way and doesn't have the sense to get home." "But if he's a good specimen," Winifred argued, "we should consider taking his seed." Freya sheathed her sword. "I hope I find him," Winifred scoffed. "It was my idea. I should be the one to find him." With a laugh, Tashi handed them each a coil of rope. "Here, in case you need to tie him up." Niona frowned. Freddie and Freya seemed awfully eager to have a child. Didn't they care that they would have to give the baby away if it was male? Niona had tried only once to get pregnant, but when the seed had failed to take root, she'd secretly rejoiced. After seeing the pain her sister had gone through, she was afraid of falling into that same trap of despair. "Very well," Queen Nima conceded. "You will take the man's seed, but only if he is exceptional. Our daughters must be warriors, superior in mind and body. And don't forget the main purpose of this mission." Niona nodded while the other women murmured, "Yes, Your Majesty." With a growing sense of unease, Niona slid on her father's helmet. It was brass with a black plume and decorated cheek guards. She'd always wondered what had happened to the brave Greek soldier who had journeyed so far from home and become the father to her and Minerva. When she was young, she'd asked her mother, and Nima had said he'd gone back to Greece. Then she'd warned Niona never to speak of him again. Over the years, Niona had come to suspect that her mother had not told the truth. "Stay true to our noble cause," Queen Nima reminded them. "Once you are done with the man, kill him." Chapter 2. From his perch high on top of a craggy peak, Zoltan surveyed the countryside around him. The landscape had become increasingly mountainous as he'd traveled south. Up here he could see farther, but the cold wind was slicing through his suit. As a vamp, he could endure it better than most humans, and since he'd always prided himself on never quitting till a task was done, he decided to press on. A large bird flew by, a hawk, Zoltan thought. It was a shame he'd never been able to communicate with birds like his mother could. If so, he could have asked the hawk the location of the fierce warriors that the dog had warned him about. Or perhaps the bird would know something about the feathers on the end of the new arrow he still held in his hand. A few years ago, he'd taken the old arrow from his castle to some scientists in Budapest so they could examine it using modern technology. The results had surprised everyone. The arrowhead was ancient, similar to those used by the army of Alexander the Great. The carvings were unknown. The feathers were from a golden eagle, and the wood had come from a king cypress tree, which grew in parts of China and Tibet. The scientists had concluded that the arrow had been crafted in ancient Greece, using wood that had been imported from the East. They'd urged him to donate it to a museum, but he'd declined. Now he had to wonder if the scientists had gotten it backward. What if the arrow had been crafted here in Tibet, using an ancient Greek arrowhead? Did that mean the so-called fierce warriors had traveled all the way from Tibet to Transylvania to kill his father? Zoltan had always wondered if his father's murder had been an act of revenge after the death of his mother, but it didn't seem likely. It would have taken months to travel such a long distance in 1241.
and his father had been murdered only a few hours after his mother. Unless, could the murderer have been a vampire? A vamp could have teleported to Transylvania. Or maybe the fanciful tale told by a few surviving villagers had been true. They'd given him a horrifying account of monsters and warriors so fierce that no living person could have ever defeated them. Zoltan had always suspected their elaborate story was nothing more than a pitiful piece of fiction to justify their failure to save their village and loved ones. If only he could remember more of that fateful day. But he'd spent most of it unconscious. He'd awakened the next day, miles from the village, with no idea how he'd arrived there. He took a deep breath. That was 1241. Those warriors, even if they had been fierce and monstrous, were now dead. Unless they were vampires. But if they were bad vampires, why did they fight Lord Liao 2 weeks ago? Why did they save Russell? Zoltan levitated higher in the air, gritting his teeth against the cold wind. Higher and higher so he could see over the mountain tops. There, to the south, were those lights? He focused on them so he could teleport there, but then with a flash they disappeared. Damn. How could he give up now? He teleported across the valley to the top of the next mountain, then continued to teleport, zeroing in, as best he could surmise, on the area that had been lit. After 10 minutes of traveling, he landed on a sloping hillside surrounded by forest. He had to be close now. Dead leaves and needles cushioned the ground, softening his steps as he moved downhill. Every now and then the forest cleared for an outcropping of large boulders that gleamed silver in the moonlight. With his superior hearing, he caught the sound of a trickling stream far to his right. It was running down the hill to the valley below, and behind him the tiny snap of a twig. Animal or warrior? He paused to listen more closely. A whooshing sound. He dove behind some bushes just as an arrow missed him and thudded into a tree. He glanced up at the arrow, the same carved design on the staff, the feathers of a golden eagle. He'd found them. Or rather, they'd found him. He teleported to a nearby outcropping and crouched on the rocks, scanning the forest. There, a glimpse of brass glinting in the moonlight. One warrior. He was stealthy. Zoltan had to give him credit for that. The warrior had managed to sneak up on him, and that rarely happened. Other than that, the warrior didn't appear that impressive. Slim build, a little below the average height for a man. The brass breastplate wasn't a good idea, since it reflected the moonlight and gave away his position. The helmet had a black horsehair plume running down the center, and cheek and nose guards that covered most of the warrior's face. He was equipped with bow and arrow, sword, and at least one knife that Zoltan could spot. The warrior looked fierce enough, but archaic, as if he should be sacking Troy, not wandering about Tibet. The old arrowhead that had killed his father had come from ancient Greece. Zoltan called out in Greek, "I come in." He flattened himself on the rock a second before an arrow whooshed over his head. "Peace," he whispered. The warrior wasn't big, but he was quick and had excellent aim in the dark. "Are you a vampire?" Zoltan yelled in Russian. Then, leaving his arrow on the rock so his hands would be free, he teleported behind the warrior. Meanwhile, his foe had answered his question by firing another arrow over the pile of boulders. Zoltan breathed deeply, taking in the man's scent. Rich with blood, AB negative. Human. The warrior drew his sword, advancing slowly on the rocky outcropping. Zoltan teleported behind the boulders and waited. "I come in peace," he said in Hungarian as the warrior came into view. "Pax?" He jumped back to avoid a jab from the man's sword. Dodging behind a tree, he tried Romanian and Serbian. Wood chips flew as the warrior's sword struck the tree. "Français? Deutsch?" He lunged to the ground and rolled as the sword made another swipe at him. "Damn it, I just want to talk." The warrior hesitated, his sword raised overhead. Zoltan eased to his feet. "You understand English?" The sword sliced down with a swoosh, and he leaped to the side. To hell with this. Zoltan lunged forward, seizing the warrior's sword arm, then lifting it up and squeezing till the man gasped and dropped the weapon. The warrior retaliated, using his left hand to grasp Zoltan around the throat. Strong fingers dug into his neck. Zoltan grabbed the warrior's wrist and wrenched his hand away. "You understand English, don't you? Stop your attack." The warrior made a sound of frustration as he tried to free his hands from Zoltan's grasp. He fell backward, taking Zoltan with him, then planted his feet in Zoltan's stomach and shoved hard, flipping him over. With a thud, Zoltan landed on his back. He rolled over and made a grab at his opponent. Unfortunately, his hands only caught hold of the man's bow and quiver of arrows, and he ended up pulling them off the warrior's back as the man jumped to his feet. When the warrior made a dive for his sword, Zoltan leaped on the man's back, smashing him into the ground. With a cry, the man reared back, clonking Zoltan in the head with the brass helmet. Ow! Zoltan was stunned for only a second, but that was enough time for the warrior to wriggle free and make another lunge for the sword. A trickle ran down Zoltan's temple, and the smell of blood made him hiss. This had gone on long enough. With a roar, he jumped to his feet. Then, using his vampire strength, he swung the warrior around and shoved him against a tree. The brass helmet hit the tree hard, causing another gasp to escape the warrior. Zoltan pinned the man's arms overhead and leaned close. "Now cease your..." Zoltan stopped, taken aback by the eyes that glared at him. They were the bluest he'd ever seen, an improbable royal blue. He moved to the side, just barely missing the man's attempt to knee him in the groin. Still, the blow struck his hip hard, making him grunt in pain. Damn, what kind of warrior would go for a man's groin? He narrowed his eyes. The noises coming from the warrior had been a little high-pitched. Could he be? Zoltan released the man's wrists and ripped the helmet off. Long black hair cascaded, falling past the warrior's shoulders and framing a face that was delicate and feminine. An expression as stunned as his own. The helmet slipped from his hands, thudding on the ground at his feet as he stood there transfixed. She was exquisite, the most beautiful woman he'd... Ah! Her knee hit home, and Zoltan fell to his knees, doubling over. She lunged to the ground to reclaim her sword. "Damn it," Zoltan growled as he seized one of her ankles and jerked her feet out from under her. She fell onto her side and rolled, lifting her sword overhead. "Enough." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zoltan jumped on top of her, grasped her sword arm, and slammed it to the ground. She went for his throat again with her left hand, but he grabbed her wrist and pinned it down. She wriggled beneath him, but he pressed his weight on top of her. "Enough," he whispered. Her eyes widened, and she grew very still as she studied him. He had a strange feeling she was assessing him. "How do you do? My name is Zoltan. And you are?" She continued to stare at him. "I'm afraid we got off to a bad start, but I assure you I mean you no harm." He gently pried the sword from her hand and tossed it to the side. She didn't object when he took hold of her wrist again. "Now that's better. You were about to tell me your name?" "You are extremely strong and fleet of foot," she said softly, as if she was thinking out loud. "So you do speak English?" She frowned. "You are fair of face and seemingly intelligent." He winced. "Seemingly?" "It is unclear." "Then allow me to clear it up for you. My intelligence is fine." She gave him a look that seemed to indicate he'd just proven his lack thereof. "It was not wise of you to come here." He snorted. At least she thought he was fair of face. "Actually, I thought it was very clever of me to find you. Even if it had taken him 800 years. I have some questions, you see, regarding an arrow." He glanced toward the rocky outcropping where he'd left the arrow and froze. A snow leopard crouched on the rocks, ready to pounce. Slowly, never taking his eyes off the wildcat, Zoltan eased off the young woman and reached for her sword. "When I stand, back away.
Then run home as fast as you can."
"You intend to protect me?" she asked. "Why, I was trying to kill you."
"Yes, but you failed."
He glanced at her, giving her a wry smile.
"Don't worry, I won't hold it against you."
Her eyes widened and she lay very still, staring at him. Maybe he'd shoved her around too hard. She seemed stunned. He gave her a little shake.
"You should go home now, okay? I'll take care of this."
He'd protected people for almost 800 years, so it wasn't something he questioned anymore. He simply did it. He straightened, facing the pile of boulders with the sword clenched in his hands. The snow leopard hissed. "You're very brave," the woman said behind him.
"Seemingly,"
he muttered, lifting the sword.
"Now back away, slowly."
Pain exploded in his head as something slammed into the back of his skull. He fell forward, dropping the sword. "Why?" The words skittered around his aching brain just before everything went black. "Good kitty." Niona rubbed the young snow leopard's ears. "Although I should fuss at you for breaking that twig, you ruined my surprise attack." The 8-month-old leopard butted its head against her leg. "Well, you did make up for it, so you're forgiven. That was very clever of you, pretending you were going to pounce on us." She smoothed a hand down Zahn's spotted back. The snow leopard had become her companion after she'd found him 7 months earlier while on guard duty. She'd taken the kitten home, where 2 of the women had been able to communicate with him. Zahn's mother and littermates had been killed by a pack of wolves, and he had managed to survive by crawling into a rabbit hole. Even though Niona didn't possess the gift of communicating with animals, Zahn clearly preferred her to the other women, probably because she was the one who had rescued him and nurtured him back to health. She suspected the cat still had enough wildness to dislike the other women's ability to read his mind. Right now, she wouldn't object to having someone to communicate with. She had to decide what to do with a man who called himself Zoltan. He was still lying on his stomach, unconscious. She winced at the size of the goose egg on the back of his head. She'd hit him hard with the blunt end of her knife, suspecting he possessed an extra hard head. Her gaze drifted past his broad shoulders, down his back and legs. He had a powerful build, yet he was nimble on his feet. The way he had evaded her attack was amazing. He was an excellent specimen, as Winifred would put it. Gently, Niona turned the man over, and her heart squeezed in her chest. She'd called him fair of face, but that had been a huge understatement. She'd never seen such a handsome man in her life, nor a man this fast and strong. The men who lived near their territory were either poor farmers or Buddhist monks, not the type of man who could sire a daughter who needed to be a warrior. And since the area was remote and snowed in half the year, outsiders were rare. A man like this Zoltan was extremely rare. Strong, fleet of foot, and incredibly handsome. When he had smiled at her earlier, she'd forgotten how to breathe. What a beautiful daughter she could have, if only she dared. The daughter could inherit this man's courage, too. Kneeling beside him, she placed a hand on his broad chest. "He wanted to protect me even though I attacked him. He has a noble heart." The snow leopard butted her hand away with his head and she smiled. "Are you jealous? Don't worry. Once I'm done with him, I'll have to kill—" Her breath caught. How could she do that? It was one thing to kill a man in the heat of battle, but to lie with him and then kill him? That had to be wrong. Her mother, the queen, would disagree. She always said that nothing was more important than preserving the secrets of Beolah. Niona closed her eyes as a wave of grief crashed over her. Her sister was more important than anything, but now she was gone. Minerva never would have taken a man's seat and then killed him. Drawing in a shaky breath, Niona made her decision. She would convince this man to leave and never come back. He might be hard to convince given his questionable intelligence, so she would have to be firm, threaten to kill him if she ever saw him again. In order to succeed, she needed to remain in charge of the situation. After all, she was a warrior woman, so she could never submit to a man. Once he agreed, she would take what she needed, then send him on his way. She pulled a length of coiled rope from a drawstring pouch on her sword belt, then proceeded to tie the man's hands together. Then she dragged him close to a tree and tied the end of the rope around the trunk. He moaned. Was he coming to? Her heart pounded in her chest as she knelt beside him. Was she really going to do this? Coward, her inner voice chided her. If one of the other women had found him, they would be finished by now. Should she undress him? It wasn't strictly necessary, but she suspected he was a glorious sight to see. She lifted the slim piece of red silk that was knotted around his neck. He dresses strangely. She gave it a tug, but it only tightened around his neck. Sorry. She slipped her fingers above the knot and managed to loosen it. As she pulled her hand back, she grazed his chin and felt the prickle of whiskers. Curious, she touched his cheek. How odd a man's whiskers were. How strangely appealing. Her stomach fluttered with a peculiar sensation, and she quickly withdrew her hand. The man was far too handsome, even with the trail of blood that oozed from his temple. His hair was shoulder length, the color the deep, earthy brown of freshly tilled soil. His eyes were closed now, but she recalled their color, a golden brown like burnished amber. His nose was straight and strong, his brow wide and intelligent. Seemingly intelligent, she smiled to herself, remembering how indignant he had looked. Apparently it mattered to him what she thought of him. Even that appealed to her. She leaned close to look at the cut on his temple. It would be a shame if she left the poor man with a scar, especially as handsome as he was. He moaned again, and she sat back, waiting to see if he'd open his eyes. When he didn't, her gaze wandered down his body. Was he still in pain where she'd need him? It was a regrettable move on her part, especially now when she needed his groin to be fully functional. All the women of Beola possessed a gift, and hers was the ability to heal. Unfortunately, in order to take away the pain, she had to take it briefly within herself. She extended her hand a few inches above his pants. Was she really going to do this? She bit her lip. What choice did she have? The man was as close to perfection as she would ever find. When would a chance like this ever happen again? An image formed in her mind of a little girl with long dark hair and amber eyes, a brave, noble heart and dazzling smile. Neona's eyes filled with tears. She'd lost her sister, but she could have a daughter to love. Or a son to break her heart. A tear rolled down her cheek. Please, God, let me have a girl. She lay her hand on his groin, closed her eyes, and soon a low, throbbing ache vibrated into her hand. The man would be all right. The worst of the pain had already subsided. She drew the remaining pain out of him, and it rushed up her arm. What the? Neona gasped, opening her eyes. Her hand flinched, tightening its grip on his manhood. He gave her a wry look. What are you doing? She jerked her hand away and winced as his pain spread through her body before dissipating. I was... What the hell are you doing? He demanded, apparently just realizing that his hands were tied together and the rope was attached to a tree. I can explain. Damn it. He tugged at the ropes. The leopard is right there. Release me so I can protect you. The cat is with me. What? Stay in charge, she reminded herself. She lifted her chin and looked him in the eye. Remain calm. This will not take long. What? I plan to take your seed. Chapter 3. At first, Zoltan wasn't sure he'd heard her right. Maybe she'd clonked him so hard he was hallucinating. But what a hell of a dream. This beautiful woman wanted to jump his bones? Just the thought made his groin tighten. But in what world was this normal? She'd come out of nowhere, attacking him, knocking him unconscious, and now she wanted his seed? If he had any sense, he would teleport away from her and her pet, leopard? Or at least teleport out of the rope she'd bound around his hands. But the second he teleported, he would be letting her know he was a vampire. It was a trump card that he'd rather hold on to until necessary. Besides, if he teleported home, he might never see her again. How could he leave without learning more about her? She was the most intriguing woman he'd ever met. So he would stay for a while longer, but on his terms, which meant he had to take charge of the situation. Step 1, remove the most immediate threat. He eyed the snow leopard and sent it a mental message. Are you really her pet or just pretending? The leopard sniffed and looked away. I know you can hear me, cat. Harm either of us and I'll skin you alive. The leopard turned back, its golden eyes narrowing into slits. Big words from a guy who's tied to a tree. Oh, I'm so afraid. You should be. You'd make a nice pair of slippers. It arched its back and hissed at him. Zan! The woman shook her head at the leopard. Behave. The cat edged over to her, giving her a wide-eyed, innocent look. That's a good kitty. She rubbed its ears and it purred. Now run along and play for a little while. Did you hear that, cat? Zoltan told the leopard. She wants you to go away. It glared at him. I'm her favorite, not you. The leopard stalked across the clearing to a tree, made a show of sharpening its claws, then slinked into the woods. Step 2, Zoltan thought. Take charge of the conversation. He eyed the woman. She was sitting quietly beside him, biting her lip. Nervous. That was a good sign. He didn't want to think that she did this sort of thing often. Did I hear you correctly? You want my seed? Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she looked him in the eye. Yes. Was this your plan all along? Knock me out, tie me up, and rape me? She winced. It's not rape. What else would you call it when you forcibly plan to take my seed? I figured you would be willing. To be raped? She grimaced. It's not rape as long as you agree. What if I don't agree? She looked dumbfounded for a moment. I thought men were always agreeable. His hands fisted tightly around the rope as an unexpected surge of anger skittered through him. How many agreeable men had she found over the years? Probably plenty. What red-blooded male wouldn't agree to letting a beautiful woman ravish him in the woods? Damn it. He took a deep breath. Stay in control. Before I can consider your offer, I have to know exactly what you expect of me. Her gaze drifted to his groin. I thought it was obvious. On the contrary, there are numerous issues that must be addressed. Thankfully, her gaze returned to his face. He didn't want her to notice the growing bulge in his pants. She frowned. Issues? Yes, for instance, how long will I be required to perform? Will I receive compensation for any injuries incurred during the act? Her eyes widened. Injuries? It happens. I've been known to get terribly wild. Fortunately, you appear to be in excellent health, so you should survive the ordeal. Do you mind signing a waiver? He enjoyed the growing expression of horror on her face. Which position do you want to use? Or do you prefer multiple positions? How many times do you wish to climax? Her mouth dropped open. Then she shook herself and glared at him. 10. He blinked. Was she calling his bluff? 10 what? Positions or climaxes? She hesitated a second, then lifted her chin. Both. He stifled a laugh. She wasn't letting him get the better of her. Jerk, the leopard grumbled. Stop playing cat and mouse with her. Zoltan glanced up and spotted the cat lounging on the branch of a nearby oak tree. You were supposed to leave. It thumped its tail on the branch. I'll leave when I feel like it. Does she jump men like this every night? Zoltan asked. What do you think? The leopard narrowed its eyes. Look who's jealous now. I'm not. Was he? Zoltan pushed that thought aside and turned back to the woman. Are you sure you can handle 10 climaxes? She shrugged. Are you sure you can deliver? He smiled, enjoying the way she stood up to him. I'll do my best, but it might take an hour or so, depending on... Oh no, we must be quicker than that. No more than 5 minutes at the most. In fact, we had better start right away before Freddie and the others find us." Another jab of anger shot through him. "Freddie? Who the hell is he?" "Freddie's not tied to a tree, is he? Was he last night's 5-minute conquest?" Her mouth dropped open. "How jealous can you get?" The leopard eyed him with disdain. "I'm not." Shit, he was. Jealous of the unknown lovers of a woman he'd barely met. He must be going insane. The woman's blue eyes flashed with anger. "You think I do this every night?" "How would I know how many men you've tied up and ravished?" "I haven't ravished you." With a huff, she rose to her feet. "I don't think I want to anymore." She was going to leave? "I apologize." She gave him a dubious look. "Beg for mercy," the cat snarled. "Sawed off," he replied, then looked at the woman. "I insulted you, I'm sorry." When she still looked unconvinced, he sighed. If he wanted her to stay, he'd have to be honest. "I don't like the thought of being another nameless guy in a long line of—" He stopped himself from saying lovers. Her eyes softened. "I wouldn't like that either. If it makes you feel any better, I have only tried this once before, and it did not result in the desired outcome." She frowned. "I am not sure this would work either. Offhand, I can think of several legitimate reasons why we shouldn't mate." "Like insanity?" She looked alarmed. "Are you?" He winced, then said, "No." "Liar," the cat snickered. "Go chase your tail," he replied. The woman gave him a wary glance. "I would not wish to cause anyone to break a sacred vow. An exceptional man like you is probably married." Exceptional? That made his heart leap. "I'm single." When she looked relieved, his heart did another leap. "You might prefer men." "No." "You might have a disease you do not wish to." "No." "Or you might be unable to do the—" "Hell no." Her mouth twitched. "Then all that false bravado about multiple positions and—" "Not false." She gave him a pointed look. "I know you were trying to frighten me into changing my mind, so there's only one reason left that I can think of." Her shoulders slumped as her gaze fell to the ground. "You find me undesirable." "I'll do it." What the hell was he saying? Her gaze jerked up to meet his. "You agree?" "Yes, but with 3 conditions." Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What are they?" How the hell would he know? He was making this shit up as he went. "Number 1, I need to know your name." "Oh, that's easy enough." She sat beside him, crossing her legs. "I am Neona." Neona. He repeated her name in his head. He liked the sound of it. "Greek for new moon?" She ignored his question. "What is your second condition?" "You have to untie me." She winced. "I don't believe that is wise." "How do you expect me to give you 10 climaxes if I can't use my hands?" She scoffed. "You were in jest." "You think so? Untie me and find out." She bit her lip, considering, then pulled out the knife sheathed to her calf. "I will not hesitate to use this if you hurt me." "I would never harm you." She gave him a doubtful look, then sawed through the ropes that bound his wrists. Once released, Zoltan sat up, and, rubbing his sore wrists, watched her slip her wickedly sharp knife into the sheath strapped to her leg. Her linen trousers looked worn and ragged along the hem. Homemade, he thought, just like the leather moccasin-like slippers on her feet. Where did this woman live? Why had she attacked him? "The 3rd condition is that we get to know each other." A weary look crossed her face. "I don't see why that is necessary." "It is. I find you very interesting. Not to mention beautiful, brave, and fascinating." She shook her head. "I don't think you need to know me in order to—" "On the contrary, I need to be in the mood to have sex, and my mood will improve the better I get to know you." "There is not much I can tell you." "Do you have secrets?" He leaned toward her. "Now you're even more intriguing." She winced. Can we please get on with it? I'm running short on time.
Because Freddie will show up? Who is he?
A friend, Winifred. After a pause, she added, So she's female.
I gathered that,
he muttered.
And how did you learn English?
She hesitated, her gaze shifting to the woods as she considered her response. From an Englishman. Zoltan's mouth twitched. She was as clever as she was beautiful.
And where is this Englishman? Is he tied to a tree somewhere?
She scoffed. Of course not, he went home. She glanced at Zoltan and added, To England. He gritted his teeth. Apparently, she still doubted his intelligence. Do you know enough now? She unfastened the ties on her breastplate. Shall we begin? He swallowed hard when she pulled off her armor. The breastplate must have been hot, for her thin linen top was damp with sweat and molded to breasts that were sweetly rounded and firm.
I'm not in the mood yet.
Hopefully, she wouldn't notice the ever-growing bulge in his pants. She frowned at him. Is it normal to be this slow? He groaned inwardly at the sight of her nipples hardening in the cool air.
You might as well enjoy yourself while you can, the leopard grumbled, since you don't have long to live.
Zoltan glanced up at the cat.
What do you mean? She's going to kill you when she's done.
He flinched.
You're lying. She told me herself.
The leopard licked a paw.
Once she's done with you, you're out with the garbage.
A chill ran down Zoltan's spine. Could this be true? Was Niona intending to kill him? His mind tensed, rejecting the thought. He couldn't believe it. He wouldn't. And yet, hadn't she tried to kill him from the start? Was she so heartless that she could have sex with a man and then execute him? If he had sex with her, could he impress her enough to change her mind? He winced. Performance anxiety had just taken on a new meaning. He'd be a fool to risk it. We're running out of time, she reminded him. This mood that you require, is there something I can do to help you achieve it?
Yes.
He studied her carefully. Somehow she didn't seem like a cold-blooded murderer.
I'll need a kiss.
Her brows lifted. I don't see how that can help, but very well. She leaned closer and gave him a peck on the cheek.
I mean a real kiss.
Her confused look twisted his insides. Damn it, was she an innocent or a killer?
Didn't you say you've done this before?
Yes, once, but he did not require any kissing beforehand. She slanted an impatient look at Zoltan. He wasn't slow. I found him remarkably quick and efficient. Zoltan winced. And that was her first time? The asshole must have hurt her. If she'd killed him, the jerk had probably deserved it.
Not all men are alike. Close your eyes and keep them closed till I tell you to open them.
She frowned. What are you going to do?
Kiss you.
He took hold of her shoulders.
Now, close your eyes.
Her eyelids flickered shut, and he eased closer till his breath feathered her cheek. She trembled slightly. He ran the tip of his nose along her cheek, headed toward her mouth. Glancing down, he noted her breasts moving as she breathed faster. She was reacting. He glanced at her eyes, still shut. He slid his hands up her neck to cup the back of her head. Lightly, he brushed his lips against hers. Another tremble. He kissed her, moving his lips slowly and gently. When she moaned, he glanced up and found her eyes wide open with a stunned look.
It's all right, he whispered.
She shook her head. I feel strange. My stomach is quivering. Was she truly that innocent? Or was she luring him in for the kill?
Close your eyes and kiss me back.
When she hesitated, he took her hands and placed them on his shoulders.
Niona.
Her eyes searched his.
Kiss me.
He pulled her close, and this time when his lips molded to her mouth, she responded. Tentatively at first, but then with growing boldness. He deepened the kiss, invading her mouth with his tongue. She flinched, then stroked his tongue with her own. With a groan, he covered her breast with his hand. She gasped against his mouth. "Niona," he whispered, glancing up to make sure her eyes were still shut. He flicked a thumb over her hardened nipple and she moaned. "Remember me." He teleported to the top of a nearby tree. She sat there a moment, her eyes closed, her lips pink and swollen. He winced at the uncomfortable bulge in his pants. Even with the threat of imminent death, he'd still found himself growing hard. He wanted her. He wanted to believe she was sweet and innocent, not a cold-blooded seducer and killer of men. She opened her eyes, and with a gasp she looked around. "Where did you go?" She scrambled to her feet. "How did you leave? I didn't hear you." She spun about, surveying the woods. "Zoltan? Where are you?" A noise to her left made her jump to face it. The leopard paced into the clearing, and she sighed. "Oh, it's you." She turned, scanning the woods once again. "Why did he leave?" She crossed her arms as if suddenly cold. "I thought he liked me." She regarded the spot on the ground where they had sat and kissed, then her shoulders slumped. "I should have known that men cannot be trusted." She put her breastplate back on, and the leopard nudged her leg with its head. "I'll be all right." She patted the leopard's head. "After all, men have no place in our lives." With a sigh, she sheathed her sword. "I know you're there." The leopard glanced up at him. "You're not a normal human being, are you?" "Was she really going to kill me?" The leopard stretched, arching its back. "I guess we'll never know since you chickened out and ran away." "I didn't run." Zoltan winced, but he had chickened out. In the throes of lovemaking, she might have been able to catch him off guard, and if she had stabbed him in the heart with that knife, he would be dust. She located her bow and quiver, swung them onto her back, then picked up her helmet. Headed downhill, she moved at a quick pace, the cat trotting alongside her. Zoltan teleported from tree to tree, following her. "Jerk," the leopard called up to him. He groaned inwardly. He felt like a jerk spying on her, but how else was he going to find out who she was and where she lived? She'd made it clear that she didn't want to tell him anything. "Niona!" a female voice called from the bottom of the hill. 3 women, all dressed in armor, were waiting by a small stream. Niona greeted them in a language he didn't understand, Tibetan most likely, and they talked for a moment before traversing the valley. Who were these women, Zoltan wondered. All 4 of them had quivers on their back, filled with arrows that looked like the one that had killed his father. "What did they say?" he asked the leopard. "Why should I tell you?" The cat sneered back. "You're a male, I'm a male. We should be on the same side. Unless you're just a big mama's boy." The leopard stopped, its fur ruffling. "She lied. She told them she didn't see anyone." His heart leaped. Was she trying to protect him? Or forget him? The 4 women approached the other side of the valley where a rock wall extended high overhead. There was a hole in the wall about shoulder high where water gushed out into the valley to join the stream. Above the hole, there was a ledge. The leopard jumped onto the ledge, then scampered from ledge to ledge till it reached the top of the wall. Apparently, someone was waiting there, for a rope ladder was tossed down. One by one, the women climbed up the ladder and disappeared over the top of the wall. "Where are they going?" Zoltan asked the leopard. "Home," the leopard called back. "Don't even think about coming here. They'll kill you. Men are not allowed in Bayo'la." Zoltan waited 10 minutes, then teleported to the top of the rock wall. His breath caught. Before him lay a beautiful valley, completely hemmed in by mountains. He spotted 5 women walking toward a village of a 6 stone houses built in a circle. In the center of the circle, another woman lit a fire. The 6 women stood next to the fire, talking, while the cat lounged on the grass. So this was Niona's home. Bayo'la, where men were not allowed. Zoltan snorted. They couldn't stop him from coming back. He still had questions he needed answered. And he needed to see Niona again. One kiss was not enough. Chapter 4. "You didn't see anyone?" Queen Nima asked as she heated up a skillet over the central fire. "No, Your Majesty." Winifred used her knife to gut the 6 fish she'd trapped earlier in the stream that traversed their valley. "Not a soul," Freya added, taking the fish from her sister to scale them. Niona cast a nervous glance toward Zahn. He was lounging in the grass, his nose twitching at the smell of dinner. Tashi and her mother Lydia could both communicate with animals, but since they'd said nothing, it appeared that the leopard was keeping quiet about Zoltan. "The owl said the invader came from the north." Nima looked at Niona. "You didn't see him?" Niona shook her head, then pretended to be entirely focused on stirring the pot of rice. What on earth was she doing? She'd never lied to her mother before, or her friends. At first, she'd told herself she was simply avoiding unnecessary embarrassment. Who among the female warriors would want to admit that she'd captured a prisoner, tied him up, and then managed to lose him? It was embarrassing, but now Niona acknowledged there was more to it than that. Meeting Zoltan had been special, and not simply because of his extraordinary strength and handsome appearance. She'd never seen an unarmed man survive one of her attacks before. He'd also proven a worthy opponent during their verbal sparring. A challenge, that was what he was. A challenge physically, intellectually, and even emotionally. She'd lived long enough to know such an occurrence was extremely rare, precious even. So it was something she wanted to keep to herself, hoarding it like a treasure. But at the same time, she felt some anger with him and herself. He'd agreed to mate with her, but then he'd run away. Why should she protect a man who couldn't honor his agreement? How could he kiss her like that, then leave? Just thinking about the kiss made her stomach flutter. "Remember me," he'd whispered, as if she could forget a man like Zoltan, so strong and handsome, fearless and noble. She winced. How could she be so attracted to a man she hardly knew? Maybe it was a good thing that he'd run away. She couldn't allow herself to develop feelings for him. The women of Beola could not have relationships with men. It had happened a few times before, and the results were always bad. Disastrous, even. "I wouldn't worry about it, Your Majesty," Lydia said, as she prepared the dough for their flatbread. "It was probably a drunken villager who scurried back home once he realized he'd ventured into our territory." Nima sighed. "Probably so." She dropped the fish into the hot skillet. "If you like," Tashi said, "the next time I'm in the village, I could remind them that invading our territory means death." Nima nodded. "Do that." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tashi ducked her head and smiled. Niona exchanged a look with Winifred. Freddie suspected that Tashi had taken a lover in the village, and that was why she volunteered to go there once a month to barter for rice, flour, and the occasional bolt of fabric. For weeks, Niona had refused to believe that Tashi would bed a villager. The men there were farmers, not warriors. Their seed would not produce the exceptional daughters who were needed to protect this sacred valley. Besides, developing a relationship with a man was dangerous. They could never be trusted with the secrets of Beola. That was why they were not allowed here. And it made no sense for the women of Beola to leave the valley to live with a man. Niona had seen numerous villages in Tibet and Nepal, and in each place the women lived poor, subservient lives. It was not a life a warrior woman would ever accept. But something new had happened to make Niona reconsider her disbelief of Tashi's alleged affair. Zoltan's kiss. Even now her lips tingled at the thought of his mouth on hers. If that was the sort of excitement Tashi was enjoying, then Niona could understand the desire to take a lover. She hadn't wanted Zoltan to stop. The movements of his lips and hands had awakened a yearning deep inside her. She closed her eyes, remembering the touch of his hand on her breast. "The bread is ready," Lydia announced, jerking Niona back to reality. Lydia stacked hot loaves of flatbread into a basket and passed it around. Niona spooned rice into 6 bowls, then passed them around till everyone had one. Another wave of grief swept over her. It was hard at moments like this not to recall that only 2 weeks ago There had been 11 of them sitting around the fire. Now there was an empty space next to her, where her sister Minerva had sat. Minerva had been able to make delicious salads from the vegetables grown in the garden and from the many wild plants and berries that flourished in the valley. Niona hadn't attempted to duplicate her sister's recipe yet. Just the thought of it brought tears to her eyes.
Here.
Nima chopped off the fish heads and scooped them into a wooden bowl.
Give this to your cat, Niona.
Thank you. Niona took the bowl over to Zan. Luckily, the queen had accepted her pet. The leopard had earned everyone's respect by killing any mice that tried to get into their storeroom. Niona placed the bowl in front of him and rubbed his ears to thank him for keeping her secret.
The cat's complaining again,
Lydia muttered as she took a portion of fish onto her plate.
Tashi nodded.
He says he's tired of fish and wants rabbit instead. Niona gave her pet a pointed look. The rascal. Was he letting her know that his continued silence came at a price? I'll go hunting for rabbit tomorrow, okay? The leopard butted his head against her hand and purred. Niona returned to her seat close to the fire and picked at her dinner. Maybe she should hunt tomorrow evening in the same area where she'd met Zoltan. Maybe she'd see him again. Maybe she was losing her mind. She ripped her piece of bread in two. Relationships with men always ended the same way, with disaster. If she had any sense, she'd hope never to see him again. She would forget all about him. And his last words, which kept echoing through her head. Remember me. Having worked up an appetite from his unexpected adventure, Zoltan teleported straight to the kitchen in the basement of his castle. From the fridge, he selected a bottle of AB negative, since it reminded him of Niona. Then he popped it into the microwave, noting the time on the clock. Almost midnight. He'd been gone 3.5 hours. When his cell phone started dinging over and over, he checked it. Over 30 missed calls and texts? He'd deal with it later. For now, he needed food, a shower, and a change of clothes. He guzzled down half of the warmed-up bottle, then proceeded up the back stairs to the Great Hall. To his surprise, Elsa was pacing back and forth by the front door. Shouldn't she be upstairs with her husband? He took another sip of blood.
Is there something wrong?
With a gasp, she spun to face him. Zoltan, you're all right.
Yes, of course.
We were worried sick. She strode toward him.
He's back?
Howard's voice boomed from the stairway leading to the armory. No doubt his superior hearing had caught the sound of his wife's shout. The werebear burst from the stairwell into the great hall.
Good evening.
Zoltan took another sip from his bottle.
Did you enjoy your...
Where the hell have you been?
Howard stalked toward him, scowling.
We came back from dinner and you were gone. Milan was frantic because he couldn't find you anywhere, and you were missing some important meetings in Budapest.
Oh, right.
Zoltan winced. He'd completely forgotten about the closing on his latest real estate venture. And then there was the other meeting with the Society for Architectural Preservation.
Not to worry. It can all be rescheduled.
That's not the point.
Howard gritted his teeth.
This was my first night here as head of security, and I lost my client.
I wasn't lost. I knew exactly where I was.
I didn't know.
Howard gave him an exasperated look.
We tried calling you, but you didn't answer the damned phone. Do you know how embarrassing it was to tell Angus you were missing?
Zoltan groaned inwardly.
You called Angus? Yes, he was in Tiger Town in China, so he was still awake. He came right away and brought Mikhail with him. Angus and I have been searching the castle and the grounds. Mikhail and Milan are in Budapest searching for you there. Oh, I need to let them know you're okay.
Howard whipped out his cell phone and started texting. Oh my gosh. Elsa eased closer to Zoltan. Is that dried blood on your forehead? Howard glanced up.
You were attacked? I'll need a full report.
He sent his texts and pocketed his cell phone. Zoltan took a deep breath.
I understand you're accustomed to protecting children like Tino and Sophia, but let me explain something. I'm on my 3rd term as Coven Master of Eastern Europe.
I'm CEO of one of the largest businesses in Hungary and Romania, and I'm almost 800 years old. I don't report to anyone."
Howard stared at him unfazed.
"You do now."
Zoltan frowned. He should have never agreed to this. Howard and his wife were acting like nursemaids. Even now, Elsa was circling him and shaking her head like he'd been caught with his hand in a cookie jar. "Look at your clothes," Elsa fussed. "Your jacket is torn, and you're covered with dirt and leaves."
"Milan can take the suit to the cleaners."
Zoltan moved toward the grand staircase.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to. I'm not done."
Howard stepped in front of Zoltan to block him.
"Where did you go?" "It's Friday night. You're not the only one who had a date."
Howard scoffed.
"You said earlier you didn't have a girlfriend. And what kind of date leaves you with a bloody wound on your head? If you have an enemy stalking you, I need to know about it. Where the hell were you?"
Zoltan tamped down his growing frustration. These people weren't going to leave him alone till he answered.
"Fine. I was fighting an Amazon warrior in Tibet."
Elsa's eyes widened. Howard stared at him blankly for a few seconds, then snorted.
"No, really. Where were you?" "Is he all right?"
Angus called out as he zoomed through the front door at vampire speed.
"I'm perfectly fine," Zoltan answered. "There was no need to make such a fuss. You were missing for over 3 hours."
Angus's kilt swished as he came to an abrupt stop in front of Zoltan.
"And you have enemies. We had every right to be concerned."
His green eyes narrowed.
"You took a blow to the head?"
Zoltan waved a dismissive hand.
"It'll heal during my death sleep." "Why did you not answer your phone?"
Angus asked.
"I was out of range. If I go back, I'll take a sat phone with me."
Angus nodded.
"If you go back, where?"
Zoltan frowned. For some reason, he was reluctant to let anyone else know. Niona was keeping him secret, and he wanted to do the same for her.
"You said Tibet earlier,"
Howard muttered,
"but I don't know if he was kidding." "Tibet?"
Angus arched an eyebrow.
"Does this have anything to do with Master Han or Russell? I heard you've been supplying him." "It's not related to either of them. It's personal. Now, if you'll excuse me."
Zoltan reached for the banister and started up the grand staircase. If he could just get away from all these people, he would enjoy some time alone to think about Niona and strategize his next move.
"Is he all right?"
Mikhail asked.
"Here we go again."
Zoltan turned and saw that Mikhail had just teleported into the great hall with Milan.
"Sir!"
Milan rushed toward him.
"We've been looking all over Budapest. We were worried about you." "I am perfectly fine, as you can see."
Zoltan cast an annoyed look at Angus.
"I didn't realize I would need anyone's permission to leave my own house."
Mikhail snorted.
"Yeah, he's fine. If you don't mind, I'll get back to Moscow. Pam's working tonight, and I don't like to leave her alone."
Zoltan lifted a hand.
"Good night, old friend."
Mikhail smirked.
"I hope she was worth it."
He teleported away.
"She?"
Milan replied. Zoltan shrugged.
Mikhail was making an assumption.
Angus eyed the wound on Zoltan's temple.
"If you were seeing a lass, she's not very happy with you. Nothing I can't handle,"
Zoltan muttered.
Angus grinned. "I'll be going then. Emma's waiting for me in London. I have not seen the lass in 3 weeks."
He teleported away to be with his wife.
"So is the Amazon warrior real?"
Howard asked.
"Is she the one who attacked you?"
Zoltan ignored the questions.
"Milan, I'll be ready to go to Budapest in 30 minutes. See if you can reschedule the meetings I missed, and call the tour agency." "Yes, sir."
Milan whipped out a small pad and pencil from his jacket and took notes.
"Is there a problem with the tour?"
"Tour?" Howard asked.
"What tour?"
"There are tours in the castle every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon," Elsa explained. Howard grimaced.
"A bunch of strangers roaming about the castle?" "It's a guided tour,"
Zoltan muttered.
"They never leave the guide." "How can you be sure?"
Howard demanded.
"Is the guide trained for crowd management? Is he armed?"
Zoltan snorted.
That wouldn't seem very welcoming, would it? We have 2 elderly women from the village who earn extra money by conducting the tours. It's very popular with the tourists, Milan added, smiling. They all want to see a real vampire castle. What? Howard stiffened. You publicize this place as a vampire castle? Holy shit, this is a security nightmare. Zoltan waved a dismissive hand. It's all in fun. The tourists don't really believe it. Howard gave him an incredulous look. It only takes one wacko armed with a wooden stake and determined to scour the castle till he finds you. And you'll be completely defenseless in your death sleep. In my house in Budapest, Zoltan interrupted him. I don't sleep here on the days of the tour, Howard. I didn't get to be this old by being an idiot. Howard's eyes narrowed. What kind of security do you have in Budapest? Zoltan groaned. I didn't know you would be so relentless. I didn't know you would be so lax when it comes to your own safety. Howard crossed his arms. But don't worry, I'll fix everything. Zoltan wondered what it would take to send the werebear into hibernation. Milan, tell the guides that the East Wing and Tower will be off the tour, while renovations are being done. Construction will begin on Monday, so this will affect the next tour on Tuesday. Will do. Milan made a note, then adjusted his glasses. If I might say so, the tourists will be very disappointed to miss the main attraction in the tower. Oh, that reminds me. Elsa turned to Zoltan. Alistair is worried that the wooden box we built around the mummy won't be enough protection if a stone wall collapses. He thinks we should move it to a safer location like the chapel. Then it can remain on the tour. Zoltan nodded. All right, but be careful. Wait a minute. Howard lifted a hand to stop him. With a stunned look, he looked at his wife and then Zoltan. There's a mummy? Oh, yes. Milan nodded as he made notes. A very old mummy, very popular with the tourists. Howard ran a hand through his hair. This place is crazy. Zoltan gave him a wry smile. Welcome to Transylvania. He zoomed up the stairs, leaving the werebear behind, finally speechless. Chapter 5. The boy was near death, his body bleeding and bruised, an angry red burn seared across his back. Naona moved her hands over the gashes and bruises, taking in as much of his pain as she could endure. In the distance, where the village and castle were located, smoke billowed into the sky. The stench of burning bodies made her choke. Gathering up her courage, she placed a hand on the boy's burned back. Fire sizzled up her arm. With a cry, Naona sat up in bed. Gasping for air, she looked around her dark one-room house. She was home in Bayollah, far, far away from that terrible memory. She hadn't dreamed about it in many years. Moonlight filtered through an open window, lending just enough light to make out the shape of 2 chairs and a small table in front of the hearth. A trunk containing her clothes rested at the foot of her bed. Another trunk sat at the foot of Minerva's bed across the room. Her empty bed. Naona's heart stilled as another wave of grief swept over her, leaving her cold and numb. Minerva, she whispered, who will listen to me now in the still of the night? Whom can I trust with my secrets? Sleep had been difficult since the battle 2 weeks ago. When Naona would finally fall asleep, she dreamed of her twin sister. Memories of growing up in the valley, running through the green pastures, laughing, playing in the stream. But the dream would always take a sinister turn, and she would see Lord Liao's sword plunging through her sister's chest, see her sister falling to the ground. Then Naona would wake up with tears streaming down her cheeks, and her heart aching so much that she thought it would burst. But tonight had been different. Why, after all these years, would she dream about that boy? It had been a horrendous day, full of death and destruction, a day she'd tried hard to forget. Why did I have that dream? She glanced at Minerva's bed, imagining what her sister would say. Did something different happen to you today? Yes, Naona whispered. I met a man so special I couldn't tell anyone.
But I would have told you." Silence. Tears filled her eyes. It must have been a warning to shield my heart, so I would remember what happens if any of us chooses a man over our sacred duty. Steeling her nerves, she wiped her cheeks. It was a good thing Zoltan had disappeared. She was too vulnerable right now, too easily swayed by a false sense of affection. She would have to be strong. The price of losing one's heart to a man was always the same: death and destruction. Innocent or killer? The question reverberated in Zoltan's mind. It was the following evening, and he was in his office in Budapest reading a report. But the words on the page kept blurring before his eyes as his brain replayed last night's meeting over and over. The memory always started with the best part of their meeting, the kiss. He would recall how sweet Niona had tasted, how strong yet delicate she had felt in his arms. She was the most fascinating combination of toughness and tenderness. Her words had been bold, but her body had trembled at his touch. Innocent. But then the leopard's warning would slice through his memory like a knife, ripping it to shreds. Then he would recall how she'd attacked him at first. He'd been unarmed, but she'd shown no mercy, no hesitation. A killer. With a groan, he tossed the report on his desk. Innocent or killer? Which was she? Who were the women of Beolah? Was it a convent? But he'd never heard of nuns who went around ravishing and killing men. Maybe they were a man-hating cult. Why did they have arrows similar to the one that had killed his father? Were they descendants of the ones who had murdered him and destroyed the village? It seemed crazy, but he might have discovered a centuries-old cult of female assassins living in a place called Beolah. Had Niona attacked him because he'd ventured too close to their home? The leopard had said men weren't allowed there. They would kill him if they found him there. He did a search on his computer for Beolah, but just as he expected, nothing came up. The word Beol existed, though. It meant hidden valley in the Himalayas. The example cited was called Barun Valley, and the photo looked similar to the valley he'd seen. Green and lush, surrounded by snow-peaked mountains. The local people, the Sherpa, called such a place sacred. Paradise on earth. Fantasies were told of hidden valleys like Shangri-La, where the people never aged and lived forever in peace and harmony. Zoltan snorted. There was nothing peaceful or harmonious about Niona. He'd turned his back on her once trying to protect her, and she'd clobbered him. At least all the injuries he'd incurred had completely healed during his death sleep. Should he see her again? God, he wanted to. He'd enjoyed talking to her. He'd really enjoyed kissing her. But would she be glad to see him or try to kill him? He'd never know if he stayed here in Budapest. Unfortunately, he had a full schedule of meetings until midnight, and then he had to return to his townhouse, where the ballroom was used twice a month for Coven Court. As Coven Master of Eastern Europe, he had to preside over the proceedings, pass judgments, and generally keep the peace among his constituents. Occasionally, some malcontents would get out of hand, and he'd have to borrow some employees from Angus to go after them. For centuries, he'd been keeping law and order, and building a successful business. He owned the old castle and surrounding area in Transylvania, and a great deal of real estate in Budapest, Hungary, and Sofia, Romania. Business was good. Work kept him busy. So busy that he could usually forget that he was alone. He solved other people's problems, protected them from malcontents, communists, Nazis, Ottoman Turks, Mongols, on and on for centuries. He leaned back, closing his eyes. He was tired of the same activities stretching on into eternity. It was times like this when he sorely missed his old friend Istvan. As the local vampire, Istvan was already old and wise when Zoltan had met him as a child. And when Zoltan had suddenly become the new Count of Zakvar at the age of 14, Istvan had lent him advice and wealth in order to rebuild the castle and village. At the age of 29, Zoltan had despaired that he would grow old and die without discovering the truth surrounding the deaths of his parents, and he'd begged Istvan to change him. Since Istvan had been a friend of his father's, and was also keen to solve the mystery, he'd agreed to become Zoltan's sire. Over the years, Istvan became a second father to Zoltan. The old vampire warned him that acquiring wealth was important, even necessary for a vamp. It meant security and freedom. So Zoltan had amassed a small fortune. He felt secure enough these days in spite of Howard's fussing, but he didn't feel free. He just felt tired. Istvan had died in the Great Vampire War of 1710, killed by the evil Casimir. Zoltan had tried his best to step into the shoes of his mentor, volunteering to take over Istvan's job as Coven Master of Eastern Europe. Zoltan had been re-elected in 1750, then again in 1850 and 1950. Apparently, no one else wanted the responsibility. Istvan had also taught Zoltan that time spent protecting mortals would give his life meaning. Zoltan had accepted that as his noble purpose, but the longer he lived, the more mortals he saw grow old and die. He couldn't really protect them from death. Was his noble purpose nothing more than vanity to make himself feel better? With a sigh, he opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on the computer screen and the photo of Barun Valley. Paradise on Earth. Similar to Bayullah, but the ridges around Bayullah had seemed impenetrable, so that the valley was completely cut off from the rest of the world. Beautiful, but so isolated. What would cause a handful of women to live alone in such a place? Why were they willing to kill to keep it secret? Zoltan sat up. This was what he needed, a new quest. He would discover the secrets of Bayullah and win the heart of Niona. If she didn't kill him first. And he might also solve the mystery of his first quest and find out what had happened that fateful day in 1241. Because of the arrow, he had a strong feeling it was all connected. A knock sounded on the door, and Milan peeked in.
"Sir, I'm sorry to say this, but your meeting in 5 minutes has to be postponed. They just called and they're running late. They don't expect to be here for 30 minutes. "That's fine."
Zoltan's heart started pounding. In 30 minutes, he could teleport to Tibet and back.
"Oh, Milan,"
he said when his assistant started to shut the door.
"Yes, sir?"
Milan looked back in.
"Clear my schedule for tomorrow. In fact, clear it for a week."
Milan's mouth dropped open.
"You're taking a vacation?" "Yes."
Zoltan grabbed a pen and some paper.
"But you never take a vacation, not in the 5 years that I've worked for you." "You've been with me 5 years?" "Yes, sir."
Milan blushed slightly and adjusted his glasses.
"You hired me after I graduated from college."
"Oh." Zoltan thought back. Milan's grandfather had been the steward at his castle for years, and Milan's father, the head gardener, had turned the gardens into one of the highlights of the castle tour. They were always there, every night, just like Milan.
"I don't recall you ever taking a vacation."
Milan's blush deepened.
You never gave me one. Not that I'm complaining. You've taken care of my family for more generations than we can remember. It is an honor to be working for you."
Zoltan groaned inwardly. He'd been so obsessed with work that he hadn't noticed what was happening to the mortals around him, and he prided himself as their protector?
"Good God, Milan, you should have told me what a terrible boss I am." "That's not usually wise for an employee, sir." "You're taking a vacation. Now." "I am? But should we both be gone at the same time, sir?" "Oh, right. You have to stay."
Milan's shoulders drooped.
"Yes, sir. But you're promoted. You know everything that's going on, right? You know all the building managers and business contacts?"
When Milan nodded, Zoltan made a decision.
"Very well. You're in charge now. Double, no, triple your salary. And when I get back, you go on vacation, okay?"
Milan stared at him, his blue eyes wide. All of a sudden, Zoltan felt 50 pounds lighter. And much more energetic. Free.
"I'll see you in 30 minutes, Vice President."
Milan nodded.
"Yes, sir."
He closed the door. With Zoltan's superior hearing, he heard a victorious whoop on the other side of the door. Smiling, he wrote a note in English.
"Dear Niona,
I'd like to see you again. Please meet me here at midnight. Zoltan.
He grabbed the note and teleported back to the clearing where he'd fought and kissed Niona the night before. From the top of the rocky outcropping, he retrieved the arrow he'd taken from Russell. Then, using his vampire strength, he rammed the arrow into an oak tree, pinning the note. But what if one of the other women saw it? Would Niona be in trouble? He pulled the arrow out, then levitated up to the branch where the leopard had lounged the night before. He pinned the note there. It was too high to be noticeable by most, but hopefully the leopard would find it and tear the note off to give it to Niona. It was a long shot, but what else could he do? He couldn't waltz into Beola, where he was forbidden, unless he managed to remain hidden. He wandered down to the stream, watching and listening, but no one was around. He eyed the rock wall where water gushed out. The water had to be coming from Beola. He teleported to the top of the ridge, then across the top branches of trees, till he had a good view of the village. Only glowing embers remained in the central fire pit. The houses were dark. The women had probably retired for the night. He spotted the leopard trotting up a hillside toward a series of mounds. Burial mounds? There were 5 of them. No, 6. The 6th one was grown over with grass and harder to see in the dark. The other 5 were brown with newly piled dirt, topped with large rocks that gleamed silver in the moonlight. Something moved next to a mound. One of the women? He teleported closer. Yes, a woman. Dressed in green and brown linen that blended into the hillside so well, she was scarcely visible. He teleported to a tree close to her. Was it Niona? It was hard to tell when all the women had long black hair and slim bodies. She sat very still, her hand resting on a dirt mound, her head bowed. With her other hand, she wiped her cheeks. She was crying. Zoltan winced. 5 of the graves were new. As far as he knew, only 6 women remained. Russell had said they'd been taking heavy losses when he joined the battle. Why was Lord Liao fighting these women? The leopard approached her, bumping his head against her leg. She gave him a pat, then lay back on the grass staring up at the sky. Niona. Whom was she crying for in the middle of the night? A family member or close friend? His heart squeezed as he watched her. He knew how it felt to lose all his family and his closest friend. He would have to be careful with her heart. It was already raw with pain. And he'd have to make sure Lord Liao didn't kill any more of these women. An inner voice warned him that once again he was taking on the responsibility of protecting mortals, but he ignored it. Niona was special. He couldn't let anyone harm her. The next time Russell came for supplies, he'd have to answer some questions. Who were the women of Beola? And why was Lord Liao and Master Han's soldiers attacking them? Cat, he mentally nudged the leopard. Zahn looked around, its golden eyes gleaming, till it spotted him in the tree. You fool. If they catch you here, they will kill you. I left a note on the tree branch where you sat while Niona and I were talking. You did more than talk. The cat glared at him. Hurt her and I'll gnaw your foot off. Zoltan ignored the threat. Help her find the note tomorrow. I want to see her again. The cat thumped his tail on the ground. Why should I help you? Because she's sad, and I want her to be happy. The cat blinked slowly. Maybe I'll help, maybe I won't. Fair enough, Zoltan conceded. Watch over her, okay? Zahn didn't respond, but rested a paw on Niona's leg. Zoltan took one last look at her, then teleported back to his office. 3 minutes till the meeting. He smiled to himself, straightening his tie. If all went well, he'd be with Niona tomorrow night. Chapter 6. You smell rabbits around here? Niona asked her pet leopard. I haven't seen any tracks. Zahn trotted ahead of her, presumably following the scent of some sort of prey. According to Tashi, who could communicate with him, the cat wanted his favorite meal again, so Niona had taken him hunting at dawn. She stopped, recognizing the clearing they were in. This was where she'd met Zoltan. The rising sun shot fractured rays through the trees, causing the morning dew to sparkle on the grass. It was a beautiful place, the perfect setting for a memory that continued to haunt her. Who would have known a man could be that strong, yet kiss that sweetly? A deep sense of longing enveloped her heart. God help her, she wanted to be special to someone. She was surrounded by friends in Beola, but with her sister gone, she felt so alone. There was no one to open her heart to, no one to hold her when she ached inside. Of course, as a warrior woman, she wasn't supposed to need comforting. She certainly wasn't supposed to seek comfort from a man, even an exceptional man like Zoltan. Where did he come from? He didn't look like any villager she'd ever seen. Had he truly wanted to kiss her? Or had he merely tricked her into closing her eyes so he could escape? Why did he run away? Did he not enjoy the kiss? Maybe he didn't like her. She shook her head. Why would he like her when she'd clobbered him? She exhaled slowly, reminding herself once again that his disappearance was for the best. She couldn't fall for a man and shirk her sacred duty, especially now, when they were at the beginning of a new cycle. But why did she have to keep reminding herself? Even now she found herself peering carefully into the forest, hoping for a glimpse of him. The leopard drew her attention when he suddenly scrambled up a tree. "What are you doing? You won't find a rabbit up there." Her breath caught when she noticed a piece of paper stuck to the branch with an arrow. "What is that?" Zahn ripped at the paper with his claws. "Don't destroy it." Could it be a note from Zoltan? A piece of the paper floated down and she grabbed it. "Dear Niona, I'd like to see you again. Please meet me here at midnight. Zoltan." Her heart leaped into her throat. "He wants to see me." Zahn made an annoyed huffing noise and jumped down to the ground. "How clever of you to find the note." She hugged the leopard, then rubbed his ears. "You must have recognized his scent." Zahn butted his head against her. "Good kitty." Her heart thudded as she folded the letter and slipped it into her tunic pocket. Did she dare meet Zoltan? And the even bigger question, did she dare take his seed? She swallowed hard. Why not? He had agreed to mate with her. It would be cowardly to run away from such a golden opportunity. Still, she needed to think this through. "Let's find something for dinner." She could make her plans while they hunted. She strode down the hill toward the stream. It was easier to spot tracks in the muddy areas there. Her heart pounded with each step. She could see Zoltan tonight. An inner voice warned her that it might be unwise, but she shoved it aside. She wasn't shirking her duty. If she had a daughter, she would be fulfilling it. Should she take him to Frederick's old cabin? It wasn't far from here. The women had used the cabin 2 weeks ago to house the vampire Russell when he was injured. They had felt honor-bound to take care of him after he'd saved Queen Nima's life during battle. Niona figured the cabin was a more suitable place for mating than the woods. She would have to take fresh sheets and some supplies from Beola without anyone noticing. And she would need to bathe and wash her hair. She pressed a hand against her chest where her heart continued to pound. This was exciting. "Be careful," an inner voice warned her. "You could lose your heart to him." She pushed those thoughts away. She'd lived with gloom and despair for 2 weeks. It was time to think more positively. This had to be for the best, because for the first time since losing her sister, she felt alive. After waking from his death sleep in the bedroom of his castle, Zoltan's thoughts immediately turned to Niona. Would she be waiting for him at their meeting place? Had the leopard helped her find the note? His excitement grew as he showered and dressed. This time he wore more suitable clothes: jeans, brown t-shirt, hiking boots, and a green hooded jacket with zippered compartments. He teleported down to the kitchen for a quick meal. "There you are," Howard said as he materialized. "Good evening." Zoltan nodded at the werebear and his wife, who were seated at the kitchen table sharing a bowl of ice cream. "We thought we'd find you here after sunset," Howard said, his gaze drifting down to Zoltan's hiking boots. "Going somewhere?" Ignoring him, Zoltan took a bottle of AB negative out of the fridge, twisted off the top, and set it in the microwave. "We heard you were taking a vacation," Elsa said.
Yes.
Zoltan rummaged through the fridge till he found some bagged blood. He zipped it into one of the large pockets on his jacket. Emergency rations, just in case. "Milan is in shock," Elsa continued. "He said you haven't taken a night off in 5 years.
Guess I'm overdue."
The microwave dinged, so Zoltan removed the bottle and poured the warmed-up blood into a glass. Howard spooned some ice cream into his mouth.
"Let's get to the point, okay? I need to know where you're going."
Zoltan gave him an annoyed look.
"I'll take a sat phone with me this time." "So, you're going back to Tibet?"
Howard set down his spoon.
"You're going to see the Amazon warrior again?"
"Maybe." Zoltan upended his glass, guzzling down the blood.
"Why do you want to see a woman who beat the crap out of you?"
Zoltan swallowed so hard that his eyes watered.
"She didn't beat the... Look, whomever I choose to see is none of your business." "It is my business when it affects security," Howard argued. "From what I can tell, you have no regard whatsoever for your personal safety. There are no guards here, no working surveillance cameras. You let strangers roam about the castle that you publicize as a vampire castle, and you let everyone in the vicinity know you're a vamp."
Zoltan shrugged and drank more blood. Howard sat back, folding his arms across his chest.
"I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I think I know what's going on here."
"Really?" Elsa's eyes widened as she ate more ice cream. "What?" Howard leaned toward her and lowered his voice.
"Grigori explained it to me. When a vamp reaches his 500th birthday, he normally falls into a state of deep depression."
"Oh, no." Elsa gave Zoltan a worried look. He snorted and drank more blood.
"And Zoltan here is about 800 years old," Howard continued, "so he could be seriously depressed."
Elsa winced. "The poor man." Zoltan gritted his teeth.
"I'm not so old that my hearing is gone."
Howard leaned closer to his wife.
"It explains everything. Why he's so careless about his own safety, why he's no longer interested in his job. Why he insists on seeing a woman who beat the crap out. She didn't beat the crap."
Zoltan took a deep breath.
"This is ridiculous. I'm not depressed."
Elsa gave him a sympathetic look. "You won't be able to get better until you admit the problem."
"I'm fine."
Zoltan tossed the empty bottle in the recycle bin so hard that it shattered. He winced. Sometimes he forgot how strong he was. Howard and Elsa exchanged a knowing look. Zoltan groaned.
"I'm not depressed. I'm just tired."
"And lonely."
"I'm going now." "Wait."
Howard jumped to his feet.
"You can't leave without a sat phone, and you shouldn't face the Amazon warrior without some weapons. You'll need a knife, a sword, and a handgun. I can't go on a date fully armed."
Elsa's eyes lit up. "This is a date?" Zoltan winced. Now he'd said more than he had intended to.
"Maybe."
Elsa looked at her husband. "This is a good sign. If he's dating, maybe he's not so depressed after all."
"But if he were thinking clearly," Howard whispered back, "he wouldn't date a woman who beat the crap out. She didn't beat me."
Zoltan strode toward the door.
"I'm getting the sat phone, then leaving."
"Wait!" Elsa rushed toward him. "You shouldn't go on a date empty-handed. Do you have flowers or something?" Zoltan paused. Elsa might have a point.
"What should I bring?"
Elsa frowned, considering. Then her face brightened. "I have a box of chocolates I haven't opened." Howard stiffened.
"That was my gift for you."
"You can get me some more." Elsa squeezed her husband's arm. "This is an emergency. Zoltan needs something now." Zoltan nodded.
"Chocolate might be good. I doubt she gets much of it. Maybe it'll keep her from beating the crap."
Howard stopped when Zoltan glared at him. "The box is in our bedroom." Elsa started out the door. "I'll be right back."
"We'll be in the armory,"
Howard called after her. Zoltan made his way quickly to the armory with Howard right behind him, asking questions along the way.
What's her name? Where does she live? Does she look like Xena, the warrior princess? Why did she beat you up?
Zoltan ignored him and selected a sat phone off a shelf in the armory.
Let me see that.
Howard grabbed it and started pushing buttons.
Okay, it's charged up and working well. I'm putting my number and Angus's and Mikhail's. If anything goes wrong, I want you to call. Either Angus or Mikhail should be able to teleport to you right away. I understand.
Zoltan reached for the phone, but Howard kept pushing buttons. When Howard's cell phone went off, he smiled.
Okay, now I have your number.
He handed the sat phone to Zoltan.
I recommend you take at least one knife. I'll be fine.
Zoltan dropped the sat phone into a pants pocket.
If I'm really in trouble, I'll just teleport back here. Does she know you're a vamp?
Zoltan shook his head.
I don't think so.
Although her cat knew he wasn't normal. Fortunately, she wasn't able to communicate with her pet.
Does she know about vamps? Probably. They were fighting Lord Liao and some of Master Han's army 2 weeks ago.
Howard's eyes narrowed.
What does Lord Liao have against them? I don't know.
Zoltan shrugged.
There's a lot I don't know. That's one reason I want to go back.
Howard nodded.
They might turn out to be good allies against Master Han.
Hello? Elsa's voice carried down the spiral staircase. Then she appeared in the entrance to the armory. With a smile, she handed a gold foil box to Zoltan. Here you go.
Thank you.
The box was too large for any of his pockets, so he zipped up his jacket and slid it inside. Good luck. Oh, Elsa raised a hand to stop him. I wanted to let you know we'll be moving the mummy Tuesday morning, so it will be in the chapel for the tour that afternoon.
All right.
Zoltan nodded.
Good evening.
His heart started pounding. Would Niona be waiting for him? He didn't want to materialize in front of her, so he would teleport a short distance away and walk to the clearing. Niona smoothed the clean sheets on the bed, then took one final look around the cabin. A fire was burning in the hearth. The kettle was full of water and ready to heat up over the flames. The old English tea set had been washed and placed on the table, along with a bowl of fresh berries she'd picked earlier in the day. She adjusted the sash around her tunic. These were her finest clothes, an embroidered silk tunic and pants. She'd told the other women that she was hunting tonight with Zahn, so she'd left wearing her usual green and brown linen, with her good clothes, a towel, and some soap stashed in the bag she wore on her back. She'd washed up in her favorite place, where the stream from Bayo La jetted out into the neighboring valley. Then she'd dressed in Frederick's cabin and readied it for Zoltan's visit. The cat kept getting underfoot, as if he didn't think he was getting enough attention. She patted Zahn's head. I know I cannot continue to see him, but if I could just have a daughter. She tensed as the fear of having a son crept into her thoughts. No, she would have to think positively. She would have a daughter, a beautiful daughter with Zoltan's hair and eyes. Then she would have someone to love. And she wouldn't have to spend the rest of her life with a broken heart. Zahn curled up in front of the hearth to take a nap. She took a deep breath, then started for the clearing. With each step, her heart pounded louder in her ears. Remember to stay in charge, she warned herself. Take his seed if he is willing, then send him on his way. Do not become attached to him. She stopped, her breath catching when she saw him. He was contemplating the night sky, his head tilted back, and the moonlight illuminating his profile. The sharply defined line of his jaw, the shape of his cheekbones and nose, the strong length of his neck. How could he be even more handsome than she'd remembered? His shoulder-length brown hair was brushed back from a wide brow. The wound on his temple was completely healed. He turned toward her, and she froze under the intensity of his stare. It had been a mistake to ever question this man's intelligence. His sharp eyes cut through her, as if he wanted to peel back her skin to examine her soul. His gaze lowered to her clothes, then returned to her face. I'm glad you came. She drew in a deep breath, steeling her nerves. Zahn found your note. He stepped toward her.
You look beautiful tonight. He smiled. But then you would look beautiful every night. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of his smile. Who was this man that he could affect her so easily? Where do you come from? Are you staying at the nearby village? After a pause, he replied, I have passed through there. He removed a box from his jacket. I have a gift for you. She blinked in surprise. First he'd used flattery, and now he had a gift? Hadn't she made it clear that she wanted to mate with him? There was no need for him to act so gallantly, as if he were courting her. Her nerves tensed. Why would he court her unless he wanted to win her affections? She couldn't allow that to happen. After tonight, she'd refuse to see him again. She glanced at the shiny gold box. That was not necessary, but thank you. Do you not like chocolate? She searched her memory of all the books she'd read from Frederick's small library. Hot chocolate? Not the drink. Zoltan gave her a curious look. Have you never eaten chocolate? She felt heat warming her cheeks. When Frederick had returned to England, they'd lost their only contact with the outside world, and now she felt woefully ignorant. Come with me, and we shall have some tea. She turned and headed down the hill. Zoltan walked beside her. Are you taking me to your home? No. She shook her head. That is not allowed. I am taking you to Frederick's cabin. Is he a friend of yours? He's Freddie's and Freya's father. He taught us English. He's the one who went back to England? Neona nodded, remembering how distraught Freddie and Freya had been, and their mother Calliope had been devastated. Queen Nima had declared that it was just further proof that men could not be trusted. They always betrayed you in the end. She wouldn't let that happen. Zoltan couldn't hurt her if she refused to let him into her heart. The cabin is this way. She pointed to a clearing downstream where the stone house was situated. He followed her inside and looked around. Is your home similar to this one? No running water or electricity? She wasn't sure what electricity was. There is running water in the stream outside. She hesitated, wondering if she should suggest he lie down on the bed. Perhaps she should give him time to get comfortable. He'd said the other night that he needed to be in the mood. She set the kettle over the fire. It will take a moment for the water to boil. That's fine. He placed the gold box on the table in front of the hearth. Zahn looked up from his nap and hissed. Shh, she hushed the cat. Why don't you go outside? You can warn me if someone comes. Zahn stalked toward the door, snarling at her guest. Zoltan followed the cat, chuckling as the cat gave him one last hiss. So long, cat. He shut the door, then strolled around the perimeter of the room. This is nice. He stopped to admire a white silk banner embroidered with red and pink blossoms. Frederick's wife made it. Does she live here? She passed away. Zoltan turned to face her. I'm sorry. Were you close to her? Neona tossed a few more sticks onto the fire to increase the heat. There is no need to discuss anything personal. Once we have had our tea, we can proceed. She motioned toward the bed. He glanced at the bed, then back at her, his eyes narrowing as he looked her over. What you're wearing is very pretty. Did you make it? Yes. She adjusted the sash. Why did she feel like he was imagining her without her clothes? We do quite a bit of sewing in the winter. We can be snowed in for months. You don't get lonesome? She swallowed hard. The next winter would seem endless without her sister. We keep busy. We make our clothes and shoes, a new supply of arrows. I make ointments and medicine. Some of the women make pottery. And of course we practice our fighting skills every day. His mouth twitched. I'm sure you do. I've been told more than once that you beat the crap out of me. She lifted her chin. You were told correctly. His answering smile caused an odd fluttering sensation in her stomach. He didn't seem intimidated or angered by her show of strength. On the contrary, he acted like he enjoyed it, and that only served to make him more appealing.
Don't fall for him, she reminded herself. She straightened the teacups and saucers on the table. He wandered over to a wooden chest that was topped with a stack of books.
These are in English.
She sighed. He seemed determined to pry into her personal life. Those belonged to Frederick. Zoltan rummaged through them.
A world atlas, a Bible, some novels, Ivanhoe and A Tale of Two Cities.
Those were his favorites.
They all look well read. This one is falling apart.
He picked up a book and studied the faded lettering on the spine.
Pride and Prejudice.
She selected a plump wild berry from the bowl on the table. That one is my favorite. I read it every winter.
Interesting.
He set it down carefully, then looked at her, the corner of his mouth curling up.
So, your favorite is about a man and woman falling in love.
Warmth invaded her cheeks, but she ignored it and slipped the berry into her mouth. Juice spurted from the fruit as she bit down, and she quickly pressed a hand to her mouth. She swallowed and licked her lips, painfully aware that he was watching her intently, his gaze riveted on her mouth. More heat flooded her face. Was he remembering their kiss? She turned to look at the fireplace. It was taking an eternity for the water to boil, but the way he was looking at her might indicate that he was now in the correct mood. Steeling her nerves, she faced him and motioned toward the bed. Please make yourself comfortable. He surprised her by sitting at the table in front of the hearth.
Would you like to try one?
He opened the gold box. She moved close to the table and studied the chocolates. They came in different shades of brown and 3 different shapes, round, square, and rectangular. Finally, she selected a round one and bit into it. Instantly, her mouth was filled with the richest, creamiest, sweetest sensation she'd ever tasted. Oh my! She licked her lips to keep drool from trickling out. He smiled.
I guess you like it.
She nodded and put the rest of the piece in her mouth. It was truly heavenly. What other wondrous things from the outside world was she missing? She put the lid on the box, then turned back to the hearth to check on the water.
So Frederick lived here?
Zoltan asked. She nodded. Frederick Chesterton.
And his wife and daughters lived here too?
No, the women live in another valley.
Why didn't he live with them?
It is one of our rules. No man is allowed in. Niona glanced back with an apologetic look. I guess our ways must seem strange to you.
What about your family?
Niona sighed, wishing the water would hurry up and boil. I'd rather not talk about myself.
It was my 3rd condition, remember? We have to get to know each other.
She glanced back at him. Would he really refuse to bed her if she didn't tell him more about herself? Maybe a little information would be all right, as long as she didn't disclose any secrets. She wandered back to the table and opened the tin that contained tea leaves. I never knew my father. He went back to Greece. Or did he? She spooned some tea leaves into the pot. My mother is our leader, Queen Nima. Zoltan's eyes widened, then he grinned.
So you really are a warrior princess?
She scoffed. No, I'm not in line for the throne.
Why not?
The kettle whistled finally, and she hurried to the hearth, relieved for the brief respite from his questions. She wrapped a towel around her hand, then carried the hot kettle back to the table.
Why can't you be queen?
She poured steaming water into the teapot. It's complicated.
Then explain. I have nowhere else to go.
He gave her a wry smile.
And I'm seemingly intelligent.
Niona smiled in spite of herself. Yes, you are. She set the lid on the pot to let the tea steep. We all have special gifts, and I have the wrong one.
How can a gift be wrong?
Would the man never stop with the questions? She motioned toward the bed. It's late. Perhaps we should rest for a while? His eyes glimmered like glowing amber.
You keep trying to seduce me.
She swallowed hard. The way he was looking at her made her stomach quiver. Don't you want to be seduced? His mouth curled up slowly.
I'm not in the mood yet.
He patted the chair next to him.
Talk to me. I want to know what kind of gift you have and why it's wrong."
She eased into the chair, all too aware that his arm was now resting on the back of it. "I'm a healer. When I touch an injury, I can take away the pain and help it heal."
"That's an excellent gift."
"Not really. I have to feel the pain too."
"Oh, that's bad."
He sat up suddenly.
"Is that why you had your hand on my pants? You were healing me?"
She nodded. "I needed you to be functioning properly."
"I see."
His mouth twitched, then he gave her a wide-eyed, innocent look.
"I'm afraid I'm still suffering from residual pain."
"From 2 nights ago?"
"You need me really hard. I could use your healing touch."
She narrowed her eyes. "I think you're lying."
"You're right."
He grinned.
"But it was worth a shot."
She smiled back.
"You have a pretty smile."
Her heart squeezed in her chest. "Don't fall for him. Just get this over with." "So you're functioning properly now?"
"I'll be fine once I get in the mood."
How could such a strong, virile man be so slow? "Maybe I should touch you after all, to help you get in the mood." She reached for his groin, but he grabbed her hand.
"What kind of gift do you need to be queen?"
he asked, encasing her hand in both of his. She groaned silently with frustration. "Why do you need to know? You cannot be queen, you are a man." She pulled her hand from his grip and eyed his groin with suspicion. "That is, if you can ever get in the mood." His jaw shifted.
"I'm getting there. Just a few more questions. What kind of gift does the queen need?"
"She must be able to communicate with winged creatures." Neona winced. Now she'd said too much. Zoltan inhaled sharply.
"You mean birds? Your mother can talk to birds?"
"Yes." She gave him a wary look. "That probably sounds strange."
"No, it doesn't."
He gazed into the fire for a moment.
"Are there other women in your group who have that gift?"
"My twin sister Minerva did, but—" Neona tensed, afraid a wave of grief would sweep over her. She steeled her nerves and continued. "Winifred has the gift, so she will be the next queen." Zoltan turned toward her.
"You had a twin sister?"
"Let me see if the tea is ready." Neona jumped to her feet and grabbed the teapot. Her hands trembled, and some tea splashed onto the table.
"That's all right."
Zoltan took the teapot from her and set it down.
"I don't really need any tea."
She sat back down and clenched her hands together in her lap. "I think we've talked enough."
"You lost your sister?"
She nodded. 2 weeks ago.
"I'm so sorry."
He reached over and took hold of her hands.
"I've lost my loved ones too."
She glanced at him and saw the pain shimmering in his golden amber eyes. "I'm sorry." He squeezed her hands.
"What happens if you get injured? Are you able to heal yourself?"
She shook her head. "There was another healer, Frederick's wife Calliope, but she died about 6 years ago. I couldn't save her."
"And now you're on your own? You relieve everyone's pain, but there is no one to help you?"
Tears filled her eyes. "The pain I have cannot be healed."
"I know."
He reached up and brushed her hair back from her brow.
"But I would give you comfort if I can."
He was so tempting. Oh God, don't fall for him. Her heart yearned for someone to hold her and care for her, but it couldn't be Zoltan. She had to have a daughter. She could hold and cherish a daughter. But what if she had a son? Would Zoltan react like Frederick had when Calliope had given birth to a son? Frederick had waited till the boy was old enough for school, and then he'd taken him to England. He'd left his mate and daughters behind, abandoned. A tear rolled down her cheek. What if she fell in love with Zoltan? How could she bear to lose him? Good God, she could lose him and a son. The pain she was feeling now could triple. "I cannot do this." She jumped to her feet and ran for the door. "Neona!" She dashed outside, headed for the stream.
"Neona!"
Zoltan grabbed her arm to stop her.
"What happened? Did I say something wrong?
She shook her head. You're not wrong. You're too right. I could fall for you.
Would that be so bad?
She broke away from his grip. I don't want your heart. The only thing I wanted from you is a daughter. He stiffened.
What?
I told you, men are not allowed here. Tears streamed down her cheeks and she backed away. I wanted a daughter, but I changed my mind. It's too big of a risk. I can never see you again. Goodbye. Chapter 7. Stunned, Zoltan watched her run along the stream with her pet leopard trotting behind her. All she had wanted from him was a daughter? Had she planned to bed him, then never see him again? Was he nothing more than a damned sperm bank? A blast of anger surged through him. She was rejecting him without giving him a decent chance. Even more infuriating was the thought that she would have dismissed him from the start if she'd known the truth. She would have considered him entirely useless. Hell, she probably would have killed him. For the truth was, his sperm was dead. Damn it. He could give her jewels and gowns, mansions and castles. He could give her pleasure. In time, he could have given her love. As a vamp, he could even give her immortality. But she wanted the one thing he couldn't give. A child. Rejected again, for the same damned reason. Over the centuries, he'd fallen for a few women. The affairs would last for a year or two, but they always ended the same way. The lure of immortality would fade, and then they always left him for a man who could give them children and grow old with them. A few years back, something had happened that had given Zoltan hope that he could break the cycle of rejection. A brilliant vamp scientist, Roman Dragoneschi, had figured out a way to insert their vamp DNA into live human sperm. Now the vamps with mortal wives were having kids like crazy. Technically, he could give Neona children, but it would require a trip to Romatech in New York where Roman worked. Zoltan wasn't sure she would ever agree to go there for the artificial insemination process. Roman could probably guarantee her a daughter, if that was what she really wanted. But would she expect Zoltan to drop her and his daughter off in Tibet, never to see them again? He would not abandon her or his child, damn it. And why the hell couldn't a woman want him for himself? Was he so damned unlovable that a woman could only want him for the children he might provide? He'd been rejected in the past for that, but he would not sit by and let it happen again. Not with Neona. She was different. Somehow her fate was linked to his. They were connected. He wasn't sure how, but he knew in his gut that she belonged with him. He charged toward Neona, using vampire speed to catch up with her. 6 feet behind her, he slowed to a rapid walk. The cat looked at him and snarled. "Get lost." "No." He glared at Neona's back. "So that's it, you're giving up?" The cat huffed. "Great idea, yelling at her. That will make her like you." "Shut up, cat." "Talk to me, Neona. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden?" She kept walking. "I decided it was unwise." "Bullshit, you're afraid. What kind of warrior are you? I thought you were tougher than that." She whirled to face him, her clenched hands raised and ready to punch him. "I beat you once, I can do it again." "Then do it." He spread his hands in surrender. "Tie me up and ravish me." "I don't want to anymore." "Why not?" He stepped toward her. "Are you afraid you might develop feelings for me? God forbid you might feel close to me while I'm inside you." She swung a fist at him, but he jumped back. "Oh, you're making fine progress," the cat sneered. "Sawed off." "You know what really pisses me off?" He stepped closer. "That you see me as a damned sperm bank. There is more to me than my ability to father children, and there is a hell of a lot more to you than your ability to bear a child." She blinked, staring at him. The cat hissed. "Stop yelling at her or I'll claw your foot off." "Not before I stuff it down your throat." Zoltan gave the cat an annoyed look, then lowered his voice and motioned back to the cabin. "Why don't we go back in and talk? I thought we were getting along very well." She slowly lowered her fists. I cannot be a friend to you. Why not? I like you. I thought you liked me. We were getting to know each other. That's what couples do. We cannot be a couple. We can. He grabbed her by the shoulders. I'm not giving up on you. A pained look crossed her face. You have to. There is no future for us. Men are not allowed here. Why not? They're not necessary. Bullshit. Every community needs some men. She broke his hold on her and stepped back. Ours does not. He scoffed. How do you build your houses? He gestured toward the cabin. Didn't Frederick build this one? He helped, but we know how to do it without a man. We built our own homes. What about protection? A man can We can protect ourselves. Not against an army. But Zoltan didn't want to remind her of the recent death of her sister. It would be too cruel. Men have a lot of uses. She gave him a dubious look. Really? Of course, a man can build a fire. She shrugged. I can do that. A man can provide food for his family. I am an excellent hunter. A man can till the soil and plow the field. We have a donkey. He snorted. You can't replace a man with a donkey. They are stubborn creatures who won't do as they're told. Her brow arched. And there's a difference? He gritted his teeth. The cat yawned. You stepped right into that one, moron. Go chew on your fleas. Zoltan planted his hands on his hips. The donkey doesn't have hands. He can't do repairs around the house, or cook or clean. I can do those things myself. What about those 10 climaxes you wanted? Are you going to do that yourself too? She lifted her chin. What makes you think I haven't? Damn it. Zoltan searched his brain. I know, what if you can't open a jar? You'll need a man for that. Pathetic, the cat muttered. She shrugged. Our jars do not have lids. We tie a piece of fabric around. What if you need a hug? And don't you dare mention that damn donkey. She laughed. There, you see? You need me around to make you laugh. Actually, the donkey has made me laugh a few times. He scowled at her. I refuse to compete with a donkey. You don't have to compete at all. Her face grew sad. I shouldn't see you again. I'm not giving up on you. He stepped closer. Who will listen to you in the middle of the night? Who will you share your secrets with? She gasped, her eyes widening. Did you hear me? She shook her head. You couldn't have. I was alone. Hear what? Nothing. Her eyes filled with tears. You're grieving for your sister. I understand that. She closed her eyes briefly. You don't understand how long we were together, or how long we will be apart. The first part of her sentence struck him as odd, since he assumed she'd been with her twin for only about 22 years. But facing the rest of her life alone was clearly causing her pain. When a tear rolled down her cheek, he smoothed it away with his thumb. I could be with you for a very long time. Trust me. He kissed her cheek. She trembled. Men cannot be trusted. I would never hurt you. Trust me. He kissed her other cheek. Men cannot. He stopped her by planting his mouth on hers. She tensed at first, her hands splayed against his chest. But as he moved his lips gently and insistently, her fingers slowly dug into his jacket. He deepened the kiss, and with a moan her mouth opened. Yes. He explored her mouth, claiming it as his own. She would belong to him. This was no mistake. The arrow that had haunted him for almost 800 years had led him to her. She knew the answers he'd sought for so long. She'd touched his heart that had been cold for so long. Their fates were entwined. He could feel it in his bones. This was the woman he'd waited centuries for. He scattered kisses across her face and down her neck. Her breasts grew quick and agitated. Her hands slipped up around his neck. His groin hardened, and he debated how far he should go tonight. As much as he wanted to bed her,
It didn't seem fair to take her when she believed the act would result in pregnancy. But he could pleasure her, give her one of those climaxes she wanted. He slipped his hand to the front of her tunic and palmed a breast. The silk was so thin that he could feel her nipple hardening.
"Niona," he whispered in her ear. "Let's go back to the cabin."
She leaned back, giving him a nervous look. "You're in the mood now?"
"Yes."
He grasped her hips and pulled her tight against his erection. She gasped. You're vibrating."
"I am?"
He glanced down, then realized the sat phone was buzzing in his pants pocket. Damn it. If he didn't answer, would Howard send Micaiah looking for him?
"Just a minute."
He stepped back and retrieved the phone from the pocket.
"Why the hell are you calling, Howard?" "Good evening to you, too," Howard grumbled. "Russell showed up here out of the blue and insists you talk to him. I tried to get him to tell me what the problem was, but he said it had to be you. Something about an arrow."
Zoltan winced. He would have to go.
"I'll be there in a few minutes."
He hung up. Niona eyed the phone curiously. You were able to talk to someone far away? Had she never seen a phone?
"Yes."
He dropped the phone into his pocket.
"I'm afraid I have to go."
She nodded and stepped back. It's for the best. I shouldn't see.
"Don't say that."
He touched her shoulder.
"I will return tomorrow night. Meet me at the cabin at midnight."
She regarded him sadly. Goodbye, Zoltan. She turned and walked along the stream.
"So long, loser."
The cat trotted after her.
"I will win her, cat. You can count on it."
Zoltan watched her for a minute, then stepped behind some trees to teleport home. Niona returned to the rock wall where the stream from Beola jetted out in a waterfall. The rope ladder was there, but she realized she couldn't go home, not when she was still dressed in her finest clothes. With a sigh, she started back to Frederick's cabin where she had left her hunting clothes. As she walked, she scanned the forest. Where had Zoltan gone to? The village? It was about 15 miles away, with nothing but a footpath to show the way. Did he have a horse tethered in the next valley? She shook her head. There was no point in thinking about him so much, even if she did enjoy being in his arms. When he kissed her, she forgot all reason. Her heart swelled with such yearning that she could not hold him long enough. With an ache in her heart, she realized it had happened. She was falling for him. She wanted him. But how could she ever have him? She entered the cabin and let her gaze wander about the room. There was the embroidered banner he'd admired, the books he'd looked over, the gold box of chocolates he'd brought. The tea had steeped too long, but she needed a strong drink. She drank as she tidied up the cabin, putting out the fire and hiding the gold box under some blankets and the wooden chest. She rinsed out the teapot and cup in the stream outside. Then, back in the cabin, she changed into her brown and green linen tunic and pants. She stashed her good clothes in her bag and swung it onto her back along with her quiver of arrows. She grabbed her bow and headed back to the rock wall. Zahn joined her on the way. She patted his head. Zoltan had to leave. It's for the best, I suppose. I should be grateful it didn't go any further. She could have loved him and lost him. She could have lost a son. Breaking off the relationship now was the only way to save herself from heartache. Then why did she feel so miserably sad and lonely? While Zahn scampered up the rock wall, jumping from one ledge to another, she climbed the rope ladder. At the top of the wall, she pulled the ladder up, and the tears began. With each tug, she was sentencing herself to a long life of loneliness. There was no place for a man in her life. Zoltan might come tomorrow night, but she would not be there. Better to live lonely than risk shattering her heart. She dropped the end of the ladder on the ground. It was done. "How is the hunting?" a voice asked behind her. The Queen. Niona quickly wiped her face. "No luck tonight. I'll try again at dawn." She took a deep breath and faced her mother. "You're welcome to join us if you like." "I'll be busy in the cave tomorrow." Queen Nima tilted her head, studying Niona. "Did you see anyone in our territory?" Her stomach clenched. No? Nima gazed out into the neighboring valley. The owl landed on my windowsill and told me there was an intruder. Niona swallowed hard. Had her mother seen her walking about in her finest clothes? We must be extra vigilant, Nima continued, especially now that we're in the beginning of a new cycle. I understand, Niona murmured. I fear Lord Liao will continue to search for our valley. He may have sent spies. Nima turned to look at her daughter. If any man discovers our valley or our secrets, he must be executed. Niona nodded. Yes. Her mother arched a brow. The correct response is, yes, Your Majesty. Did you think I wouldn't notice that you have neglected to use my title for the past 2 weeks? Niona tamped down on a sudden surge of anger. I have had other things on my mind. The death of your sister. Nima nodded. I understand that you're hurting. That is why I have not reprimanded you for the lack of respect. Niona scoffed. And you are not hurting? Minerva was stabbed to death right in front of us. We all risk death when we engage in battle. You know that. Now, let us return to our homes. Nima started down the path to the base of the valley. Niona's hands fisted. How dare her mother dismiss Minerva's death that easily? We shouldn't have given away her baby. Nima halted and looked back, her eyes narrowing into slits. That was 7 years ago. What is done is done. It was never done for Minerva. Niona walked toward her mother. She never recovered. If we had kept her baby, she would have fought harder. She would still be alive. Nima's eyes flashed with anger. Do not make such ridiculous claims. Besides, there was no way her son could remain. Men are not allowed here. He was a baby. What harm could he have done? He would still grow to be a man. Niona motioned toward the neighboring valley. You let Frederick live close by? And he was never allowed into this valley. Nima made a sound of disgust. He had 2 daughters with Calliope and still abandoned her. I should have killed him when I had the chance. That would have gone over well with his wife and daughters. Drop the sarcasm, Nima hissed. We all know the rules and why we have them. Your insolence is appalling, but I will tolerate it this one time since you are in mourning. How good of you. Niona bit back the words. Her anger grew as she watched her mother turn her back and walk away. What happened to my father? Nima halted, her spine stiffening. You go too far. I told you never to speak of him. Niona approached her. Did you kill him? Her mother turned to face her. Hypocrisy does not suit you. We are warriors. She stepped closer. How many men have you killed, Niona? In the heat of battle, it is self-defense. We must kill in order to survive. Nima's mouth twisted with a wry smile. And what makes you think your father didn't fight back? Niona's gut churned. Killing men in battle was one thing, but killing a man after mating with him? The queen patted Niona on the cheek. Pull yourself together. Nothing matters except fulfilling our sacred duty. Minerva mattered. Nima closed her eyes briefly with a pained look. In the end, she was weak. Don't let that happen to you. She turned and walked down the path into the valley. Niona remained behind with tears stinging her eyes. Zahn butted his head against her leg, and she crouched down beside him. Sacred duty, she muttered. All her life she'd heard that nothing mattered except keeping the valley and its secrets safe. Minerva mattered. Her son mattered. And Zoltan mattered. Even though it hurt like hell, she could not see him again. He was venturing far too close to Baal law. Not only was her heart at risk, his life would be over if he was caught. She hugged Zahn. Love matters. Chapter 8. When Zoltan teleported into the kitchen, he found Russell seated at the table with Howard. There was a tense silence between the ex-Marine and werebear. A large box of donuts rested on the table, and Howard was working his way through them. In front of Russell, there was an open bottle of Blisky, a mixture of synthetic blood and whiskey.
"Oh, there you are. I hope you don't mind, but I helped myself."
Russell filled his glass and poured another one for Zoltan.
"What's going on?"
Zoltan sat across from Russell.
"Do you want him to hear this?"
Russell tilted his head toward Howard.
"I'm not leaving."
Howard reached for a donut.
"Hear what?"
Zoltan asked.
"I was in the middle of something, so this had better—" "It's important," Russell said. "Howard told me you were meeting an Amazon warrior tonight. So you found the woman who made my arrow you took from me."
"Yes." Zoltan leaned forward, his elbows on the table.
"What can you tell me about them?" "Not much. They're a secretive bunch."
Russell downed his glass of Blisky.
"They're in danger from Master Han."
"Why?" Zoltan and Howard asked at the same time.
"I don't know."
Russell poured himself another glass.
"I've been spying on Lord Liao for a while now. I can learn more from his camp because he and his soldiers complain to each other. At Master Han's camp, I can't get near him. He's too heavily guarded and no one says anything there for fear that Han will kill them." "Great guy,"
Howard muttered.
Russell nodded. "I overheard Lord Liao talking to his minions, and he's getting frantic. Apparently, Master Han said he doesn't miss the 2 vampire lords who were killed, and he bragged that he doesn't need the demon Darifer in order to take over the world. He says he can do it all by himself. So Liao is worried that his days are numbered if he can't prove his worth to Master Han." "And he can prove his worth by attacking the women of Beulah?"
Zoltan asked.
Russell's eyes widened. "Is that who they are? They wouldn't even tell me that much." "Beulah?"
Howard asked as he retrieved a cell phone from his pocket.
"How do you spell it?" "You won't find it online," Zoltan told him. "I already looked. It's a hidden valley in the Himalayas. I don't know why, but men are not allowed there. When I first approached the place, one of the women tried to kill me." "Sheesh," Howard breathed. "What are they hiding there?"
Zoltan shrugged.
"I don't know. Whatever it is," Russell said, "Master Han wants it, and Liao is determined to get it for him."
Zoltan winced.
"There are only 6 of them now. They can't fight off an army of super soldiers?"
Russell nodded.
"That's why I'm here, to see what we can do."
He gave Howard an annoyed look.
"I guess you better let Angus know about it." "We could send a group to make first contact with them," Howard suggested. "Angus would go with—" "They'll try to kill any man who approaches," Zoltan interrupted. "They don't believe men can be trusted."
Howard sat back, frowning.
"But you've been meeting one of them?"
Zoltan nodded.
"Neona." "The healer?" Russell asked.
A spurt of anger jabbed at Zoltan, surprising him with its intensity. Damn, he was jealous that Russell had met her first.
"How do you know her?" "I hardly know her at all, so you can relax."
Russell gave him a wry look. Was he that obvious? Zoltan sat back, affecting a nonchalant look.
"How did you meet her?" "I spent a few months following Lord Liao around Tibet. He was asking villagers where he could find the hidden valley of warrior women. I guess the news got back to the women because they attacked. They were outnumbered but were fighting so fiercely that I joined in to help."
Russell downed his glass of Blisky and slammed it on the table.
"I was so close to killing Liao, but the bastard teleported away. Then the rest of his army fled. I was wounded and lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was in a cabin. Frederick's cabin, they called it."
Zoltan nodded.
"I know the place. I found out later that I had saved their queen's life, so they felt honor-bound to nurse me back to health."
Russell continued.
"They had borrowed some horses from a nearby village, and they used them to carry me and their dead back. I was unconscious in the cabin when the sun rose, so I started sizzling. They realized I was a vampire and shuttered all the windows."
Zoltan winced.
"How did they feel about you being a vamp?" "When I woke up, they were staring at me like I was some kind of monster. Then they gave me a bowl of blood to drink."
Russell grimaced.
"It tasted awful. They'd gotten it from a donkey."
Howard chuckled. Zoltan smiled to himself. The damned donkey was good for something. Russell poured himself another glass.
They were amazed that my body had healed itself. The wounds from the battle and the burns from the sunlight had all disappeared, and their healer hadn't needed to do anything.
Zoltan nodded, relieved that Niona hadn't been forced to feel Russell's pain.
They were shocked that I had taken their side in the battle.
Russell swallowed some blisky.
They know about vampires, but they thought we were all evil. I tried to explain that there's a group of good vamps in the world who make it their goal to protect mortals. And I told them I was determined to kill Master Han myself. They liked that idea and thought I would be better suited for the task than them, since I'm also undead. So, after I promised not to tell anyone about them, they let me go. I would have kept my word, but I'm worried about them being in danger.
You did right by telling us, Zoltan assured him. I'm worried about them too.
That arrow you wanted to know about?
Russell poured the last of the blisky into his glass.
The healer gave it to me. Lord Liao killed her sister, so she asked me to use her arrow to kill him.
He sipped from his glass.
If you still have the arrow, I'd like it back.
I'll get it for you. As far as Zoltan knew, it was still stuck in the tree branch where he'd pinned the note. Howard reached for a donut.
I think the warrior women will make good allies against Master Han.
Zoltan nodded.
I'll keep seeing Niona so I can gain her trust, and I'll convince the women that we're on their side. They're so outnumbered that they're going to need our help to defeat Lord Liao and Master Han. Sounds good.
Howard bit into his donut.
And Russell needs to find out more information. We've got to know what Han and Liao want from these women. Will do.
Russell finished his drink.
Take a sat phone so we can call you,
Howard added.
Russell scoffed. No thanks. He vanished. Damn it,
Howard muttered and stuffed the rest of the donut in his mouth. Zoltan pushed back his chair and stood.
I'll be going too.
Howard jumped to his feet.
Where? Upstairs to the library. Do I need permission? No, but I want to talk to you about the tours. They're a huge security risk, so I'm wondering why you allow it to go on. From what I can tell, you don't need the money. I don't.
Zoltan carried the empty glasses to the sink.
But the villagers do. The restaurant, hotel, and shops stay in business because of the tourists. And the ladies giving the tour make a nice salary. The guy who drives the bus makes a living for his family, the women who make the shawls and jewelry that are sold in the shops. Okay, I get it.
Howard raised his hands in surrender.
And you trust all those people to keep you safe?
Zoltan tossed the empty blisky bottle into the recycle bin.
It's worked for centuries. I keep them safe and they return the favor. It only takes one unhappy villager to offer your story to the media for a tidy sum of money. And the other villagers will tell the media that he's crazy.
Zoltan sighed.
Look, there will always be folktales about vampires, especially in this part of the world. If you tried to hush it up completely, it would only look suspicious. It's better to play along with it, like a joke no one really believes. I guess so.
With a frown, Howard closed the box of donuts.
But it's still my job to keep you safe. How is your security in Budapest? Do you have bodyguards? I have a butler and housekeeper who live there. They're husband and wife, and they're the only ones who know where the secret door to my bedroom is hidden. I keep the door locked and barred from the inside so no one can enter, unless I teleport inside and open the door. Another vampire could teleport inside.
Zoltan snorted.
They would have to know where the room is, and they're not going to teleport during the day because they're as dead as I am. Trust me, Howard. My security system isn't high-tech, but it works. I'll want to check it out personally.
Zoltan waved a hand dismissively.
Not tonight. Go see your poor neglected wife. She's not neglected. Good night, Howard.
Zoltan strode upstairs to the library off the Great Hall. He gave the bell pull a tug to let his steward, Milan's grandfather, know he was back in the castle. Then he paced about the room, thinking about everything Niona had told him. Her mother, the queen, could communicate with birds. Niona's deceased sister had been able to also, and another woman, Winifred, could. It seemed too big a coincidence that his own mother had possessed the same gift as 3 other women in Beola. His mother had come from the east, so he suspected she had lived in Beola. If so, how had his father managed to find her? How had he convinced her to come to Transylvania? And then Neona had wanted Lord Liao killed with her arrow. Did the women have a long history of seeking revenge against those who had killed one of them? According to the few survivors in 1241, a group of fierce warriors and monsters had killed his father and most of the villagers before setting the buildings ablaze. Had those warriors been the women of Beulah? Were they the monsters, or had there been something else with them? How had they traveled such a long distance? How had they disappeared afterward with no trace, other than the one arrow embedded in his father's chest?
My lord?
Domokos knocked on the door.
Come.
Zoltan had tried years ago to convince Milan's grandfather not to address him so formally. But as far as Domokos was concerned, Zoltan was a count from an ancient line of counts, so all the servants had to give him the respect he was due. Domokos entered with a tray laden with a warm bottle of blood and a wineglass, which he set on the table in front of the hearth.
Would you like a fire, my lord?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Domokos opened the bottle and poured until the wineglass was half full. When his hand shook, Zoltan moved forward to help him.
Allow me, my lord.
Domokos set the bottle down and regarded Zoltan with tear-filled eyes.
May I say how honored we are over Milan's promotion. His success wouldn't have been possible if you hadn't paid for his education and taken him under your wing. He will do his best to make you proud.
I'm sure he will. Thank you, Domokos. That will be all for this evening.
Yes, my lord.
Domokos bowed his head and hobbled to the door. When had he started to walk like that? And when had his hair turned silver?
Domokos? Yes, my lord?
Zoltan hesitated. How long had Domokos been his steward? 30 or 40 years?
Are you watching out for your health? You can retire whenever you like at full pay. Just let me know.
He smiled.
I know, my lord. There are enough servants here that all I really do is supervise. I choose to do this one chore every evening, since it is my pleasure to serve you in person.
Even after 800 years, Zoltan could get caught off guard by the loyalty of those mortals who surrounded him. True, he took care of them the best he could, but they seemed more of a blessing to him than he deserved.
I am the grateful one, Domokos. You've taken care of me for years.
Domokos's eyes twinkled with amusement.
60 years, my lord.
Zoltan blinked.
That long?
Domokos grinned.
Yes, my lord. Good night. Good night, Domokos.
Zoltan watched him close the door. 60 years? How did time pass by so quickly? Working 5 years with Milan had felt like 5 months. Apparently, he'd become such a workaholic that years were zooming by him unnoticed. Something nagged in the back of his mind. The 6 women of Beulah. He'd seen them from a distance while they'd sat around the fire eating. They had all appeared young, most probably in their 20s. But that couldn't be right. One of them was the queen and Neona's mother. He strode to his desk and turned on the computer. He needed more information. Something concrete that he could investigate. Maybe Frederick? He sat down and typed Frederick Chesterton in the search box. To his surprise, there were several articles. Frederick Chesterton had been one of the members of a doomed British expedition to the Himalayas. They'd planned to map a northern approach to Mount Everest, but the team had gotten lost in a sudden snowstorm in Tibet in 1922. Zoltan's mouth dropped open. This couldn't be right. He kept reading. A surprising development had occurred in 1933, when a man calling himself Frederick Chesterton arrived in England with a 6-year-old boy. His surviving family accepted him back, claiming he truly was Frederick Chesterton. He'd aged 11 years, but had no memory of that time. When newspaper reporters tried to interview him, he told them he had suffered from amnesia and couldn't tell anyone where he had been or who had given birth to his son. Zoltan swallowed hard. According to Neona, Frederick had fathered 2 daughters with Calliope. But if the 2 girls were born in the 1920s, they would be elderly by now. And all the women of Beulah looked young. A chill ran down his back. Was the myth of Shangri-La based on fact? Was Beulah a valley where no one grew old? He recalled the words Neona had said about her sister. The sentence had seemed odd at the time, but he'd figured it was her grief that had been coloring her words. Now, he wondered if her grief had actually caused her to be honest. You don't understand how long we were together, how long we will be apart. Was Neona facing an eternity without her twin? Was that why she sat crying by her sister's grave in the middle of the night? And how long had they been together before her sister's death? A memory flashed through his mind of his first sighting of Neona. She'd been dressed in armor, looking like an ancient Greek soldier sacking Troy. Good God, he whispered. How old was Neona? Chapter 9. The next evening after sunset, Zoltan quickly showered and dressed. He was eager to see Neona, but nervous about asking her about her age. Normally that would be considered rude, but in this case, it might be cause for murder. She'd tried to kill him the first time they'd met, and she'd mentioned several times that men were not allowed there. So he assumed the women were guarding a secret they couldn't trust with anyone else. Eternal life would fit the bill. Was that what Master Han and Lord Liao were looking for? As vampires, they already enjoyed the possibility of eternal life, but maybe they thought the women's secret would enable them to live during the day. That would give them a huge advantage over the vamps who were dead and vulnerable during the day. If Master Han possessed the secret, he would rule the vampire world. It would also give him a tremendous amount of power over mortals, since he could decide who received the gift of eternal life and who didn't. He would be a god among mortal men. Zoltan walked into the kitchen for a quick meal and found Howard seated at the kitchen table, polishing off his box of donuts.
You're going back to see your girl, right?
Howard pushed a sat phone and a knife across the table.
Neona was her name?
Yes. Zoltan dropped the sat phone into his pocket but ignored the knife. How could he win her trust if he arrived with a weapon?
I emailed a report to Angus. He agrees with us.
Zoltan finished his glass of blood.
Where is Angus now? Still in London with Emma.
Zoltan walked over to the fridge while he considered.
Can you ask Angus to check on something for me? Sure, what is it? I want to know what happened to a guy named Frederick Chesterton. He may be dead by now, but his son might be alive and remember something. Remember what?
Howard asked.
Something from the first 6 years of his life.
Howard frowned.
Does this Frederick own the cabin Russell mentioned? He lived there for 11 years.
Zoltan slipped a plastic bag of blood into one of his jacket pockets and zipped it shut.
I should be going now.
Before Howard could object, Zoltan teleported back to the clearing where he'd first met Neona. She was almost 4 hours ahead of him, so midnight would come soon. He levitated up to the tree branch to retrieve the arrow Russell wanted back, then hurried down the mountainside to Frederick's cabin in the valley. It was an idyllic place. Green meadows, forested hillsides, a gurgling mountain stream, and the waterfall shooting out of Bayula. He could see why Frederick Chesterton had stayed for 11 years, especially if he'd been in love with one of the women. As Zoltan approached the cabin, his heart beat faster. No woman had ever intrigued him as much as Neona did. She was such a fascinating mixture. Tough but innocent, fierce yet tender, beautiful but totally unaware of it. He'd never met someone who needed love as much as she did. She was a lonely soul like him, and he suspected an old soul as well. Somehow their paths were connected. He'd felt that from the beginning. She held the answers to the mysteries from his past, and he was becoming more and more certain that she was his future. He just needed to convince her. He would hold her in his arms and woo her with kisses. He would gain her trust and her love. The prospect made his heart pound with anticipation. He strode into the cabin. Neona? His heart sank. The cabin was empty. Was he waiting for her? Neona glanced up at the moon, which was 3/4 full in the clear, starry sky. Zoltan had said he'd meet her at midnight, but she didn't have a way to know the exact time. Her contact with the outside world was so limited that she'd never needed to keep track of time. She'd seen a clock before. Frederick had owned a pocket watch that he'd given to Calliope before leaving. Freddie was the proud owner now, even though the watch had broken years ago. Neona wandered over to the grassy mound where Calliope was buried. Moonlight glistened on the long grass, lending it a silvery hue. A breeze blew down the mountainside, rustling the trees that flourished higher up the hill. "I miss you," Neona whispered to the other healer. Calliope had died 6 years ago when the new cycle had started. Her death had devastated her 3 daughters. The oldest daughter, Farah, fathered by a Persian long before Frederick's arrival, now lay buried next to Calliope. Farah had died 2 weeks ago in the battle that had claimed 5 of the women of Beolah. Only Winifred and Freya remained from Calliope's line. Neona paused in front of Farah's grave, bowing to pay her respects before moving on to the mound where her sister was buried. "Minerva." She sat next to the mound. "I had the dream again last night." It seemed like the memory should have faded with time, but she could still see the injured boy so clearly in her mind. He'd remained unconscious the entire time she'd treated him. He'd taken some harsh blows to the head, some gashes to his shoulders, and a nasty burn down his back. Why do I keep dreaming about him, and that terrible day? No answer. Neona sighed. It must be a reminder of what happens when one of us shirks our sacred duty to follow a man. She gazed up at the stars. As much as she wanted Zoltan to be different, she couldn't allow herself to trust him. If she continued to see him, she would be putting the secrets of Beolah at risk. She could end up destroying everything if she wasn't careful. I know I mustn't go to him. But what if Zoltan was waiting for her? She imagined him pacing in front of Frederick's cabin. Would he become angry like he had last night? Would he feel betrayed when she didn't come? The thought made her heart ache. She didn't want to cause him pain. By nature, she was a healer. She took pain away, she didn't cause it. But because she was one of the guardians of this valley and its secrets, she'd also been trained to be fierce in battle. She knew how to be ruthless when her own life was hanging in the balance. Now, it was her heart that was at stake, so she had to be ruthless where Zoltan was concerned, and she had to be honest with herself. She was hopelessly attracted to the man. It would be far too easy to fall in love with him. Why am I so drawn to him? I hardly know anything about him. Where does he come from? Why is he so curious about me? She mentally ticked off what she did know about him. Handsome, brave, quick, strong, intelligent, honorable, charming, sweet. She winced. How could she not fall for such a man? He'd tried to save her life when he'd thought she was in danger from Zahn. Noble and protective, she added those to her list. Then she smiled, remembering how offended he'd been when she'd told him men were unnecessary. There was a vulnerability to him in spite of his strength. He seemed to need love as much as she did. "Did I tell you that he kissed me again?" Neona whispered, then closed her eyes, letting the memory of last night's kiss flood over her. He'd been so sweet, so tender, and incredibly exciting, because beneath it all she had sensed a fiery passion, ready to burst into flames and consume her. He'd pulled her tight against him, and she'd felt his swollen manhood, large and straining against the confines of his pants. If she went to him tonight, she might end up in bed with him. Skin touching, arms embracing, legs entwined. The images racing through her mind made her heart pound, made her yearn to give in to desire. But it was too dangerous. She knew deep inside that betting Zoltan would change her irreparably. He would take her heart along with her body. She couldn't let that happen, for both their sakes. How could she live with herself if she encouraged his affections and he was killed because of it? Each time he invaded their territory, his life was in danger. I mustn't go to him. She pulled her knees up and hugged them. It was the right decision, the wise decision. So why did she feel like screaming in frustration? A twig snapped behind her, and she instantly pulled the knife from the sheath strapped to her calf, then turned to look. It was Zahn emerging from the forest. "Oh, it's you." She slipped the knife back into its sheath. "I was wondering where you'd gone off to." The snow leopard drew closer, moving from the shadows into the moonlight. She sat up, noticing the arrow gripped in Zahn's mouth. It looked like the arrow that had pinned Zoltan's note to the tree branch. Her eyes narrowed on the folded piece of paper stuck on the arrowhead. "Did you just come from Zoltan?" Zahn dropped the arrow at her feet, and she huffed in indignation. "You rascal! Whose side are you on?" Zahn sat, curling his tail around his front paws as he gazed intently at her. She nudged the arrow away with her leather slipper. "I don't want this, and I can't believe you went to see him." Zahn continued to stare at her. Her gaze drifted to the note. Blast that man. He knew her curiosity would get the better of her. "Fine, I'll read it." She pulled the note off. "But that doesn't mean I'll go see him. My mind is already made up. He can beg all night and it won't affect me in the least." Zahn blinked at her slowly. "Traitor," she muttered and opened the note. "Niona, I have taken over this valley and the cabin. This territory is now mine." "What?" She read the first 2 sentences again to make sure she hadn't imagined it. "He can't take over our territory." "No women are allowed here. If you attempt to invade my territory, I will attack. I advise you to stay away. Zoltan." Niona scoffed. The gall of the man. "He advises me to stay away? From my own land?" She jumped to her feet, wadding the note up in her fist. "How dare he? I'll show—" She stopped with a sudden thought, then gave Zahn an incredulous look. "He's doing this on purpose, isn't he? He knows this will make me come to him." She jammed his note into the drawstring pouch that dangled from the sash tied around her waist. "The fool! He thinks to manipulate me. This ridiculous game will get him killed. If any of the other women catch him in the neighboring valley, they will execute him on the spot." Leaving the arrow behind, she stalked toward the ridge where the rope ladder lay in waiting. And to think that just moments ago she'd been listing his finer points. Ha! She would add stubborn, manipulative, and sneaky to the list. "I will not fall for this outrageous ploy of his. I will force him to leave, even if I have to tie him up and haul him like unwanted baggage to the nearest village." She dropped the rope ladder over the ridge. Zahn scampered down the rock wall, then ran toward the cabin. As she started down the ladder, her heart pounded so loudly that it thundered in her ears. It was only anger, she told herself. She was not excited about seeing him again. The tightness in her chest was annoyance, not yearning. When the cabin came into view, she stopped, her heart lurching at the sight of smoke curling from the chimney. He had made himself at home, as if he belonged here, with her. Tears blurred her vision, and she quickly blinked them away. She mustn't let him know how badly he tempted her. If he knew, he would never leave. And he had to leave before he was captured and killed. "Did you bring the food?" the young snow leopard asked as it darted into the cabin. "Yes." Zoltan set the plastic container on the floor. "Smells good." The cat started eating. "Is she coming?" Zoltan asked as he peered through the open door. The cat made a noise he interpreted as affirmative. After pacing about an empty cabin for 30 minutes, Zoltan had finally acknowledged that Niona wasn't coming. Luckily, he'd heard her pet lurking nearby, so he'd made a deal with it. Deliver a note to Niona, and he would supply the cat with a delicious meal. When Zahn had scampered off with the arrow and note, Zoltan had teleported home and raided the kitchen pantry for several cans of tuna. They'd tossed the tuna into a plastic container and teleported back. Anger battled with apprehension as he waited for Niona. Part of him was afraid of losing her. Another part was furious that she'd refused to see him. Was he that damned easy to reject? He spotted her in the moonlight, moving quickly along the stream, determination in every stride. He stepped just outside the door and glanced at his watch. "You're 47 minutes late." She halted a distance away from him, eyeing him with a wary look. I have no way of telling time. Of course, he should have realized that.
I'll bring you a watch tomorrow.
She scoffed. I don't intend to see you tomorrow. I wasn't going to see you tonight. I only came because of that stupid note.
I'll bring you a watch tomorrow, he repeated. Is there anything else you would like? Some books, perhaps?
A pained look flitted across her face before she shuddered her expression, but it was long enough to verify that he'd made a good guess at something she secretly yearned for. She shook her head. I cannot accept presents from you. How would I explain it to the other women?
Don't explain it. Hide them under your bed. You're good at keeping secrets, aren't you?
Her eyes narrowed. So are you. I have no idea where you come from. She walked toward him. You're not Chinese or Tibet.
Don't come any closer.
He held up a hand to stop her.
This is my cabin now, and women are not allowed.
That is ridiculous. Men are not allowed, and that includes you. Do you really think you can steal our cabin by simply saying it is yours?
Isn't that what you have done? Can you prove this land is yours? Just because your people have lived here for a long time doesn't make it yours. Do you have a deed?
Her eyes widened with a look of alarm. He made a mental note to check the legal ownership of this land. If the women didn't own it, he would make sure they did. It would be a good way to earn their trust. She lifted her chin. I did not come here to argue with you. I want you to leave, immediately. He leaned against the door jamb and crossed his arms.
No.
She made a sound of frustration. If any of the other women see you, they will not hesitate to kill you. You must leave tonight and never come back.
Are you trying to protect me?
He straightened.
Is that why you're rejecting me?
I'm rejecting you because you're insufferable. She leaned down to whip the knife from the sheath strapped to her leg, then pointed it at him. Leave now.
Make me.
She glowered at him. Fine. She threw the knife and it spun through the air before lodging with a thunk in the doorframe beside him. Take that as a warning. Next time I aim for your chest. He glanced at the knife. She'd missed his shoulder by less than a foot. After a few seconds of alarm, he'd realized her trajectory was off, so he'd stood his ground. He gave her a wry look.
Now you see why I can't allow women here. One small disagreement and you become violent. Obviously, women can't be trusted.
She huffed. It is men who cannot be trusted.
You let Frederick live here for 11 years. I try to stay one measly night and you throw a knife at me?
I'm trying to save your life, you fool.
Now you're calling me names.
Zoltan heaved a sigh.
Poor Frederick. Did he suffer abuse like this?
She gritted her teeth. Men cannot be trusted. We thought Frederick was different, but even he betrayed us in the end.
He didn't betray you.
He did. He broke Calliope's heart when he left.
He never betrayed you. He told everyone he had no memory of where he had been or who had given birth to his son.
Neona's eyes widened. How do you know about his son?
That's the reason he left, isn't it? He didn't want his son forced to live here as a prisoner to your damned secrets?
We're not prisoners, she whispered, then shook herself visibly. How do you know all this? Do you know Frederick?
I saw it on the internet.
She frowned. What is that?
Information. What I really found interesting was that Frederick returned in 1933, about 80 years ago. And yet you claim he taught you English?
Neona stiffened, her face turning white.
How do you do it? Is it a special plant that grows only in your valley? Is it in your food, your water?
Stop! She ran toward him and placed her hand over his mouth. Don't say the words, please. Tears glistened in her eyes. He took her hand in his.
Neona.
A tear slipped down her face. Don't say the secret out loud. If you do, I'll be honor-bound to...
To what?
He searched her eyes.
Do you really think you can kill me?
She pulled her hand from his and yanked the knife from the doorframe.
Don't push me. You already know too much. She pointed the knife at his chest. Leave now, please. Damn if she didn't have the tip right over his heart. He tensed, ready to grab her with vampire speed. No. She pressed enough to cut a hole in his jacket, but not enough to draw blood. Leave. No. Another tear fell down her cheek. I don't want you here. Liar. She skimmed the tip of the blade down his shirt, past his belt to his jeans. Leave. The tip scraped against the metal zipper. He winced. What happened to the daughter you wanted, and those 10 climaxes? I told you I changed my mind. Then I'll change it back. When she glanced up at him, he made his move, wrenching the knife from her hand and spinning her around so that he held her with one arm locked around her middle, the other around her shoulders, with the knife pressed to her neck. She gasped. How did you move so fast? He nestled his cheek against hers and whispered in her ear. Do you know why I keep refusing to leave? Because you're a stubborn fool? That may be true, but should you say that when I have a knife to your throat? I don't think you'll hurt me. Ah, maybe you trust me after all. No. She trembled when he nuzzled her ear. The reason I refuse to leave, he planted kisses along her cheek, is that I want you. I want to be your mate and cherish you forever. It's not possible, she whispered. We'll make it possible. He slid the flat edge of the knife down her crossover tunic and sliced through the ribbon that tied it shut at her breasts. Don't you feel it, Neona? I was meant to find you, to court you, to love you. She shuddered. Please. And you were meant to be mine. He nudged the knife under her sash and sliced right through it. She gasped as her tunic fell open. Neona. He tossed the knife aside and slipped his hand inside her tunic, splaying his hand against her bare skin. Her ribcage heaved with each breath. He kissed a trail down her neck. Spend the night with me. Spend every night with me. A moan escaped her. Don't you understand why I want you to leave? You're worried one of your friends will kill me. Yes, they already suspect me. An owl reports to my mother every time you come here. I cannot allow you to risk your life just to see me. You care about me, don't you? She shook her head. We cannot be together. We can. Let me love you. He slid his hand up to cup her breast. She gasped. How can I trust you? I know so little about you. You know you want me. He gently kneaded her breast, then ran his tongue along the curve of her ear. Let your desire be greater than your fear. With a cry, she turned to face him and grabbed his jacket with her fists. If you break my heart, I will kill you myself. You have a deal. He swung her up in his arms and strode inside the cabin. Stand guard for us, he ordered the cat, then kicked the door shut after the leopard ran outside. Chapter 10. She was still afraid, Neona acknowledged as Zoltan stretched out on the bed beside her, but her desire had overpowered her fear. She needed to feel loved in a way that only Zoltan could give her. The way he touched her as if she was a rare treasure, the way he looked at her like he hungered for her soul, the way he kissed her as if they could melt together and become one. He was kissing her now, touching her, making her stomach quiver and her heart race. She wrapped her arms around him, wanting more, more. Why was she so desperate? Was she falling in love? Or so starved for affection that she was fooling herself? She shivered as he nibbled down her neck. Zoltan. This is happening so quickly. Is that normal? He propped himself up on an elbow and looked at her. For a second his eyes appeared red and glowing and she tensed. But after he blinked, they resumed their usual amber color. It must have been a reflection from the fire blazing in the hearth. I'll go as slowly as you want. He brushed her hair back from her brow. I know it's hard for you to trust me.
I'm not sure I can trust myself. I'm hurting so much from losing my sister. I may be desperate to feel love.
He frowned. If that were the case, then you could go to the nearest village and pick any.
No, I couldn't. She'd seen many male villagers over the course of her life, and none of them had attracted her like Zoltan. She touched his cheek. They're not you. He turned his head to kiss her palm.
If your sister were still alive, would you feel differently about me?
She grazed her fingertips along his whiskers. No, I would feel the same. So her fear was groundless. She would have known that earlier if she could have talked it through with her sister. Her heart squeezed in her chest. From now on, it would be Zoltan whom she entrusted with her innermost thoughts and feelings. No man has ever affected me the way you do. A corner of his mouth curled up.
That's good, 'cause I'm crazy for you.
Crazy?
I'll try to explain myself better.
He skimmed a finger down her nose.
I think about you all the time. You're the most beautiful, brave, and intriguing woman I've ever met.
He ran his fingers over her lips.
I want to bring joy back into your life. Whenever I feel that your heart is aching, my heart aches with you.
She sucked in a breath. How could she have questioned her feelings for this man? I want you so much, I feel like my heart will burst. How can you be so perfect?
He winced. I'm not. There are things about me you may not like.
I know, you're a little slow to get in the mood. She raked her fingers through his long, soft hair. But we can work on that. His jaw shifted. She wound a strand of his hair around her finger. You're also incredibly stubborn, but I like that, because it made you refuse to give up on me.
That is true. I will not give up on you. I will not betray you nor abandon you.
God, how she wanted to trust him. Was it as simple as this? A leap of faith? She wrapped her arms around his neck. Then take me, Zoltan. Make love to me. She glanced down at his pants. When you're ready, that is. With a growl, he pressed himself against her. Oh. Her breath caught. He was definitely ready. He peeled her tunic open and gazed at her breasts. She shivered under the heated look. Were his eyes turning red again? Before she could get a closer look, he leaned over her and teased a nipple with his tongue. She gasped. Oh, I didn't realize. She cried out when he sucked her nipple into his mouth. Zoltan. She dug her fingers into his scalp. He continued to suckle her, then grazed his whiskers across her chest to the other nipple. Her thighs squeezed together as a deep yearning settled between her legs. Heat sizzled along her veins, making her want to throw off her clothes. She pulled at his jacket. He sat up suddenly, his head turned toward the door. She scrambled onto her knees and tugged at his jacket. Take it off.
Wait.
He ran to the door as a flurry of scratching noises sounded outside.
They're coming.
What? He opened the door and her cat raced inside, hissing.
They're coming.
He stepped outside to grab her sash and knife. Zoltan! She leaped out of bed. You must leave. He slammed the door shut, bolted it, and handed her the knife. While she slipped it back into the sheath attached to her leg, he quickly knotted her sash together.
Put this back on and tie it over the other knot so it won't show.
She grabbed the sash. Stop worrying about me. Get out of here now. He looked about the room.
I don't want you to be in trouble.
Zoltan, they'll kill you if they find you here. She quickly tied the sash. Go out the back window now. He grabbed one of Frederick's books off the wooden chest and handed it to her.
Tell them you couldn't sleep and came here for a book. You were reading in bed.
Voices shouted outside, followed by the screeching sound of swords being pulled from their sheaths. Panic seized Niona, and she shoved Zoltan toward the back window.
I'll be fine,
he whispered, pausing to grab the plastic container of food off the floor. A fist pounded on the door. Niona, the queen shouted, open this door.
Just a minute. Niona made sure Zoltan was at the back window before she slid the bolt. She cracked open the door. Is there a problem? Queen Nima flung open the door, and Niona jumped back. She glanced over her shoulder, but Zoltan was gone. Who was here? The queen demanded as she circled the room, her sword drawn and ready. Niona lifted the book in her hands. I was just... No one outside. Winifred paused in the doorway. Did you check this window? Nima pointed her sword at the back window. I did. Freya stepped into view outside and peered at them through the open window. I was here waiting, but no one came out. Nima frowned at her daughter. What are you doing here? Why does the owl keep telling me there's an invader? Niona swallowed hard. I've been having trouble sleeping. At least that much was true. I shared my house with Minerva for so long, and now she's not there. So I came here thinking a book might help. Her mother's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Freya gave her a sympathetic look. I'm sure it's hard on you. I don't know what I'd do if I lost Freddie. Winifred nodded. It was bad enough to lose our mother and Farah. Queen Nima surveyed the room, then sighed. We had the cabin surrounded. We would have seen someone leaving. She shook her head. I don't know what's wrong with that owl lately. Freddie, put the fire out. Then you and Freya take a quick look through the woods. Yes, Your Majesty, the two women murmured. Niona, take the book home with you. No more leaving the valley in the middle of the night. Niona followed her mother out the door, with Zahn trotting alongside her. She glanced toward the woods, wondering if Zoltan was running to the nearest village. He had a good head start, so he should be able to arrive without Freddie or Freya catching him. But they had surrounded the cabin. She glanced back at the house. How had Zoltan managed to escape? Zoltan watched from the top of a tree as Niona accompanied her mother back to the rope ladder. Two of the warrior women were below, searching the hillside. A sour taste of self-disgust lodged in his throat. He felt like a damned coward, leaving Niona alone to handle the fallout. But she would have been in a lot more trouble if he had stayed. Not to mention the fact that they had looked ready to skewer him first and talk later. These women took their no men allowed rule seriously. Before he made himself known to them, he would need to prove that he was on their side. He teleported straight to the library in his castle, then called Milan to have him investigate the area in Tibet where the women of Bayul-La lived. We need to safeguard the area for them. Make it off limits to any outside development, he told Milan as he emailed the coordinates from the GPS tracker on his cell phone. Get as much surrounding territory as you can. I understand, Milan answered. You realize this could cost in the millions. Yes, I know. Keep me apprised. Zoltan hung up and called Angus. Were you able to track down Frederick Chesterton? Aye, Angus replied. He died here in London during a bombing raid in the Second Human World War. I've located his son Franklin, and he's agreed to meet me tomorrow. I was going to call to see what you wanted me to ask him. You'll have to be careful. Franklin may not remember anything from the first 6 years of his life. If he's who I think he is, his mother was one of the warrior women of Bayul-La, Calliope. She died 6 years ago. He has sisters Winifred and Freya who are still alive. If he remembers them, he might enjoy hearing about them. Very well. I'll use some mind control first to see what he remembers before proceeding. Angus paused. Howard told me what he knows, that these warrior women are hiding something that Master Han and Lord Liao want. Any idea what it could be? Zoltan paused, not ready to divulge his suspicion that the women had some sort of fountain of youth. Niona's strong reaction had seemed to confirm it. I'm working on it, and working on gaining Niona's trust. I was wondering if Emma would be... Angus chuckled. We were thinking the same thing. Since they don't trust men, we could send our own warrior woman. Emma's ready to go. Good. I'll let you know when. Zoltan hung up, then paced about the library.
He gave the bell pull a tug so Demokos could bring his late-night bottle of warmed-up blood. As he wandered about the room, he wondered how to go about making a good first impression on the women of Beola. Gifts, perhaps? But what would they like? He thought back to what Neona had said about the long winters. They made their clothes. Should he give them some bolts of silk? Some embroidery thread? They also practiced their fighting skills every day. Of course, weapons. He had some new hunting knives in the armory they might like, and perhaps a supply of arrows, some new swords. What else? His gaze drifted across the bookshelves in his library. The books in Frederick's cabin were practically falling apart from heavy use. He sat at his desk, and on the computer he located an online bookseller. But what to buy? Apparently the women had enjoyed Ivanhoe and A Tale of Two Cities, so he ordered a few books by Sir Walter Scott and Charles Dickens. And Neona had said Pride and Prejudice was her favorite, so he bought some other works by Jane Austen. Demokos shuffled inside and set his tray on the table by the hearth. "Is there anything else I can do for you, my lord?" "No, I'm fine. There should be a package arriving tomorrow. Books." "Yes, my lord." Demokos filled a wineglass with synthetic blood. "Do you know of any authors similar to Jane Austen?" "Excuse me?" "I need some books like Pride and Prejudice." "Ah." Demokos gave him a curious look. "Have you taken a sudden interest in Regency England?" "I'm buying some gifts," Zoltan muttered. "I need to make friends with a group of women." "Women?" "You heard me." Zoltan gave his steward an annoyed look as the old man brought the wineglass to him. "Any ideas?" "My wife likes to read historical romance novels." Demokos handed him the wineglass. "I believe they are quite similar." "All right, I'll get some of those." He took a long drink. "My wife is also particularly fond of vampire romance." Zoltan swallowed so hard that his eyes watered. "Are you serious? Do people really write those and read them?" "I'm afraid so, my lord. They appear to be quite popular." "Why?" Zoltan set the glass down. "We're dead half the time, and until recently we couldn't father children." Demokos' mouth twitched. "I believe the writers are focusing on your other attributes, my lord." Zoltan gazed at him blankly. Demokos cleared his throat. "Your prowess in the bedchamber, my lord." His eyes widened. "How would they know what I'm doing in bed?" "They don't, my lord. It's fiction." "Oh, right. Although they do seem to make the heroes all extremely gifted and well-endowed, with skills that are quite legendary." Demokos shrugged. "Like I said, it's fiction." Zoltan's jaw shifted. "Right." Demokos' eyes twinkled with amusement. "Is there anything else I can do for you, my lord?" "No." Zoltan gave him a wry look. "You've helped enough." "Then I'll wish you a good evening, my lord." Demokos bowed and hobbled toward the door. "Fiction," Zoltan muttered as he searched through the top-selling books in historical romance. He added a few more books to the shopping cart, then paid extra for one-day delivery. Books and weapons. What else could he bring as a peace offering? It felt like he was forgetting something. Given the fact that Lord Liao was searching for them, he was tempted to equip them with short-range missiles. He finished his bottle of blood, then took it and the wineglass to the kitchen. There he left a note for Howard on top of his donut box. "Castle tour this afternoon, so I'm sleeping in Budapest. Will return after sunset." Sheesh, the damned bear was training him to report in. He went to the armory and selected half a dozen hunting knives and swords, plus a box of arrows. He left them on the table, then teleported to the library in his townhouse. There he paced about restlessly, wishing he were still with Neona. Make love to me, she'd urged him. Would she still be that eager when she learned he was a vampire? He pushed that thought aside and focused instead on how wonderful she'd felt in his arms. Firm, muscular, sweetly rounded. Whatever her age was, she looked like she couldn't be more than 25. Her armor had made her appear like an ancient Greek soldier. Had the armor come from her father? When had a Greek army traveled that far east? He turned on his computer and did a search. Alexander the Great had reached as far as India before his army had rebelled, demanding to return home. Had one of the soldiers deserted, fleeing north into the mountains? He winced at the date. 326 BC. Could Neona be over 2,000 years old? Damn, he whispered. He was used to always being the older one, but this made his 800 years seem puny. 2,000 years living in Beola, protecting what? The fact that they were old? What was the point in living that long if you lived in a prison? Unless there was something else they were protecting. Like what? It couldn't be gold or jewels, not when they lived so simply, with their homemade clothes and shoes. He racked his brain but couldn't come up with anything else. A sudden thought caused a chill to run down his spine. Neona might have been alive in 1241. She might have been one of the fierce warriors who had avenged his mother's death. She might even have shot the arrow that had killed his father. Shit. Was he falling in love with his father's killer? Chapter 11. The next evening after sunset, Zoltan jerked awake in his hidden bedroom at the townhouse. With a burst of energy, he showered, dressed, and teleported to the kitchen of his castle for breakfast. One good thing about being a vamp, he thought, as he waited for his bottle to heat up in the microwave, was that no matter how troubled he was, he always slept like the dead. Literally. Now he was alive again, and the worries were back. Had Neona taken part in the murder of his father and the deaths of so many villagers back in 1241? How could he ask her such a question? Innocent or killer? It kept going back to the same question. He wanted to believe in her innocence, but reality kept showing him something else. Neona shooting arrows at him that first night, swinging a sword at him. Hell, she'd raked a knife down his body last night. But that was to convince him to leave. She wasn't trying to kill him anymore. She wanted to protect him. Would that change when she found out he was a vampire? The microwave beeped and he removed his bottle, glancing at the time. Would she meet him at the cabin again at midnight? Shit. He slammed the bottle down. The watch. He'd promised her a watch. Damn it. He knew he'd forgotten something. There you are. Howard entered the kitchen carrying a new sat phone. I brought this for you. Zoltan ignored him and guzzled down his bottle of blood. He'd teleport into town. There was a jewelry store on Main Street that catered to tourists. Old man Janos would have some nice watches. Howard set the sat phone on the counter next to him. Some packages arrived for you today. 2 boxes of books, but before you leave, I have to go somewhere first. What? Where? Town. Zoltan tossed the empty bottle into the recycle bin. I need to buy a watch. You have a watch. Zoltan gritted his teeth. Are bears always so damned nosy? Ah, it's for your girlfriend. Do me a favor and put all the books in a duffel bag. And there are some weapons on the table in the armory. Pack them up for me too. I'll be right back. You better come back, Howard said quickly before he could teleport away. We moved the mummy this morning, and Elsa wants to make sure you're happy with it. Fine. Zoltan teleported to a dark alley close to the village square, where the 2 streets intersected. Main Street and High Street. Some villagers were seated outside the pub drinking, while some others sat in front of the restaurant eating. A few waved and called out greetings as he strode toward the jewelry store. He waved back, then pulled on the door handle. Locked. Damn. Janos was closed for the day? He teleported inside. Janos! The old man lived in the back, so he should hear him. Janos! Coming! Zoltan wandered toward the first glass case, looking for a woman's watch. Necklaces, rings, a set of wedding rings caught his eye. Simple but elegant. My lord? Janos limped slowly into the room. He'd suffered an injury back in the Second Human World War.
I was just about to have supper. My apologies for disturbing you. I won't take much of your time. I need a watch.
Janos's gaze shifted to Zoltan's wrist.
You have a watch. I need a woman's watch.
Janos gasped. Was it that shocking?
I've bought jewelry for women before,
Zoltan growled.
Not in my lifetime.
Janos stepped closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
Are you serious about her, my lord? Will there be a countess soon at the castle?
Zoltan grimaced. It was a bloody shame he didn't have time to buy the damned watch online. Now Janos was going to spread the word, and before the night was over, the whole village would be planning his wedding.
I have some lovely engagement rings over here.
Janos scurried behind the first glass case, moving exceptionally well for a man with a limp.
I want a watch, Zoltan muttered, and no publicity regarding the matter.
Oh. Janos's shoulders slumped.
Very well.
He hobbled over to another case as if he were suddenly in pain again.
I'm afraid we're running low. The tour bus this afternoon was filled with newlyweds, and they bought the best ones.
What? A frisson of horror skittered through Zoltan when he realized the watch case was practically empty.
I only need one, a pretty one. I ordered some more after the tour bus left. They'll be here in a few days. I need something tonight.
Janos winced.
Well, as you can see, we have a few men's watches, and then there's this one.
He retrieved a watch from the case and set it on a square of black velvet.
These are very popular, especially among the younger women. I suppose your lady friend is on the young side?
Zoltan gritted his teeth. She might be over 2,000 years old. He eyed the watch with its hot pink band and sparkly decoration.
What is that, a cat? Hello, Kitty, Janos murmured. I can give you an excellent price for it.
Zoltan grabbed the watch and studied it closely.
Is she fond of cats, my lord?
He snorted.
I suppose so. Box it up. And when your new ones come in, save the most expensive one for me. Yes, my lord, of course. We'll let this one be on the house, shall we? Thank you, Janos.
Zoltan shoved the small gift box into his jacket and teleported back to the castle. He found Howard in the armory, stuffing the box of arrows into a huge duffel bag.
Good, you're back.
Howard set the last of the books into the overloaded bag and struggled to zip it shut.
I promised Elsa you would drop by the chapel. I helped Alistair move the mummy this morning before the tour, and Demokos followed us the entire time, warning us that you would throw a fit if anything happened to it.
Zoltan snorted.
I don't throw fits.
Howard gave him a curious look.
Demokos said it was special to you, but he wouldn't explain why. I'll go there now.
Howard straightened.
Wait, you need your...
Zoltan teleported to the courtyard and looked around in the moonlight. The main keep where he and his servants lived was in excellent shape, since he'd renovated it about 20 years earlier. But the east wing and tower were in bad shape. They were now sectioned off with yellow tape. He zoomed over to the chapel. Built 500 years ago, it still boasted the original stone walls, but he'd had to replace the roof and stained glass windows 200 years ago. Inside, he found Elsa equipped with a spray bottle of glass cleaner and a roll of paper towels, busily polishing up the glass case that housed the mummy. The wooden chairs had been removed to make room for the glass case, which was now resting on several wooden crates so it was waist-high.
Good evening,
Zoltan said. Elsa jumped, turning to face him. Oh, you came! She set down the Windex bottle and paper towels on a windowsill. The glass got all smudged with fingerprints from the tourists. I wanted to make sure you were happy with the mummy's new home. Zoltan walked around the glass case, studying the familiar form inside.
She looks fine.
Elsa approached. I thought it might be a woman, but I wasn't sure. Did you know her? Zoltan nodded, his mouth quirking with a wry smile.
She would probably find it amusing to be housed in a chapel.
Why, was she very religious? Before Zoltan could answer, Howard rushed inside the chapel and screeched to a halt. He glowered at Zoltan.
You had to teleport here? Don't you know exercise is good for you?
Zoltan snorted.
Would I live longer? What took you so long? You left your sat phone in the kitchen.
Howard handed it to Zoltan. Guess what? Elsa grabbed her husband and pulled him over to a glass case. Zoltan just told me the mummy is a she. I already suspected that, though. See the long hair? And she's a little short, just around 5 feet, although I suppose men were shorter too at one time. Howard leaned over the case and grimaced.
All I see is a shriveled-up, horrid thing. Why would anyone want to keep something so creepy?
Zoltan winced as he pocketed the phone. Oh no, Elsa fussed at her husband. She's very interesting. If you look closely, you can see all kinds of detail, like the gown. Another reason why I thought it was a woman, although I think men used to wear long robes too. But look at her sleeves and the hem of her skirt. See the embroidery? It's deteriorated over time, but I bet it was beautiful when it was new.
But look at that.
Howard pointed at the mummy's right hand. It reached out, the blackened fingers outstretched like the talons of a bird.
It looks like she's trying to grab hold of you. How creepy is that?
It does look kinda scary, Elsa conceded, then glanced at Zoltan. Do you know why your hand is like that? He nodded.
She was buried with a Bible under her hand to keep her soul from roaming the earth and seeking vengeance. Over the centuries, the Bible deteriorated, but left her hand frozen in that position.
Creepy, Howard repeated, and Zoltan shot him an annoyed look. Why did they think she would seek revenge? Elsa said. Zoltan stepped closer to the case.
She was murdered by the villagers.
Elsa gasped. Why?
It's a long story.
Zoltan placed his hand on the glass, where it rested over the outstretched hand of the mummy.
They thought she was a witch.
Oh. Elsa's eyes widened. So that's why you said she'd think it was funny to be here in the chapel.
She was executed for being a witch?
Howard asked. Zoltan sighed. Both Howard and Elsa looked fascinated, so it was obvious they would hound him with questions if he didn't tell them more.
The villagers couldn't decide whether to stone her or burn her, so they did both. And then they couldn't bury her in holy ground in the churchyard, so they stuck her in a cave and sealed it. Years later, there was a rockslide down the mountain that opened up the cave, and the villagers discovered that her body had mummified.
Howard made a face.
So they brought her out and put her in a glass case? Why would they want to look at something this creepy?
Zoltan gritted his teeth.
They thought it was the best way to keep an eye on her, so they could make sure she stayed dead.
But you knew her, right? Elsa asked. Was she really a witch?
No. I've always believed she was innocent. The Count at the time was a merchant who traveled the Silk Road to China. He'd lost his first wife when she gave birth to his son, so I suppose he was lonely. He came back from one of his journeys with a new wife from the east. The villagers didn't know what to make of her. She didn't speak Romanian, she wasn't Christian, and she looked a little different. She converted and took the name Donna Maria, but people still suspected her. When the Mongols invaded and killed most of the villagers, the survivors pointed their fingers at her. She was from the east, so she must have caused the Mongols to invade. She became a scapegoat, Howard concluded. Exactly, Zoltan agreed. Everyone had lost most of their families, so they were eager to blame someone. They tied Donna Maria to a post in the village square and decided to execute her.
But she was married to the Count, Elsa protested. Surely he stood up for his wife. Zoltan shook his head.
The Count's eldest son was killed by the Mongols. He was so devastated that the poisonous gossip from the village took hold of him. He started to believe that he'd brought home a witch. The thought that his son's death and all the other deaths were ultimately his fault made him fall into a deep despair. So he did nothing to save his wife.
Elsa winced. The poor woman, she must have felt so betrayed.
I'm sure she did.
Zoltan regarded her sadly.
But at the same time, I can see why people thought she was a witch. She could communicate with animals and birds.
Elsa stiffened. I can communicate with animals. And my aunt can communicate with birds. Thank God we live now and don't have to worry about being stoned to death."
"Wait a minute."
Howard lifted his hand and gave Zoltan a pointed look.
"Aren't you able to communicate with animals?"
"What?" Elsa's eyes widened. "Can you really?"
Zoltan nodded. "Something I inherited." He touched the glass above the mummy's face, along with the almond-shaped eyes.
Elsa gasped. "Oh my God."
Howard stiffened. "You mean?"
Zoltan nodded.
"That's why the steward said she's special to me."
Howard blinked, then snorted with laughter.
"Your mama's a mummy?"
Elsa swatted his arm and whispered, "Don't make fun." She turned to Zoltan. "I'm so sorry your mother suffered like that. I'm sure she was a lovely woman."
"Yeah."
Howard shifted his weight, wincing.
"Sorry about calling her creepy." "Repeatedly?"
Zoltan gave him a wry look.
"I should be going now."
Howard nodded.
"I brought the duffel bag. It's just outside the door." "Thanks."
Zoltan glanced one more time at his mother. He was 99% sure that she had come from Beola. It would explain her odd gift, and her secrecy about her past. Had Niona come with the other women to avenge his mother's death? Did the arrow on the wall in the armory belong to Niona? Innocent or killer? He swallowed hard. For the first time in centuries, he was falling for a woman. He needed to gain her trust, but she was convinced that men couldn't be trusted. Was she basing that assumption on what had happened to his mother? For there was no doubt in his mind that his father had betrayed his mother in the cruelest way. When she'd needed her husband the most, he'd turned his back on her, abandoned her to a horrific death. That was the main reason why Zoltan had never wanted to avenge his father's death. He'd always figured the Count had gotten what he deserved. But still, he wanted answers. What had happened that day in 1241? He'd tried to protect his mother, standing in front of her and taking some of the stones meant for her, even some of the flames. But somehow he'd awakened the next day a few miles away from the burned village, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Would Niona know? But how could he ask her without revealing who he was? Would she ever trust him if she knew he was the son of the betrayer? And a vampire, too? For the first time, he realized that his courtship of Niona was not going to be easy. It wasn't a simple matter of seducing her with kisses and chocolate. To choose him, she would have to overcome a mindset that had been firmly etched in stone for centuries. With a troubled heart, he picked up the duffel bag and teleported close to Frederick's cabin. She was nowhere in sight. Zoltan set the heavy duffel bag on the floor of the cabin and wondered what to do. The strategy he'd used the night before wouldn't work again. The worried feeling in his heart grew heavier. What if she was in trouble? How far would the Queen go to make sure Niona didn't leave Beola? He gritted his teeth. He would not give up on her. Once he set his mind on a task, he never quit. A sound outside drew his attention. Was the cabin being watched? He teleported out and took cover behind some trees. Soon he realized what was making the noise. The snow leopard was wallowing in a pile of fallen leaves. "Cat," he called, "where's Niona?" "Leave me alone." Zahn rolled onto his back. "It's the end of the world." "What?" Zoltan ran toward him. "Is Niona in trouble?" "Doomed, I'm doomed. You might never see me again." "Why? Has something happened to Niona?" "They won't let her leave the valley, so she didn't hunt today." The cat flopped over and let out a howl of despair. "My food bowl is empty." Zoltan scoffed. "That's what you're worried about? You're a leopard, you big wuss. Go kill your own rabbit." Zahn shuddered, his fur bristling. "It might fight back and bite me. You big baby." Zoltan planted his hands on his hips. "Don't you know you're supposed to be a mighty hunter?" "I am?" Zahn gave him a wide-eyed look. "Will you show me how?"
Not now. I'm worried about Niona. Do you know where she is? The cat huffed. How can I answer when I'm starving to death? I'll bring you some food. Zahn sat up. Really? Zoltan teleported back to the kitchen and emptied 3 cans of tuna into a plastic bowl. Since he might have to search for Niona, he stuffed some plastic containers of blood into a jacket pocket, then teleported back. Wow! The leopard jumped back a foot. How did you do that? Did you bring the food? Here. Zoltan set the bowl in front of the leopard, and it immediately started eating. Is Niona all right? Zahn looked up between bites. The last time I saw her, she was by the burial mounds. I know where that is. Don't go up the rope ladder or near the waterfall. There's a guard at the top of the wall. She'll see you and shoot you full of arrows. I'll be fine. An idea sprang into Zoltan's mind as he watched the leopard eat. He pulled out his sat phone and called Milan. Any news about the land in Tibet? I'm afraid it's bad news, sir, Milan answered. The land belongs to the Chinese government, and they refuse to sell to a foreigner. I understand. Let's try this approach. We set the land apart as a wildlife sanctuary for snow leopards. Call Howard Barr at the castle. The werebear? What can he do? He can put you in touch with Rajiv in Tiger Town. Rajiv's the head tiger there, and he has Chinese citizenship. If he'll agree to be our frontman, we can channel the money through him. There was a pause. Then Milan said, So I call the bear to contact a tiger to save some fictional leopards? Zoltan snorted. The leopard is real. Is he a shifter too? No, thank God. Let me know how it goes. Zoltan pocketed the sat phone and patted the jacket pocket containing the watch. Cat, I'm going now. Hide the bowl when you're done. Okay. Zahn looked up at him. She cried last night. Zoltan dragged in a hissing breath. Don't get caught. I don't plan to. He teleported close to the burial mounds. Chapter 12. Was he waiting for her again at the cabin? With a sigh, Niona settled on the grass next to her sister's grave. It was impossible to see him tonight. Her mother suspected her, so she had ordered the other women to take turns guarding the rock wall where they kept the rope ladder stashed. Niona had sent her pet leopard to the cabin with instructions not to let Zoltan approach the rock wall where he might be seen, but she couldn't be sure Zahn had understood. Even so, he had scampered off in the right direction. She hadn't dared attach a note to him, since whoever was standing guard might spot it, and it would serve as proof that she was indeed meeting someone secretly. The night before, she'd had to endure yet another lecture from her mother on the unworthiness of men. They could never be trusted. They wanted only sex and power, and they could get both from the women of Bayullah. The pool of living water in the cave's throne room had enabled the women to fulfill their sacred duty over the course of many centuries. Men would never accept their dedication to duty. All they would see was a way to live forever as the richest and most powerful men in the world. So any man who learned their secret had to be executed. It was harsh, the queen admitted, but it worked. The secret had remained intact. Over the centuries, there'd been only one exception to the rule. Frederick. He'd been near death when Calliope had found him in the mountains. She'd erected a makeshift shelter for them, and in the days it had taken her to heal him, they'd fallen in love. She'd begged Nima to allow him to live in the neighboring valley, and Frederick had managed to convince them that he could help them. The outside world was changing quickly, he'd said, and they would be helpless to deal with it if caught unprepared. Nima had been doubtful at first, but after Winifred was born and exhibited the gift of communicating with winged creatures, the queen had changed her mind. Freya was born a year later, and she possessed another useful gift, the ability to make crops flourish. Meanwhile, Frederick taught them English and all he could about the outside world. His love for his wife and daughters was so great that he'd been happy to accept his exile from his homeland. But that had changed after the birth of his son. The prison he'd accepted for himself, he could not accept for the boy.
When Franklin had turned 6, old enough to start school, his father had taken him back to England. Nima had taken his desertion as proof that all men were alike. Ultimately, they could not be trusted. But Zoltan insisted that Frederick had kept their secret. He'd remained faithful. Niona wanted to believe that some men could be trusted, for she hoped Zoltan was one of them. He knew too much. She could only pray that he would remain trustworthy and silent. As much as she wanted to be with him, she knew the best way to keep him alive was to break off with him completely. For how many years would she think of him, dream of him? He would be out there somewhere roaming the earth, while she remained here, forever shackled to their sacred duty. "I'm not allowed to leave the valley now," Niona whispered to her sister. Had she become the prisoner that Minerva had warned her about? Could she live the rest of her long life without love, without Zoltan? She rested her hand on the dirt of her sister's grave. "He attracts me like no other man. He excites me, surprises me, makes me laugh, makes me burn." Her fingers dug into the dirt. "He makes me long for the impossible." But there was something about him that was niggling at the back of her mind. Last night he'd taken her knife and spun her around to grab her at a speed that had been incredibly fast. There had also been something odd about his eyes. She was no longer sure it had been a reflection from the fire. And then, somehow he had managed to escape the cabin without being seen. A mystery man. Even that made him appealing to her. He excited her mind as much as her body. She released the clod of dirt and brushed her hands together. There was no point in speculating about who he was or where he'd come from. She could never see him again. Tears filled her eyes, and she blinked them away. Think about something else. By the light of the 3/4 moon, she spotted the arrow Zoltan had used last night to have Zahn carry a note. It lay close by on the ground. He must have found it in the woods where she'd shot at him a few times that first night. She should go back to collect the fallen arrows, but she couldn't leave the valley. Couldn't ever see him again. The tears spilled over. "Niona," a voice whispered behind her. A male voice. With a gasp, she turned around. He was uphill at the edge of the forest. He stepped toward her, his form still partially hidden in shadow. "No," she whispered, jumping to her feet. She looked around nervously, then dashed toward him. "Zoltan!" She shoved him into the cover of the forest. He caught her by the arms. "Are you all right?" "No, you're scaring me. If anyone catches you here, they'll kill you." "I had to make sure you're all right." "I'm fine. Please go." "You've been crying." He wiped her cheek with his thumb. The simple gesture made more tears flow, and she clung to him as he held her tight. Just a few minutes, she thought, as she wrapped her arms around his neck. After a few minutes, she would let go of him forever. "I was worried about you," he whispered, his hand rubbing her back. "Did you get in trouble?" She shook her head. "Just the standard speech about how men cannot be trusted." "You can trust me." He released her and pulled a box from his jacket. "I told you I would bring you a watch tonight, and I did." She took the box from him and pivoted, scanning their surroundings. "There's no one around," he assured her. "I already checked." "But how did you get here? There is only one way into this valley and it's being guarded." She looked around again. "They must have seen you." "No one saw me." He motioned toward the box. "I changed the time for you." How had he managed to get here? Niona glanced uphill. The mountains surrounding Beola were high and treacherous. It would take several days to enter the valley that way. The only group to ever attempt it had been the expedition Frederick had been on, and everyone had died but him. "It's all right, Niona," Zoltan said softly. She shook her head. "You're not safe here. You shouldn't have come." "I promised you a watch, so nothing was going to stop me." Her heart squeezed in her chest. He was a man of his word. She opened the box and stared. This wasn't anything like the pocket watch Frederick had owned. "It's not that great, I know," Zoltan mumbled.
I have a better one on order."
"It's beautiful," she whispered, touching the sparkly kitten. "It's too pretty to hide in a pocket."
"It goes on your wrist. Here, I'll show you."
He took the watch out and fastened the band around her wrist. "The color is so bright." She felt the band and gasped. "It's so strong, yet it bends. What is this wondrous material?"
"Plastic,"
he muttered. "It's amazing." He winced.
"I'll get something in gold and diamonds."
"No, I love this." She smiled at the sparkly kitten. "Zahn will love it too."
"I saw him down at the cabin."
"Oh, good." She turned her wrist, admiring the way the watch sparkled in the moonlight. "I sent him to keep you away from the rock wall so you wouldn't be seen." With a sigh, she unfastened the watch. "I cannot let this be seen either."
"Hide it if you must, but please accept it."
She glanced up at him.
"Accept me."
Her heart stilled. It is not possible. You must know they will kill you if they find you here."
"I'll stay in Frederick's cabin."
"I fear even that is not safe." She slipped the watch into the linen pouch that dangled from the sash tied around her waist. "You know too much."
"Frederick must have known. He was allowed to live here."
"He was the only one." Neona glanced downhill at the burial mounds. "Calliope begged for him on her knees."
"How did she meet him?"
"It's a long story."
"We have all night."
Zoltan sat on the ground and patted the spot next to him. She glanced around one more time. Perhaps it was safe here. The others would never believe that he'd managed to sneak past the guard. She sat next to him, her legs crossed, while he stretched his long legs out in front of him and rested back on his elbows. The ground was soft with a thick cushion of dried pine and fir needles. She told the story of Calliope and Frederick, carefully avoiding any references to the women's sacred duty.
"I'm sorry I never got to meet her,"
Zoltan said.
"She sounds very brave."
"She was." Neona pointed at the burial mound on the far right. "That is Calliope's grave there." He sat up so he could see the mounds.
"Which one belongs to your sister?"
Neona swallowed hard. "Third from the right."
"I wish I could have met her too. Who are the others?"
She gave him a dubious look. "You really want to know?"
"Yes. This is your life and I want to share it with you."
Her eyes misted with tears. "The other mounds belong to those who died in battle 2 weeks ago. Actually, almost 3 weeks now. It's been 5 days since we met." He nodded.
5 glorious days."
She gave him a wistful smile, then gestured toward the burial mounds. "Next to Calliope is her oldest daughter, Farah. Farah's father was a Persian soldier. She was a bit older than Winifred and Freya."
"A few centuries older?"
After a pause, Neona nodded. He already knew, so there was hardly any point in lying. "Next to Farah is my sister, Minerva. The next two are Lydia's daughters. Pema's father was Tibetan, and Mahima's father was Indian. The last grave is Lydia's mother, Anjali." Zoltan grimaced.
"Lydia must be heartbroken."
"Yes." A tear rolled down Neona's cheek. "She has one daughter left, Tashi."
"What happens if one of you gives birth to a son?"
Neona sighed. "It happened to Calliope, and once to my sister." Zoltan turned to face her.
"Then you have a nephew? Where is he?"
"The queen took him to the Buddhist monastery, about 30 miles from here. He should be about 7 years old now."
Zoltan gave her an incredulous look. "The queen is his grandmother. How could she give him away? What harm could a child possibly bring to you here?"
Neona winced. Zoltan's objections sounded much like her own. "I know our ways don't make any sense to you."
"No, they don't. You complain about men not being trustworthy and abandoning you, but you abandoned a baby boy."
"I know. It nearly killed my sister. She cried for weeks, and then she was never quite the same. I don't think she fought very hard at the last battle."
"Damn,"
he whispered, then took Neona's hand. "I'm sorry." "It was wrong, I realize that now." She gazed sadly at her sister's grave, her vision blurred with tears. "I should have fought for her. I should have fought to keep the baby." "Don't blame yourself. You've always said that men are not allowed here. It has to be hard to defy centuries of tradition." "I do blame myself." She pulled her hand free as a tear fell down her cheek. "I am ashamed. I had to lose my sister before I started to question things." "Can you tell me what is going on here? What could be so important that your sister had to endure so much pain?" Neona sniffed. "We have a sacred duty. I cannot explain more. This is the way it has always been." "But sometimes things can change over time." She shook her head. "The pact we made is binding forever." "A pact with whom?" She winced. She was telling too much. Inhaling slowly, she attempted to steady her nerves. "How did all this get started?" Zoltan asked. "Why are you so convinced men are the enemy?" She wiped her cheeks. "It's a long story." "I'm not going anywhere." She studied him, wondering how much she should tell, how much she should trust him. "It began before I was born." "And that was when?" She bit her lip, wondering how he would react. "Frederick estimated my age at over 2,000 years. Zoltan sucked in a breath. "Okay, that's about what I figured." "You did? How?" His mouth curled up on one side. "I'm seemingly intelligent, and may I say you're looking quite well for your age." "Does it disturb you?" He snorted. "I'm the last person on Earth who thought he would fall for an older woman." He stiffened suddenly with an alarmed look. "If you leave here, will you turn into a 2,000-year-old corpse?" "No, I would start to age naturally." He exhaled a gust of air. "That's a relief. Then you could leave with me." "No." He grabbed her hands. "Why not? You know we belong together." "I told you, we have a sacred pact. I must remain here to fulfill my duty." "Which is?" She winced. "I cannot say." With a groan, he released her hands and fell back onto the ground. She looked around to make sure no one was in sight. "Fine," he mumbled. "Then I'll stay here with you." She twisted to face him. "You cannot. It's not safe." "Damn it," he glared at her. "You make it really hard to court you." When she smiled, his eyebrows rose. "Is that amusing?" Her smile widened. "I cannot help it. I like the way you refuse to give up on me." His eyes twinkled with humor. "Then you're in luck, for you won't find a more stubborn man than me. I never give up." "I see you are modest, too." "Damned straight." He stretched and placed his hands behind his head. "Tell me how it started." "What started?" "How you all became a cult of man-hating warrior women in the middle of nowhere." "I don't hate you." "You tried to kill me a few times." "That was unfortunate." "Why?" His mouth twitched. "Because you failed?" She shrugged. "The night is still young." "You little." He pulled her down onto her back and leaned over her. When she smiled up at him, he smiled back. "You're my man-hating warrior woman, and don't forget it." She touched his cheek. "I won't." "Good." He kissed her nose, then lay beside her, gathering her up into his arms. "So tell me the story." "All right." She turned to gaze up at the stars. "Many centuries ago, men began making swords of iron and killing each other to gain land and power. There was a Maharaja in what is now northern India. His army took over the great portions of India, Pakistan, and Nepal, killing and destroying, showing no mercy. The more land and power he acquired, the more ruthless he became. People in the surrounding territories quaked in fear that his army would turn on them next. Villages sought to appease him by sending their most beautiful maidens to him to be his concubines." "Did it work?"
Neona shrugged. If the concubine pleased him, he would allow her family to live. 3 young maidens were sent to him, one from India, one from Nepal, and one from Tibet. In their fear and despair, they turned to each other and became friends. After the Maharaja raped them, they were distraught and failed to fawn over him. He killed their families and let them be used by his guards. Zoltan grimaced. What an ass. It became even worse. The Maharaja died in battle, and his son and heir decided some of his father's concubines should be executed at the funeral as a human tribute. The 3 maidens were among those who were chosen. Shit. Zoltan sat up. What happened to them? She sat up too. They escaped. Yes. He punched the air. She smiled, enjoying how engrossed he was in the story. They went north into the mountains, hoping to lose the soldiers who were tracking them. The one from Nepal knew how to cross the mountains, and then the one from Tibet took over. They found this valley of Beulah and swore never to trust men again. Are they still alive? Neona sighed. Only one. My mother, Queen Nima. She was the one from Tibet who found this hidden valley. Eventually she mated with a Greek soldier and gave birth to Minerva and me. But it was done out of necessity. I don't think she ever recovered from the abuse she suffered at the hands of the Maharaja. Who were the others? Neona pointed to the last burial mound on the left. Anjali was the maiden from northern India. She mated with a Greek soldier to have Calliope, then a Roman soldier to have Lydia. Tashi, Winifred, and Freya are her granddaughters. And the third one? The one from Nepal? Neona pulled her knees up and hugged them. We don't like to talk about her. Why not? She fell in love and left us. The queen warned her that men cannot be trusted, that her lover would betray her. And he did. He let her die a terrible death. Zoltan sucked in a long breath. What was her name? Donna. Donna Maria, he whispered. Neona looked at him. He seemed awfully pale. Are you all right? He nodded. I think I was meant to come here. All those years of searching, and I'm finally here. With you. He turned to her and took her gently by the shoulders. You are the one I've been waiting for. I'm falling in love with you. Her breath caught. Zoltan. Neona. He cradled her face in his hands. Do you love me? Her eyes filled with tears. It's impossible. If you love me, then nothing will be impossible. I want to believe you. Then do. He kissed her brow. Believe me. He kissed her nose. Trust me. He kissed her mouth. Love me. With a cry, she threw her arms around his neck. Neona. He hugged her tight, then nuzzled her face, trailing kisses along her cheek till he reached her mouth. She opened for him, welcoming him, stroking his invading tongue. How could she ever give him up? He was all her heart had ever longed for, all her mind had ever dreamed of, all her body had ever ached for. Unhand her, now! Neona jolted at the sound of her mother's voice. You're surrounded. Nima stood behind them in the woods, her sword drawn. Neona looked around frantically. Winifred was to one side, Freya to the other, and both had arrows cocked and aimed at Zoltan. Lydia was downhill, between them and the burial mounds, her bow and arrow ready. At this short distance, none of them would miss. Panic seized Neona. No! Zoltan squeezed her shoulders. Stay calm. Release her and move away, Nima yelled. When he lifted his hands and scooted back, she motioned to Lydia. Kill him. No! Neona threw herself in front of him, just as the arrow was released. Zoltan grabbed her and twisted, putting his back to Lydia. His body stiffened as the arrow struck. He fell forward on top of Neona, a hissing sound escaping from his mouth. He grimaced,
and for a flash of a second fangs sprang out before he clamped his mouth shut. Neona gasped. Had she really seen that? She searched his face but saw only pain in his eyes. He grunted with more pain as Freddie and Freya yanked him to his feet. Freddie tied his wrists together while Freya looped a rope around his neck. They pulled him back into the moonlit clearing, closer to the burial mounds. Neona gasped at the sight of the arrow protruding from his back and the dark stain of blood spreading down his jacket. Lydia cocked another arrow aimed at his chest. Nima walked toward him, her sword pointed at him. Neona scrambled to her feet. She had to stop them somehow. But did he really have fangs? Was he some kind of monster?
How do you do? I am Zoltan. Did I say you could talk?
Nima poked him with her sword. Don't hurt him! Neona ran toward them. Maybe she'd imagined the fangs. It had happened so fast, and it was dark. Nima scoffed. Have you lost your senses? This man has seen our valley. He will die tonight. Chapter 13. Zoltan gritted his teeth as the rope bit into his neck. They were leading him about like a damned dog on a leash. The arrow in his back stung like hell. Fortunately, the Queen's jab at him with her sword had missed the bags of blood stashed in his jacket. The stab had barely broken his skin, so it wasn't bleeding nearly as profusely as the wound on his back was. Still, the scent of so much blood ignited his vampire senses, and it took every ounce of his control not to give in to the rampant power that sizzled through his veins. Given free rein, his undead instincts would have him teleport free, steal the Queen's sword, and decapitate everyone at vampire speed. They could all be dead in a matter of seconds. Well, everyone but Neona. Over the centuries, he had acquired excellent control. With a low growl, he acknowledged that beheading Neona's mother and friends was not a likely way to earn her trust. He needed to convince these women he was their ally, so he would have to play nice. No glowing eyes and fangs. With all the pain he was enduring, he had to wonder if he was a fool. He could have teleported away the instant the arrow was shot. But Neona had leaped in front of him, and his immediate reaction had been to save her. He'd been so shocked that he'd acted without thinking. In almost 800 years, he couldn't recall anyone ever trying to save him. He'd always done the rescuing, the protecting. But Neona had tried to save him. Did that mean she loved him? He glanced at her as they came to a stop by the fire pit in the center of their small village. Her love might be short-lived. If given another chance to save him, he wasn't sure she would. He'd seen the stunned look of horror flit across her face when his fangs had sprung out. She doubted him now. He could feel it. There was a distant wariness to her stance, a reluctance to look him in the eye. She said nothing as one of the women looped his leash around a pole and reeled him in till he was only a foot away. He turned to survey their small village, but the arrow in his back knocked against the pole, inciting another burst of pain. Was this where they planned to execute him? The irony struck him like a punch in the gut. His mother had been tied to a pole in the village square, and his father had done nothing to save her. Now, 800 years later, the same tragic scene was being replayed. Would Neona turn her back on him and let him die? Did she think he was an evil creature, just like father had thought about mother? He glanced at Neona, but her head was turned away. She was refusing to look at him. Just teleport home, save yourself, and forget about her. Tears filled his eyes. He'd thought she was the one. If he left now, he'd be admitting it was over, that she'd given up on him. He clenched his fists. Bear with it just a few more seconds. Give her a chance. The three women with bows aimed their arrows at him, and the Queen lifted her arm. Any second now she'd drop her arm and the arrows would fly. He looked at Neona one last time. Tears were running down her cheeks. "Stop!" she screamed and ran to position herself in front of him. His heart squeezed in his chest. She still believed in him. "Move aside," the queen shouted. "Don't kill him!" Niona fell to her knees and clasped her hands together as if in prayer. "I beg of you, grant us the mercy shown to Calliope. This man is my mate." Zoltan opened his mouth to agree, but he was interrupted by the queen. "We cannot take mates. Even Calliope's mate deserted her." "But we have Freddie and Freya because of him." Niona motioned to two of the women with cocked bows. "I could give us more daughters. We need more women, you know that." One of the women lowered her bow. "That is true. What is the harm in keeping him alive till he fathers a child? I agree with Freddie." A second woman lowered her bow. "He could live at our father's cabin." That had to be Freya, Zoltan thought. She was almost identical to her sister Winifred. The only difference was the golden tint to Winifred's brown eyes, whereas Freya's eyes were hazel green. "Too dangerous," the third female bowman said. "He could escape and tell others about us." The queen nodded. "Lydia is right. We cannot allow him to leave this valley alive." "I'll keep him in my house." Niona rose to her feet. "Please, I want a daughter so badly." She glanced back at Zoltan, avoiding eye contact. "This man is strong and fair of face. I believe he could give me an exceptional daughter." "He does seem strong," Winifred said. "He must be in pain, but he hasn't even moaned." "He must be fleet of foot, too," Freya added. "He managed to sneak past Tasha." The queen scowled at him. "How did you get past our guard?" "I come in peace." "Men are never peaceful," Nima hissed, then looked at her daughter. "You see how he avoids telling us the truth. He cannot be trusted. He's corrupting you, making you forget your sacred duty." "No." Niona shook her head. "It is part of our duty to produce daughters for the future. This man can give me one." Zoltan winced inwardly. Was this her strategy for keeping him alive? Or was it how she truly felt? Was he nothing more than a sperm donor? The queen gave him a disgusted look. "He will bring you nothing but misery. Lydia, bring Tashi here. I want to know how this man sneaked past your daughter." Lydia turned pale. "Yes, your majesty." She strode from the village. "Winifred, rip the arrow out of him," the queen ordered. "Let's see if he's as strong as you think." "Yes, your majesty." Winifred handed her bow and arrow to her sister, then circled behind him. With a grimace, Niona looked away. Zoltan wasn't sure how she felt. She was definitely trying to keep him alive, but at the same time she was refusing to make eye contact with him. He felt Winifred planting her hand firmly on his back, and he gritted his teeth, preparing himself. Any second now. He closed his eyes so no one would see them glow. A blast of searing pain exploded across his back. He gasped, but managed not to moan or reveal his fangs. "It's out," Winifred announced behind him. "He's losing blood fast." He dragged in a hissing breath. He needed to feed, soon. "I will lay my hands on you to heal you," Niona whispered. "It will stop the bleeding and take away the pain." He opened his eyes to frown at her. "You will not." Her gaze lifted till her eyes met his. "There is no need for you to be in pain." "I will not have you take my pain upon yourself." "Interesting." Winifred stepped in front of him, regarding him curiously. "I think he likes you, Niona." "I promised her I would bring her no harm," Zoltan said quietly. Niona looked away, but her eyes glistened with tears. "That's so sweet." Winifred exchanged an amused look with her sister. The queen scoffed. "And so it begins. He will deceive you with his pretense to care, and he'll wheedle his way into your affections with his lies. I should kill him before he corrupts you all." Zoltan eyed the queen. How had she managed to remain so hateful over the millennia? You'd think a person would mellow out after a few thousand years. "You won't have to kill me. I'll bleed to death soon enough." "I'll fetch some bandages and medicine." Niona ran inside a nearby building. Winifred crossed her arms, studying him. So how did you meet Neona?
We met 5 nights ago.
He attempted a bow, but the rope around his neck stopped him.
How do you do? My name is Zoltan.
I'm Freddie, and this is my Hush! The Queen glared at Winifred. He already knows too much.
I've been looking forward to meeting you all.
Zoltan continued as if this was a social event.
I brought gifts for you. They're in the cabin in the next valley. A set of hunting knives and other weapons. Some books.
Weapons? Winifred asked. Books? Freya's eyes lit up. Enough! Nima glared at the 2 girls. Do you not realize what he is doing? Flattery, manipulation, and deception. He seeks to destroy us.
I want to help you, he insisted. You're in danger from Master Han and Lord...
I knew it. The Queen drew her sword and pointed it at his heart. You're a spy from Lord Liao.
No, I'm on your side.
You lie. She pressed the point of her sword against his jacket. The Queen was going to be hard to convince. Zoltan decided it was time to pull out a trump card.
You can trust me. This place is in my blood. I am Donna's son.
With a gasp, the Queen stumbled back. The sword fell from her hand, hitting the ground with a thud. Winifred and Freya exchanged shocked looks, then turned back to stare at him. Meanwhile, the leopard ran into the clearing.
Oh no, you got caught? I told you not to get caught. Why are you covered with blood?
Zoltan gritted his teeth.
I got shot. What can we do?
Zahn ran in a circle around him.
I know, I'll bite the Queen on the ankle. Then you make a run for it. Neona can live with us in the forest, and we'll go hunting for rabbit every day. It'll be great. Gat, I'm tied to a frickin' pole. Oh, that's a problem.
Zahn attempted to climb the pole, but halfway up he fell to the ground.
Don't worry, I'll get you loose.
He attacked the pole, clawing furiously. Zoltan snorted. At this rate, the cat might have him free in 12 hours. He'd have to teleport before then to avoid the sun. And if he didn't eat soon... You lie! Queen Nima emerged from her shock to yell at him.
It is the truth, Zoltan said. My father was the Count of Zakvar in Transylvania. He brought home a new wife from the east, and they called her Donna Maria. When the Mongols invaded in 1241, most of the village was slaughtered. Those who survived blamed Donna Maria and declared her a witch. My father had just lost his eldest son in battle, and in his despair...
Are you excusing him, that monster? Nima's face turned red with rage. Zoltan swallowed hard. He had a sick feeling in his gut that Neona's mother had killed his father. Damn it. After 800 years of wanting to know the truth, he now found himself reluctant to ask the question. Your Majesty, Winifred pulled the Queen back. Don't let him upset you, he must be lying. Right, Freya agreed. How could he be alive in 1241? The 3 women huddled together, speaking Tibetan and glancing furtively at him.
Kat, what are they saying? Zoltan asked.
Zahn stopped clawing to listen.
They wonder how you could be centuries old. The Queen is very upset. She thinks Donna may have taken some of the living water with her and given it to you. It's not supposed to be given to a male.
Living water? So that was their fountain of youth. Zoltan looked around.
Is it the stream that runs through the valley? No, it's the pool inside the cave. Never go inside there. If they catch you, they'll kill you for sure.
Neona emerged from the building, her arms full of supplies. Sorry it took me so long. She hurried toward Zoltan. I had to make some more bandages. We used up most of them 3 weeks ago after the battle. Zahn trotted up to her and rubbed against her legs. Good kitty, she whispered, as she set down a bowl and pitcher of water near Zoltan's feet. Inside a basket, there were torn strips of white linen and a pottery jar. She removed the knife from the sheath on her leg and sawed through the ropes tying his hands together.
Neona, he whispered. Thank you. She ignored him, focusing on his hands. "What are you doing, Niona?" The queen grabbed the sword she dropped earlier. "I need his hands free so I can take off his jacket." Niona sheathed her knife, then removed his jacket and tossed it aside. The leopard ran over to sniff at it. The queen sheathed her sword. "You missed his latest lie. He claims to be the son of Donna." Niona gasped and her eyes met his. "How can that be?" "That's what we're wondering," Nima muttered, glancing back at Winifred and Freya. "How could he have lived so long?" Neona's face turned pale. Was she remembering the fangs she'd seen? Zoltan watched her intently, wondering if she was going to tell everyone he was a vampire. She grabbed her knife, and with trembling hands she cut his t-shirt and ripped it open. "We don't know if Donna had a son." "So you agree he is lying?" Nima asked. "I don't know what to think of him," Niona said softly. She poured water into a bowl, then wet a cloth, and wiped the blood from the small stab wound on his ribs. "I'm still the same," Zoltan whispered. She ignored him and opened the pottery jar to smear some salve on the small wound. "How would he even know about Donna?" the queen demanded. "Did you tell him about her?" Niona winced. The queen scoffed. "You see how he twists your words to deceive us?" Niona didn't answer. She grabbed a strip of linen and wrapped it around his torso to cover up the small wound. "I am telling the truth," Zoltan said. "How else would I know that my mother could communicate with both birds and animals? The villagers thought she was a witch and that she had caused the Mongols to attack us." "And then your so-called father let them kill her?" Nima shouted. "If you are who you claim to be, then you are the son of the man who betrayed us." Niona gave him a wary look as she tied off the bandage. "I blame my father too," Zoltan said. "I tried to save my mother. They were throwing stones at her and I blocked them. And when they threw a torch, I jumped onto the kindling to keep it from catching fire. It burned my back." Niona cried out and stumbled back. "You! Oh my God, you're the boy?" "You were there?" Zoltan asked. It seemed clear now that the women of Be'olah had attacked his village, but his stomach clenched at the thought of Niona going on a killing rampage. "You remember him?" Nima asked her daughter. "When we arrived, the villagers had just set fire to the kindling. Donna was already dead, and there was a boy on the ground in front of her." Niona's eyes widened as she turned back to Zoltan. "It's you. That's why I started having the dream." She pulled his ripped t-shirt off as she circled behind him, then used it to wipe the blood off his back. "Oh God, it's really you." She stumbled in front of him, and the bloody t-shirt slipped from her hands to fall to the ground. "I didn't recognize you. Or maybe I did. I started having the dream." She studied his face. "Do you remember anything?" "No." He shook his head. "I woke up the next day a few miles from the village." "So he speaks the truth?" Nima asked. Niona nodded, tears gleaming in her eyes. "I remember the burn mark, and the scars on his back and shoulders. I touched them all and felt the pain." Zoltan's heart stilled. "You healed me?" A tear ran down her cheek. "When I first saw you lying in front of Donna, I knew you had tried to save her. You were so near death, so I took you away to heal you." "You saved me," he breathed. Niona had been with him, far away from the village. She'd been busy saving his life, not killing the villagers. Innocent or killer? His Niona was innocent. He glanced at the queen. No doubt she'd taken part in the massacre. And since she was the leader, it seemed highly likely that she was the one who had killed his father. The queen noted his stare and stiffened. "Why have you come here? Do you seek revenge for your father?" He groaned inwardly. His theory appeared correct. "I only wanted answers." He took a deep breath.
Right now, I'd like to stop bleeding.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry. Niona grabbed the wet cloth to clean his back. Then she smeared some salve on him and wrapped a bandage around him. This medicine will stop the bleeding and keep the wound clean. Winifred stepped closer. So you're really Donna's son? He nodded.
I was 14 when she died.
How have you lived so long? Nima demanded. Niona paused in the middle of tying off the bandage. He needs rest. It's a wonder he's still standing.
How did you know Donna was in trouble?
He asked.
How did you get to Transylvania so quickly?
The Queen's eyes flashed with anger. You are our prisoner. You do not ask questions. The leopard hissed at the Queen, then ran to hide behind Zoltan. I should take him to my cabin so he can rest, Niona suggested. Can we go find the presents he left for us? Winifred asked the Queen.
Tomorrow.
Tonight we must take turns guarding Niona's house. Nima regarded Zoltan with suspicious disdain. Do not be swayed by his false generosity. He wants something from us. Freya snorted. He wants Niona in bed. Blushing, Niona emptied the bowl of bloody water. He will be too weak.
You want a bed?
He asked softly. Once he drank the 2 plastic bags of blood hidden in his jacket, he would be much stronger. Her blush deepened as she gathered up her supplies. Zahn butted his head against her leg. We have returned, Lydia announced as she approached with her daughter. Tashi frowned at Zoltan, then fell to her knees. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I don't know how I missed him. May I kill him for you? I would be honored to assist her, Lydia offered. Zoltan groaned inwardly. More bloodthirsty women. I have decided to keep him alive, Nima announced. He is Donna's son. Lydia gasped, her eyes widening as she looked him over. How can that be possible? It is true, Niona said. He is the boy I saved. Tashi gave him a curious look as she rose to her feet. He's not a boy now.
I have a name, Zoltan.
Lydia stepped closer, studying him. He does look a bit like her, the shape of his eyes.
You knew my mother?
He asked. Lydia sighed. We were all heartbroken when she left with that bastard. I am pleased we have this opportunity to bring Donna's bloodline back where it belongs. Nima waved a hand in his direction. This man will mate with Niona and give us Donna's granddaughter. Lydia's eyes narrowed. If he is Donna's son, then he is also the son of that bastard. That is true, Nima agreed. His father betrayed Donna in the worst way. We dare not trust this man. She drew a knife from her belt and placed it at the base of Zoltan's throat, then sliced through the rope around his neck. He will remain imprisoned in Niona's house until she becomes pregnant. Then we will kill him. Chapter 14. Zoltan ripped the cap off the first bag of blood and guzzled it down. He was in Niona's house now, alone at last. He'd managed to grab his jacket before being led here. Lydia was standing guard outside, and she'd closed and barred the window shutters to keep him from escaping. The only light in the house came from a small fire in the hearth. He squeezed the last drop from the plastic bag, then grabbed the second one. A knock on the door gave him half a second to drop the bags on a bed and throw his jacket on top. The door opened and Tashi entered with a wooden tray. We thought you might be hungry. She set the tray on a round table in front of the fireplace. The tea is hot. She moved the earthenware teapot to a trivet on the table.
Thank you.
Zoltan inclined his head. She gave him a curious look. Are you really Donna's son?
Yes.
Tashi glanced at the door, then stepped toward him and lowered her voice. Did your mother give you something special to drink? She had to be referring to the living water. The women suspected that was why he was still alive.
Where is Niona?
Tashi snorted. Eager to get started, are you? Her gaze drifted down his bare chest to his jeans. I wouldn't be in such a hurry if I were you. The minute she's pregnant, you're... The door opened and Lydia peered inside. There is no need to talk to him. Yes, Mother. Tashi hurried outside. Lydia gave him a dubious look, then closed the door. He grabbed the second bag of blood and ripped off the cap. Halfway through it, he was feeling strong enough to slow down. He took sips as he looked around. It was a small house, one room. Years of a wood-burning fire had permeated the walls and furnishings with a rustic scent. There were 2 beds across from each other, pushed up against walls that were lined with some sort of woven reed mat. Their form of insulation, he figured. It probably got damned cold here in the winter. There were a few framed pictures on the walls. Long rectangles of bright silk, embroidered with flowers and butterflies. He smiled, imagining Niona sitting in front of the fireplace on a cold winter evening, creating a work of art with needle and thread. The bedsheets were unbleached linen, soft from years of use and washing. The pillows and comforters were stuffed with something soft. Lamb's wool, he guessed from the faint scent. A small table sat between the 2 beds. On top rested a candlestick, and the book Niona had taken from Frederick's cabin the night before. At the foot of each bed rested a large wooden trunk. The fireplace was on the far wall, opposite the 2 beds. In front of the fireplace, a table and 2 chairs sat. 2 beds, 2 chests, 2 chairs. Niona must have shared this house with her twin sister. He finished the second bag of blood and zipped the 2 bags into a jacket pocket. Then he wandered over to the hearth to put on another piece of wood. The fire greedily engulfed the new fuel and sent flickering shadows across the room. He eyed the plate of food on the tray. Some sort of flatbread, jam made from berries and cheese. He picked up the teapot to look at it. Pottery painted in a simple red and green geometric design. Was this the handiwork of one of the women? The trivet caught his eye. It was black and slick. Slate? He set the pot on the table and picked up the trivet. It was slightly pliable with smooth edges. Not stone or pottery. Leather? It seemed too thick for that. He leaned over the fireplace and held the edge of the trivet over the fire. It didn't catch fire, didn't melt. It barely felt warm. The floor of the fireplace was made entirely of the odd black tiles. Another knock sounded on the door. He set the trivet down and picked up the teapot as Tashi entered once again. He poured some tea into a small, round cup without handles. I thought you might want to clean up. Tashi placed a bowl and pitcher next to the tray and frowned at the plate of food. You didn't eat. I was waiting for Niona. When is she coming? Are you in a hurry to die? Tashi gave him a wry look. Niona's with Freddie and Freya. They're getting her ready for you. And making a big deal out of it. She rolled her eyes. They act like this is a wedding. His heart stilled. Would Niona see it that way? Could she accept a vampire for a husband? His groin tightened at the thought of a wedding night. But it is more like your funeral, Tashi continued. You shouldn't have come here. I'm in love with Niona, and I want to help you defeat Lord Liao. Tashi stiffened. We don't need your help. You do. There are only 6 of you. Tashi winced. You will never convince the Queen to trust you. I have to try. Zoltan looked around the small house. He might be here several days. He needed to teleport back home and grab a supply of blood, and he needed to make plans with Angus. How long will it take Niona to get here? Tashi shrugged. I don't know. I should rest before she comes. Can you tell her to come in 30 minutes? Do we look like we would own a clock? Niona has a watch. I gave her one. Tashi's eyes widened. Really? Is it true what Freya said, that you brought gifts for us all? He nodded. True. I'd like to be accepted here. The Queen will never accept a male here. With a sigh, Tashi walked toward the door. Some things never change. The sad tone of her voice made Zoltan suspect that she might be open to change. Will you tell Niona? Tashi nodded. 30 minutes. She left, closing the door behind her. Zoltan grabbed his jacket and looked around as he prepared to teleport. The trivet. It was bothering him because he couldn't tell what it was. He picked it up, checked the time on his watch, and teleported straight to the kitchen of his castle. Howard had his wife pressed against the kitchen counter as he slipped a chocolate-covered strawberry into her mouth. Zoltan dropped his bloody jacket and the black tile on the counter.
Sorry to interrupt.
Howard jumped and turned.
What the? Holy crap! What happened to you?
Elsa choked and swallowed, her eyes watering. Oh, my God! Do you need a doctor?
I'm fine.
Zoltan glanced down and winced. His bare chest was smeared with blood, and more blood had seeped through the bandages Neona had tied around him. Howard gave him an incredulous look.
Why do you keep seeing that woman? She beat the crap out of you again. No, she didn't.
Zoltan motioned to the stab wound by his ribs.
Her mother did this, and it was one of her friends who shot me with an arrow. And that makes it okay?
Howard scoffed.
I take it back. You're not depressed, you're insane.
He whipped out a cell phone.
I'm calling Mikhail. He has some medical supplies. I don't need doctoring.
Zoltan pulled a bottle of Blisky from the cabinet.
But do call Mikhail and Angus and anyone else who can come for a strategy meeting. We have to come up with a plan to help the women of Beolah.
Howard frowned.
The same woman who just treated you like a dartboard? They'll come around.
Zoltan poured a glass of Blisky and downed it. The blood gave him a jolt of energy, and the whiskey took the edge off the pain. He grabbed the black tile.
Get everyone here now. I'll be right back. What? Where?
Zoltan teleported to his office in Budapest.
Milan,
he called as he entered his assistant's office.
Milan jumped to his feet. Oh my God, what happened to you?
Zoltan shrugged, then grimaced from the pain of moving his shoulder.
Sir!
Milan ran toward him.
Shall I call a doctor? No, I'm fine. I'm in a hurry. I need to get back to something. A battle?
Milan adjusted his glasses as he eyed the bandages.
Are you sure that's wise, sir? If I may say so, you appear to be losing.
Zoltan smiled.
I'm fine. How's it going with the land deal? Rajiv met with the government officials. He said they wanted an exorbitant amount, about 10 million. Send it. I need the deed right away.
Milan gulped.
Yes, sir. And see what you can find out about this.
Zoltan handed him the black mystery tile. Milan frowned, turning it over in his hands.
What is it? I don't know. Send it to the lab at the university. The guys who investigated the arrow. And put a rush on it. I want to know by tomorrow night. Yes, sir. How's business? Do you have everything under control? Yes, sir.
Milan's gaze shifted back to the bloody bandages.
How is your vacation? Great. See you later.
Zoltan teleported back to the kitchen. Mikhail and his wife Pamela had arrived and were sitting at the table with Howard and Elsa. J.L. Wang was helping himself to a blear from the fridge, and Emma McKay was pouring herself a glass of Blardonnay. She gasped. What happened to you?
I met the other warrior women of Beolah, Zoltan explained. Is Angus coming?
Yes, as soon as he finishes his interview with Franklin Chesterton. Emma poured a second glass of Blardonnay and offered it to Zoltan. I went with Angus, since my psychic powers are much stronger than his, probably because I was already telepathic before I was transformed. I was able to see that Franklin has quite a few memories of his childhood. Apparently, he and his father discussed Beolah often.
That's good.
Zoltan took a long drink of the mixture of synthetic blood and Chardonnay, then headed toward the table.
Shall we get started? I brought a medicine kit, Mikhail said. Do you want a shot for the pain? I'll be fine.
Zoltan sat next to J.L. Wang. J.L., a.k.a. Jin Long, had worked for the FBI before becoming a vampire. As an employee for McKay S&I, he was in charge of security for the West Coast Coven, situated in his hometown of San Francisco. Recently, he'd done some assignments in China since he knew the language.
We read Angus's report. JL said. So we're all up to date. Amazon women hiding in a secret valley? Why? Are they scary looking? Zoltan shook his head. Quite the contrary. Did you figure out what Lord Liao wants from them? Emma set the bottle of Blardonnay on the table along with her glass and took a seat. Zoltan refilled his glass. I believe so. The woman I've been seeing is Neona. She looks like she's 22, but she's over 2,000 years old. And her mother, the queen, is even older. I think she dates back to the Iron Age. A series of gasps went around the table. Holy crap, Howard muttered. And I thought you were old. Zoltan gave him a wry look. They have a fountain of youth. Living water, they call it. I haven't seen it yet, but I believe it's a pool in a cave. So Lord Liao wants the fountain of youth? Elsa asked. But he's a vampire. He's already immortal. I think he's trying to prove his worth to Master Han, Zoltan explained. If they take control of the living water, then they could wield a tremendous amount of power over the mortal world. JL nodded. Han could make mortal governments bend to his will. No wonder the women of Bayo-La are so distrusting, Emma said. Whoever controls the living water could potentially control the world. Mikhail leaned his elbows on the table. We need to earn their trust. How many are there? 6? Yes. Zoltan took another long drink. I'm trying to convince them I'm on their side. I have an advantage there since my mother actually came from Bayo-La. Elsa gasped. The mummy was one of the Amazon women? What mummy? Pamela asked. The mummy in the chapel is his mother, Elsa whispered to Pam. JL snorted. His mama is a mummy? Zoltan sighed. As I was saying, I'm the son of one of the original founders of Bayo-La, so they're reluctant to kill me like they would some other guy. They've existed for centuries with the mindset that men cannot be trusted. Emma frowned. We can't change something that ingrained overnight. I know. Zoltan drank some more Blardonnay. 2 of the women would still like to kill me, the Queen and Lydia. I think Lydia's daughter, Tashi, would be open to change. And the 2 younger ones, Winifred and Freya, were born in the 1920s, so they missed the major man-hating events that the older ones went through. And they grew up with a loving father for a while. So we have a good chance of convincing those 2 that we're good guys. They're the daughters of Frederick Chesterton? Emma asked, and Zoltan nodded. That's 5 of the women. JL looked at Zoltan. What about the 6th? Neona. Zoltan wasn't sure how she felt about him. I think she's on my side. Howard's eyes narrowed. You don't seem very confident. Is there a problem? Zoltan drank some more Blardonnay. It seemed to be helping with the pain. They don't trust men. They trust vampires even less. Pamela winced. You haven't told them you're a vampire. How did you explain being old enough to be the mummy's son? JL asked. They think my mother gave me some of the living water to drink. Zoltan took another sip. Ah, Pamela nodded. That would explain it. Howard swallowed down some beer. I wonder what would happen if a vamp drank the living water. Zoltan finished his glass. I wondered that too. If it enables a vamp to stay awake during the day. Master Han would have a huge advantage over us. JL grimaced. He could kill us in our death sleep. Pamela gasped. This is terrible. Mikhail patted her shoulder. Relax. We don't know if the living water has any effect on a vamp at all. Everyone at the table turned to look at Zoltan. He swallowed hard. You want me to try it? We have to know what would happen, Mikhail told him. Zoltan frowned. Cheer up. JL gave him a wry smile. It's not like the water could kill you. Zoltan shifted in his chair. The women would kill him if they caught him in their cave, drinking their precious water. What else were they hiding? I keep feeling like I'm missing something.
Shouldn't there be a purpose for their long lives? Why live forever in secret?
The others at the table were quiet as they pondered his question. Zoltan thought back to what Niona had said.
She said the pact was binding forever.
What pact? Mikhail asked. With whom? Zoltan shook his head.
I don't know.
Maybe they're protecting someone? Emma asked. Or something? JL hit the table with the palm of his hand.
I know, the abominable snowman.
Zoltan sat back.
What?
The women at the table laughed while Mikhail shook his head.
I'm serious,
JL insisted.
It's a Himalayan thing. There's no such thing as an abominable snowman,
Howard muttered.
Says the werebear,
JL smirked.
You might be related to him.
Howard growled.
I have to leave soon.
Zoltan glanced at his watch.
Emma, be ready to come when I call you. Maybe tomorrow night or the next.
She nodded. I'll be ready.
The neighboring valley has a cabin where Frederick Chesterton lived. I'll try to get the women's permission for us to use it as our headquarters.
Zoltan rose to his feet.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
While the others talked, he teleported up to his bedroom, cut the bandages off, and took a quick shower. Then he dressed, threw some clothes into a duffel bag, and teleported back to the kitchen. Everyone was still talking. He stepped behind the counter and loaded a small ice chest with bottles of ice and blood. Howard joined him.
What are you doing? You act like you're moving to Beola. I have to gain their trust.
Howard scowled at him.
Talk to them all you want, but when the sun rises, come back here. Do not do your death sleep there.
Zoltan closed the ice chest.
Niona tried hard to keep me alive. I think I can trust her. You think you can? You're going to risk your life on a hunch?
Howard removed a set of silver handcuffs from his jacket.
Don't make me use these.
Zoltan stepped back. If Howard managed to get a cuff on him, he'd be unable to teleport.
Do I have to remind you how completely helpless you'll be?
Howard continued.
If you must go, take me with you. I can't take you on my wedding night.
The room hushed. Everyone stared at him. Zoltan winced. Emma stood. Did you get married?
Not really. It's a long story.
Zoltan remembered the wedding rings he'd admired at the jewelry store. He glanced at his watch.
Howard, tell Demokos to go to the jewelry store tomorrow and pay Janos whatever I owe him.
With a groan, Howard raked a hand through his hair.
I don't know whether to congratulate you or use these damned handcuffs. I have to go.
Zoltan grabbed his duffel bag and the ice chest.
If you get the slightest inkling of danger, teleport back here,
Howard warned him.
I will. But if I hope to gain Niona's trust, then I'll have to trust her.
As Zoltan teleported, Tashi's words echoed in his head. It was either a wedding or his funeral. Chapter 15. Human or monster? Niona asked herself for the 100th time. He looked human. He kissed like a human, bled like a human, felt pain like a human. And he was the boy she'd healed all those centuries ago. A boy who had almost died trying to protect his mother. He was the same noble person. He'd grown into the man who had tried to protect her when he'd thought her leopard was going to attack. The man who had taken an arrow in his back to keep her from being harmed. He was the man her heart still yearned for. Human. But as soon as she convinced herself of that, the memory flashed across her mind. Fangs sharp and lethal erupting from his mouth. Monster. She shuddered in spite of the hot water she was sitting in. Freddie and Freya had dragged her to their house to prepare her for what they called her wedding night. While filling the tub with hot water and flower petals, they'd teased her with bawdy jests. Freya had insisted on washing Niona's hair with some soap she'd made from the local wildflowers that bloomed each spring. "You're so lucky," Freya said, as she rinsed Niona's hair. "You've caught such a gorgeous man." Man or monster? Neona wondered again with a growing sense of panic. How could she spend the night with him? He's very strong and handsome. Freddie dug through the chest at the foot of her bed. And so devoted to you, Freya sighed. When I think about how he risked his life to come here to see you. I know. Freddie removed a pair of red silk slippers. And then he refused to let her feel his pain. Freya sighed again. What a gorgeous man. Or a gorgeous monster. Neona hugged her knees in the small wooden tub. A knock sounded on the door, and Tashi slipped inside. He says he needs 30 minutes to rest. Freya snorted. I wonder what for? He said he gave Neona a watch. Tashi looked around the room. Neona motioned to her clothes piled on Freya's bed. In the pouch. Tashi and Freddie jumped at her clothes and searched through them. I found it. Freddie pulled the watch out. Good heavens, it's beautiful. Tashi touched it reverently. The cat sparkles. There's a cat? Freya ran to look. I love cats. She took the watch from her sister. I wish a man would give me presents like this. There are presents for us, remember? Freddie sat on the edge of her bed. At our father's cabin. This is so exciting. Freya admired the watch, then grinned at Neona. You're so lucky. Neona sighed. How could it be lucky to fall in love with a vampire? She hated to admit it, but that was what he had to be. It explained his fangs and his ability to move quickly. The red glowing eyes must have been real. Was that a sign of hunger? When she spent the night with him, would he see her as his bride? Or would she be the wedding feast? Tashi sat on the bed next to Freddie. Maybe we should accept Neona's man. After all, he's Donna's son, and he wants to help us defeat Lord Liao. Freya set the watch down on the bedside table. I wonder if he has any friends. It's so hard to find suitable men around here. Tashi shrugged. I found one. Freddie grinned. We thought you had. Tashi nodded. I only get to see him once a month. Her shoulders slumped. I'm tired of keeping it a secret, and I'm so tired of going all the way to the village to see him. I wish I could live there, or he could live here. Freddie winced. The Queen would never allow it. Tashi sighed. I know. As Neona dragged a comb through her long, wet hair, she wondered if it was time for some changes in their world. Why did Tashi have to endure such a sad situation? Minerva had been miserable too. So miserable, she'd lost the will to live. Neona bit her lip, knowing her thoughts were verging on mutiny. If you love him, you should go live with him. What can the Queen do to you? Kick you out? That would be exactly what you want. The other women gasped. But our sacred duty, Freya whispered. It would continue, as long as the rest of us are here. Neona gave Tashi a sympathetic look. I don't want you to be miserable. Tashi's eyes glimmered with tears. I thought about running away with him. After all, I had 2 sisters who could look after my mother and grandmother. But I never expected to lose them in battle. Grandmother, too. My mother is in so much pain. How can I leave her now? Neona nodded. It was almost 3 weeks now since the battle, but the emotional wounds were still raw for those who had survived. Freya sniffed. I wish that battle had never happened. How could we lose 5 of us? I know. Freddie jumped to her feet. We've never lost anyone before. We've always been victorious. Tashi grimaced. I've fought more battles than I can remember. We never had any trouble defeating the enemy. We never fought a vampire before, Freya muttered. True, we always fought mortal men. Tashi shuddered. That damned vampire. Freddie clenched her fists. I hate vampires. Neona winced. How could she ever tell the other women that Zoltan was undead? Her mother was already looking for a reason to kill him. Maybe some vampires are good, like that Russell guy. He saved the Queen's life. Tashi tilted her head, considering. I didn't know what to make of him. It seemed strange for a vampire to be good. Freya nodded. It's like calling the sky green or the grass blue. But he did save my mother's life. Neona insisted, "and he promised to kill Lord Liao for us." Freddie shrugged. "If you can believe a promise from a vampire." With a sigh, Neona resumed her task of combing her hair. "It's not just Lord Liao who's the problem. His soldiers were different, stronger and faster than any mortal men I've ever seen." Freddie nodded. "That's true. There was something bizarre about them." Freya waved a hand in dismissal. "Let's not talk about the battle anymore. We should be celebrating. Neona's found a gorgeous man, and soon we'll have a new baby girl." How could she spend the night with a vampire? With trembling hands, Neona struggled to get the comb through a tangle in her hair. Tasha gave her a worried look. "I hope you don't fall in love with him. You know what will happen once you're pregnant." The comb slipped from Neona's hand, dropping with a splash into the bathwater. She couldn't bear to see Zoltan die, even if he did have fangs. But there was an easy way to avoid his execution. If she never bedded him, she couldn't get pregnant. The thought of bedding him was too frightening anyway. She'd seen how he reacted in a moment of intense pain. What if the same thing happened in a moment of intense pleasure? Would his fangs shoot out and rip into her neck? "Let's not think about the future," Freya insisted. "It's Neona's first night with her mate. We need to make it perfect." Freddie returned to the trunk at the foot of her bed. "I think she should wear this." She pulled out a white gown embroidered with pink flowers. Tasha gasped. "I remember that. It was Calliope's. She wore it to the ceremony she had with Frederick." Freddie lay the white gown on her bed. "Mother told us about it. Father refused to bed her until they exchanged vows." She turned to Neona, her golden brown eyes bright with excitement. "We would be honored if you wore it." "Oh, yes." Freya clasped her hands together. "Say you will, Neona. Our mother was so fond of you." Neona's eyes filled with tears. She'd loved Calliope, too. As the two healers, they'd learned a great deal from each other. "I will." "Yes." Freya jumped. "You'll look like a real bride." Freddie grinned. "You must be so excited." Neona's nerves tensed. Soon she would have to see Zoltan, and she didn't know what to do or say to him. Tashi picked up the watch. "We have 15 minutes left." Panic ignited in Neona's chest. Human or monster? How could she spend the night with him? At some point he would get hungry, and she'd be the only one